Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku had ultimate force fields and became overpowered. Here is short summary. Izuku wields impenetrable force fields, using them for offense, defense, and mobility, making him an unstoppable force in the hero world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It rankled Eijiro that he hadn't been able to do anything at the USJ. Well, he'd been able to help Sato prop the door open long enough for Iida to escape and get help, but that was it. He hadn't been able to protect his classmates, and 3 of them had ended up in the hospital and 4 others had needed attention from Recovery Girl. And he had just watched and waited while his best friend headed over to the plaza and actually tried to help. And Uraraka, man, that girl might have been the manliest person in the facility. Well, aside from the teachers. But she actually managed to take down one of the villains. And then she immediately set about trying to help the others. She really was going to be an incredible hero one day, that much was obvious. Eijiro was glad that he could count her as a friend. And speaking of friends, he was worried about Bakugo. Everyone was, not that they'd say it to the guy's face. Well, maybe Kaminari would. Eijiro could swear that guy had a death wish, but he'd been too out of it to comment on much of anything yesterday. As crass and abrasive and reckless as he could be, he knew that everyone in their class admired him to some extent, even after only a week of knowing each other. He'd placed first in the entrance exam, demonstrated incredible control and power in the quirk assessment test, and he genuinely cared about people in his own, surly way. So the look in his eyes when they'd separated to head home had been scary. Lost and trapped and dark in a way that Eijiro had never seen before. That was why he found himself walking to Bakugo's house around 1400 the day after the USJ attack. Ua had given them the weekend off of school, which was nice and all, but he needed to move or he was going to scream from all of the thoughts that were trying to cram themselves into his head. Namely about what Uraraka had whispered to him the day before. That Izuku had been among the ranks of the villains. Nobody answered the door when Eijiro knocked. That was unusual. Masaru might be in the office, but Mitsuki almost always worked from home, perks of being a fashion designer. Had the family gone out for the day? Considering how badly the attack yesterday had messed him up, he wouldn't be too surprised if Bakugo's parents decided he needed a distraction, but he doubted that his best bud would have felt very up to being in public. But maybe. On an impulse, Eijiro hopped off the front steps and turned further up the street, heading towards the nearby apartment complex. Even if he hadn't slept over at her house with Bakugo a couple of nights before, the route to Inko-san's apartment was impossible to forget. She was that kind of motherly figure that spontaneously adopted every single kid she met and opened her door and her heart to anyone in need of a home. He frowned when he caught sight of a police car parked outside, but there didn't appear to be any kind of emergency happening. There were no flashing lights, no shouting, no loud sounds of any kind, really. Still, he found himself walking a little bit faster than normal as he headed up the stairs to his best friend's Obasan's apartment. He heard familiar voices shouting from the end of the walkway. While that wasn't exactly uncommon for the Bakugo household, combined with the police car out front and his recent experiences, Eijiro felt a surge of panic hit him and his fast walk broke into a run. But before he could reach the apartment door, it suddenly burst open and Bakugo himself came tumbling out. Eijiro didn't even have a chance to ask what was wrong before his best friend was off like a shot, tearing past him fast enough to put Ingenium to shame. "Oi! Get back here, brat!" yelled an ash-blonde woman as she appeared in the doorframe, her crimson eyes dark with worry. "Baku-kasan, oh Eijiro." Bakugo's mom managed a weak smile, but she didn't smirk and playfully whack him upside the head the way she usually did when he called her that. She must really be worried then. "Should I?" Eijiro began hesitantly, pointing after his friend. "Yeah, maybe you can talk some sense into him. Better hurry if you wanna catch him." "Yeah, later." Eijiro always forgot just how fast Bakugo could run until he had to chase him. Then the memory always flooded back. By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, his friend had already completely disappeared from sight. The redhead grimaced slightly and pulled out his phone. He knew that old Blasty would never answer him if he tried to text or call, so he skipped both options and simply pulled up their shared Find My Friends app. Once he saw the direction the cartoony bomb, he couldn't resist the moment he saw it was an option, was headed on his map. He set off after him. It still took a while to find him. The app had a hard time once Bakugo went off-road. But he managed it eventually, spotting the ash seated on a wooden log acting like a makeshift bridge over a shallow stream, staring glumly down at the fast-running water. Eijiro didn't bother saying anything. Didn't even make any extra noise to announce his presence. He just walked carefully onto the wide log and cautiously sat down beside him, ancient and termite-riddled though the wood was. Bakugo didn't react, so Eijiro didn't try to force a conversation. He knew better than that by now. Instead, he tilted his head back and enjoyed the cool breeze off the water, taking in the crystal-clear sky and listening to the birdsong on either bank. He wasn't certain how long they remained in that position, but eventually Eijiro allowed his eyes to slip closed, lulled by the warmth of the sun on his shoulder and the soft rushing of the water, only the need to maintain his balance keeping him from dozing off where he sat. Eijiro's eyes snapped open, instantly alert at the sound of Bakugo's tight, tear-strained voice. He watched his best friend swallow hard, his fingers interlacing and his palms pressing together, his fist clenched so hard that his knuckles were turning white. I think I should drop out of UA. Eijiro stared at him, his jaw dropping in blank shock. You want to, what? Quit gaping, Kirishima. You heard me loud and clear. A cold chill ran down Eijiro's spine. Bakugo calling him by his actual name. That was never a good sign. So he snapped his mouth shut, took a deep breath, shoved down his rising panic, and forced his voice not to waver. You've always wanted to be a hero, ever since the day I met you. What changed? He asked when he was reasonably certain he wasn't going to screech with the shock again. Nothing changed, Bakugo replied, but I can't be a hero. Not anymore. Why? Because heroes are supposed to stop villains, not create them. Whatever Eijiro had been expecting Bakugo to say, that most certainly wasn't it. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, closed it, swallowed, and tried again. Bakugo, you aren't responsible for Izuku's choice. Bullshit. Why? Bakugo didn't respond right away. He just stared at the river, that dark, lost look creeping back into his eyes. I hated him, he whispered abruptly. The words startled Eijiro enough, but it was his tone that was as disconcerting as anything. His default for any emotion was screaming. But right now, he just seemed drained, exhausted. Matter of fact. Hated who? Izuku. What? Eijiro stared blankly. He seemed to be doing that a lot today. I thought you guys were best friends. We were best friends, sure, the side, still not looking at him, but that was a long time ago. What happened? A lot of things. I got a quirk. I got praise. An ego bigger than I was. And Izuku didn't. He was an easy target. The ultimate measure for how much better I was. Bakugo spat venomously, his fingernails digging into his palms. The darkness in his eyes was almost overwhelming now. Started with teasing. Deku was one of those. It was a different pronunciation of his name. I am that 'cause it meant worthless. But it was just the start. Before long, it got physical. Bruises, burns. But the little bastard always managed to stand up and keep going. Then, one day, I fell. Right here, he nodded, lightly tapping the log bridge. I was out with a group of kids from the neighborhood, and I slipped and fell into the water. Just for a second, I was terrified. I wasn't as used to falling back then, not to mention when I hit the water, I landed on some rocks and scraped myself up pretty bad. But I was the best. The strongest. I couldn't show fear or pain. When I came up, the other kids were all talking like I was fine, like I could handle anything. All of them except Izuku. Eijiro watched with bated breath as Bakugo heaved a shaky breath, subtly blinking back tears. Izuku came straight down from the bridge to make sure that I was okay. It didn't matter to him if I was strong or weak. All that mattered to him was that I was his friend, and he wanted to make sure I wasn't hurt. And I hated him for it, because in my mind, it meant that he had seen right through me. He knew, on some level, that I wasn't as strong as I wanted everyone to think I was. In that moment, he proved that he was a better hero than I could ever be, and I spent the rest of my school years trying to prove otherwise. But all I ended up doing was prove how much of a worthless pile of shit I really was. The tears were falling freely down Bakugo's face now. Honestly, Eijiro could feel them pricking at his eyes as well, but the fact went unacknowledged by either of them. No matter what I did, he refused to give up. He was always back on his feet by the next time I saw him, mumbling about heroes and quirks and scribbling in those damn notebooks of his. He wanted to go to UA, too. Nothing was gonna stand in his way, not even being quirkless. Finally I couldn't take it anymore and I screamed at him to go jump off the roof. Then a couple of days later I found out that Izuku had disappeared, and the police were saying it was suicide. Bakugo. Now suddenly he's back and he's alive and I finally have a chance to apologize and tell him how wrong I was and that he can be a hero, and it turns out he's gone and turned into a goddamn villain. He was gasping for breath now, his voice caught somewhere between a snarl and a sob. And that's why I can't be a hero. I don't deserve it. Everything about the posture radiated defeat. It was honestly terrifying. Bakugo was the guy who didn't care about the odds. He was the guy who fought and clawed his way to the top. The guy who never gave up. The guy who was determined to see his dreams through. Seeing him like this was so, not Bakugo, it just felt wrong. If you want to leave, his friend whispered as the silence stretched, I wouldn't blame you. There was more than one meaning to that. Bakugo wasn't just talking about the here and the now. He meant forever. He was offering to let him cut ties, now that he knew the truth. If Eijiro hadn't been so worried about him, he might have felt insulted. Katsuki, he said quietly, noting how the boy twitched at the sound of his given name, we've all made mistakes. I'm not saying that what you did was okay because hell, that's messed up, man. But that doesn't mean you can't change. It doesn't mean that you haven't changed already. If you hadn't recognized your mistakes, then I might have walked away. But dude, I've seen you fight like a lion to get a handle on your temper these past few years, and I can't even count the number of times you've stood up to bullies in the past. Yeah, you made one hell of a mistake. But you've learned from it. You haven't let it hold you back. And that might just be the manliest thing a person can do. Bakugo's eyes seemed to bore into his, swimming in a mixture of shock, confusion, and thank the gods hope. Then they glanced away, something like fear flickering across his face. I don't know if I can fix this, Hiroshima. Izuku's still a villain. Even if I become a hero, I'll have to fight him eventually. One way or another, the situation's gone to hell. So the only two options are become a hero and beat Izuku, or don't become a hero and Izuku takes over the world or something. Bakugo huffed softly, a weak replacement for laughter, but Eijiro would take it. Good, so we know what the losing scenarios are. So what would make it a win? Izuku becomes a hero with me. Well, that's good to hear. Eijiro grinned, and his friend shot him a frown. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Well, the Bakugo Katsuki I know is the guy who doesn't stop fighting until he wins, the redhead shrugged. If anyone can beat the odds, then it's you. He said that he was past saving, yeah, idiot. I think it's pretty obvious Izuku wants to stay where he is. Okay, that's one way to look at it. Then what's the other way? A challenge to prove him wrong. Bakugo stared at him blankly for a moment, then abruptly snorted, reaching up to swipe at his eyes as he tried to hide a small smile by turning to look back at the stream. I guess you have a point there, weird hair. Eijiro grinned at the nickname. There's the Bakugo I know, he chuckled, returning his attention to the river as well while leaning back against his hands to stretch out the tight muscles in his back. He watched his friend hesitate out of the corner of his eye, reaching up to awkwardly rub the back of his head. Actually, he began hesitantly, you can call me Katsuki if you want. I mean, you basically know all my darkest secrets now. Feels kinda weird to act all formal still. The redhead's grin practically split his face in two. It was as close to a thank you as he would ever get from the abrasive. Well, in that case, You can call me Ajiro. Nah, I think I'll stick with weird hair. It suits you better. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. The police car was gone by the time they got back. Baku-Kasen spent a good hour yelling at Katsuki for making her worry about him while Inko-san just yanked them both into bone-breaking hugs before plying them with tea, cookies, and anything else that she could think of. They spent the rest of the weekend beating each other at video games, spending the night at each other's houses, and avoiding the news at all costs. Neither of them much wanted to see Deku's face plastered over every channel in existence with warnings about how dangerous of a criminal he was and how anyone with information should come forward. At some point back, Katsuki had offhandedly mentioned that they had homework due Monday. All it had taken was a pointed stare for the to shrug and mumble, "Don't cry to me when Aizawa kills you," before having his game character pound Ajiro's into the ground. He was right, of course. Monday morning came with an air of impending doom, and Ajiro had no one to blame but himself. But that didn't seem to matter as much as it maybe should, because his best bro was smiling again, albeit in a very Katsuki kind of way, snorting and baring his teeth at a MeTube video of epic quirk stunt fails as they rode the train to Ua. They got a few awkward stares along the way by people who recognized their uniform, but nobody tried to ask them about the USJ. Katsuki had a way of warning people off with little more than a look. Normally Ajiro would scold him for that, but today he was just glad that he didn't have to try and fend off any uncomfortable questions. "I doubt anybody noticed me in the background," Hagakure was sighing as they walked into class. "Yeah, it's kind of hard to stand out when you're just gloves," Ojiro agreed, scratching his cheek with an awkward expression. "Yeah, we're kinda famous now," Kaminari agreed, "although I wish we were famous for something other than getting pounded into the ground." "Oh hey, Kiri, Blasty, you guys doing all right?" Mina called eagerly, waving to them as they headed towards their desks. She was practically brimming with energy, her smile bright and eager, although her golden eyes were still dark with worry. "Yeah," Ajiro reassured her as he walked past her desk. "The break was good for us, I think. Had a chance to clear our heads and all that." "Glad to hear it," Mina smiled, her eyes softening, and in the process making Ajiro's stomach flip. But he grinned through the sensation and took his seat, getting settled as Iida marched into the room, calling for everyone to take their seats for the start of homeroom. "Iida, you're the only one still standing," Jiro sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose at the antics of her overzealous fellow class officer. "Dang it, don't sweat it." "Morning, class." "Good morning, teach," Mina cried cheerfully, waving as their manly teacher entered the room, closely followed by Todoroki, who seemed even more closed off than usual. He made his way to his desk without a word, avoiding eye contact, so Ajiro decided that he might as well turn back to their teacher. Mina's earlier energy was a stark contrast to how exhausted he looked, rubbing his forehead between his eyes, the bruise-like marks underneath them even darker than usual. He frowned, wondering if he was all right, and found his thoughts spoken aloud by Asui. "Aizawa-sensei, are you feeling okay?" she called in her usual blunt manner, frowning slightly, her finger resting thoughtfully against her chin. "My well-being is irrelevant," their teacher replied flatly as he walked to the podium. "The important thing is that your fight isn't over yet. The UA Sports Festival is coming up." "Ah, yeah," Shiro whooped, "let's go kick some ass." Normally Kirishima would be just as excited as the dark-haired boy, but this year, all he could do was shoot a worried glance in Bakugo's direction, remembering recent events. "Wait a second," Kaminari spoke up, echoing his unspoken thought. "Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villain snuck inside?" Jiro agreed, frowning deeply. "Yeah, they could attack once we're all in the same place. If that was the villain's intention, then they would have just attacked the school at large, not the USJ, Aizawa-sensei sighed, but even as he did, there was an angry glint in his eyes. "But you do have a point. The UA Sports Festival is one of the biggest events in the world. Everyone who has even the slightest interest in competition watches it. It's a huge opportunity for hero course students such as you. After all, the sports festival is where you get scouted by pro heroes looking to take on interns and eventually sidekicks, so apparently we can't afford to simply cancel the event outright." But having you all on such blatant display is also incredibly dangerous given recent events. Which is why, this year, we'll be making a few changes. Changes? Yaoyorozu frowned, quirking her head to one side. What sorts of changes? To start with, the festival will not be broadcast this year. What? The class yelped in collective shock. But then how is anyone gonna have a chance at being scouted? Not to mention my parents won't be able to see it, they can't afford live tickets to the festival. Hagakure squawked, the sleeves of her uniform indicating how wildly her arms were flailing. That's another change. The festival will not be open to the public. Only heroes and support company representatives will be allowed, and only by private invitation. What? The administration is also going to have extra security around the stadium, both pro-heroes and members of the police force. The villains that attacked the USJ have already demonstrated an unusual amount of interest in UA as a whole, and certain members of this so-called League of Villains have been shown to have considerable skill in quirk and fighting style analysis. As such, the administration has decided to avoid giving villains the opportunity to get any more information than they already have. Additionally, just in case any of you are concerned with the possibility of villains viewing the festival regardless, this year you are allowed to opt out of the festival entirely. If you choose that option, I'll need to get your name on a list, so come talk to me. Dang, the top brass aren't kidding around here, are they? Kaminari muttered. Eijiro couldn't see his face from where he was seated, but he imagined that the S expression was similar to his, wide-eyed and staring at Aizawa-sensei with something like shock. Personally, I wanted to cancel it altogether, their teacher shrugged, shuffling through some papers. As it is, the festival got pushed back an extra week to give us time to make the appropriate accommodations. Anyway, this was the compromise, so consider your choice carefully. Sensei. Yes, Shinso, what is it? I'd like to opt out of the festival, the indigo-haired boy said in his usual, quiet way. What, dude, do you realize what kind of opportunity you could be throwing away? Shiro gaped at him. Shinso's response was to shoot a flat stare in the dark-haired boy's direction. I was going to ask about dropping out anyway. Villains or not, the sports festival attracts too much attention for someone with a quirk like mine. Shinso-kun, is this about people saying you have a villainous quirk? Uraraka asked quietly, her expression twisted in worry. Not at all, I'm already in the hero course, I've got nothing to prove. It's just that I plan on being an underground hero when I go pro. Face it, my quirk is more effective if nobody knows how it works. So I'd rather not give anyone any potential clues to figure it out. A logical decision, Aizawa-sensei nodded. See me at the end of the day. We'll talk about how to proceed with internships then. Class dismissed. When lunch rolled around, the only thing that anyone could think about was the sports festival and the unusual circumstances surrounding the yearly competition. Nobody other than Shinso had openly declared their intent to drop out so far, but Eijiro knew that a few people were considering it. He, honestly wasn't sure. So Katsuki, Mina interrupted, half squealing as she paid for her lunch. Since when were you two so intimate? Is this a budding high school romance I see? Eijiro rolled his eyes at her while Katsuki scoffed. As if, he snorted. Give my taste in personalities more credit, Ashido. Oi, well fine, if you guys say so. This seat taken? Mina asked, shooting a grin at Jiro. Nah, go for it, the other girl shrugged, jabbing Kaminari with her earphone jack as he tried to sneak one of her dumplings while her head was turned. Ouch, the yelped, rubbing his ribs. Was that really necessary? You're the one trying to steal my food, Jiro replied flatly, taking another bite of her noodles. So what are you guys doing for the festival? Shiro asked as Katsuki set down his plate next to him. I'm taking first place. What else, moron? My, someone's feeling confident, Kaminari grinned. I think I'm gonna go for it, too. I mean, the security's gonna be insane, so I figured why the heck not, you know. And if they do attack again, we'll be surrounded by pros. No civilians to worry about. Kinda disappointing that they aren't gonna broadcast it, though, Mina sighed. My mom's gonna be ticked she can't see me compete. Heck, everyone's gonna be ticked that they can't see us compete. This is the biggest sporting event in the world, you know. It makes sense, though. Even if the villains seem to know a lot about our class, they probably don't know as much about the others. It's damage control, Jiro commented. So what are you guys gonna do? I'm totally in, Zero grinned, and I'm gonna be gunning for the top spot, so don't get too comfy Bakugo. Get in my way and I'll destroy you. I think I'm gonna pass. What? Why, Kyoka, look, I get why the festival's important, I really do, but those villains' stealth capabilities are insane. They probably know that I can hear really tiny sounds by now, but Pikachu here managed to electrocute all the guys attacking us before the warp guy could spirit them away, so I doubt they know about my sound wave attacks yet. If there's any chance of the villains sneaking in, I just don't want to risk revealing my hand too soon, you know. What about you, Kirishima? The redhead glanced towards the seated next to him. He could guess Katsuki's reasons for being in the festival. On the practical side of things, with Izuku in the League of Villains, they probably already knew everything that there was to know about Katsuki's quirk. And anyway, if he ever wanted to get his friend back, then he had to start building his name and career now. I guess I'm in, too, Eijiro shrugged, baring his teeth in a grin. He had helped Katsuki start this path. He wanted to help him finish it. Sweet. Guess I'll be seeing you in the finals then, Zero grinned. What do you think the others are gonna do? Well, Sato's joining in, no questions asked, and Toru's probably gonna be there too, judging by her chat with Ojiro earlier, Mina mused through a mouthful of rice. Su-chan's in, but Yaomomo's considering dropping out something about family connections and keeping her quirk on the down low, and I think Ochako's on the fence about it. Speaking of, who's that guy she's talking to? Eijiro twisted in his seat, following Mina's gaze to where their brunette classmate was standing by the door on the far side of the cafeteria, chatting to a tall, skinny blonde man with a slight slouch and blue eyes that he could see from halfway across the room. As he watched, Uraraka nodded, said something to Iida, Shinso, her usual lunch group, and Kota, when had he started hanging out with them, and followed the man out the door, taking lunch with her. No clue, he shrugged. Must be some kind of faculty though, right? The guy does seem familiar for some reason. Katsuki frowned, his eyes kind of thoughtful and far away. Well, whatever. So what did you guys think about Smintas's lesson today? Lunch and the rest of the afternoon passed relatively quickly. Everyone was still in a flux about the sports festival though, and it seemed that their class wasn't the only one. What the heck is this? Uraraka yelped as she opened the door to leave the room and found the hallway literally crammed with students. Why are you all here? Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Yeah, no offense, but you look like an angry mob. They're probably scouting the competition. Todoroki's low voice sounded through the room as he walked quietly towards the door. We're the class that drove off a real villain attack. They wanted to see us with their own eyes. Now move. You're in my way. Todoroki-kun, don't be rude. So this is the infamous Class 1A. I heard you were impressive, but you just sound like a bunch of arrogant bastards. Eijiro blinked, frowning at a blond boy that had managed to shove his way to the front of the crowd, his gray eyes containing an almost manic glint as he grinned at them. Scouting the competition, he jeered. Don't make me laugh. If any of us in general studies do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us into the hero course, and they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Those of us that were cast aside in favor of the quirkless and villainous will soon see just how superior we are. Consider this a declaration of war, Class 1A. You'd best watch out, because I, Mono Manito, am coming for you. Eijiro felt himself bristle in anger as the obnoxious cackled wildly, and he most certainly wasn't the only one. Uraraka had an expression like a spitting cat as she moved protectively in front of a glaring Shinso, and Katsuki simmered like a pot about to boil over. Yeah, is this the class with the quirkless kid in it? Someone else in the hall muttered. I'd heard that they let a quirkless kid into the hero course this year. Is that why you only have 19 people? 'Cause the quirkless guy got himself killed during the villain attack. All of you extras shut the hell up. You're giving me a headache, Katsuki snarled, his temper finally snapping. The entire hallway fell silent as sparks crackled across his palms, burning off the nitroglycerin buildup before he could be tempted to unleash it on the crowd. Then he rose to his feet, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and marching up to the gray-eyed warmonger. Let's get one thing straight here, Hero Course reject. Nobody here's impressed by your quirk elitist bullshit, you got that? Especially considering that you obviously can't back it up if you were shoved off into general studies. You wanna hate on the quirkless? Fine, that'll make it all the better when that kid kicks your ass in the festival. And as for the rest of you extras, if you wanna scout the competition or declare war or whatever the hell it is you're trying to do, that's fine by me. Just know that you'd better give it all you got, 'cause we sure as hell aren't gonna pull our punches just 'cause you're Gen Ed. He grinned, and Ajiro couldn't help but snicker when the front row of students flinched back a little bit. You may think you've got a good reason to fight, but so do we. So don't expect us to roll over just because you tell us to. In the end, the one who's right'll be the one that's standing at the top. Outtake. It was the first day back after the USJ incident. Shota still wasn't happy with the board's decision to continue with the sports festival, but there wasn't anything he could do about it now. There was, however, one other matter that was bothering him. He couldn't remember a whole ton of his conversation or fight with Deku. Considering the force and severity of his concussion, it was remarkable that he remembered anything at all. But there was one glaringly important detail that refused to leave his mind. That was why, instead of napping in the teacher's lounge as he usually would when he got to school this early, he was sitting outside of his classroom, watching with half an eye as his students passed by him until he saw the one he needed to talk to. Todoroki. The heterochromatic boy startled slightly at the single word, then rapidly schooled his features and glanced towards him. Sensei, may I have a word? Now that he was watching for it, he could almost see it as the panic flashed through his student's eyes while he tried to remember what he might have done wrong. It made Shota's blood boil. Todoroki composed himself quickly, nodding stiffly and allowing Shota to lead him to his office. Once there, the boy looked to him uncertainly, clearly unsure of what to do next without some kind of direction. The underground hero bit back a sigh and indicated for Todoroki to sit in his office's only comfortable chair while he took a metal fold-out for himself. Then he took a moment simply to watch Todoroki, watching the subtle way that his fingers curled and uncurled, growing increasingly agitated as the silence stretched. You're not in trouble, Todoroki, he said quietly. The boy nodded again, but he didn't look convinced. Something came up during the USJ attack that I felt needed addressing. Before I say anything else, I want you to know that as both your teacher and a pro hero I care about you and want to help you if you will let me. This time, something like curiosity passed across the boy's face, mixed with confusion and a flicker of concerningly defensiveness. Shota took a deep breath. Todoroki, would you be willing to tell me the story behind that scar? Hey Kendo. Good morning. Hey guys. Excited for the festival? Itsuka grinned, ignoring the ball of nerves swimming in her gut. Yeah, ready as I'll ever be, Sakino smiled back. My sister's pretty disappointed that she won't be able to watch, though. Oh that's right. Kira-chan, right, yeah, well, just be sure to do your best so you have some cool stories to tell her later. Well I'm just ready to crush Class 1A, Tetsu grinned, slamming a steel fist into a steel palm. Oh please. Don't tell me that idiot from 1C has poisoned you, too, Sakino sighed, running his fingers through his dark hair. What? Of course not, but they're our competitors, yeah, no. I'm just getting pumped up for the battle ahead of us. Technically, we're all competitors here, Tetsu, Itsuka pointed out with a smirk. We have no way of knowing what the events will be, so some of them may even be cooperative, but they always end with a one-on-one competition. We'll all be enemies by then. But for now, let's all at least pretend to be friends, yeah. Sakino grinned, draping his arms around both their shoulders, his bright blue eyes gleaming. Itsuka and Tetsu both laughed, returning the gesture as they made their way towards the stadium. Only for you, Sakino. Only for you. ID cards please, a policeman requested as they approached the entrance. Also, please relinquish your bags for mandatory searching. Itsuka quickly dropped her backpack on the table beside a policewoman with soft blue wings folded against her back, removing her wallet first so that she could show the first officer her student ID, her friends following suit. "Ah, young man, what might this be?" The policewoman frowned, opening the cloth-wrapped package that Sakino had dropped on the table alongside his messenger bag. Itsuka was distracted by the officer checking over her own ID, but she did catch sight of polished wood and a glint of silver. "Oh, that's my support item. Hang on, I have the paperwork in here somewhere," the dark-haired boy muttered, rummaging through his bag before making a soft noise of triumph. With a broad grin, Sakino handed the small packet over to the policewoman, who checked it over carefully for the appropriate signatures and stamps before verifying the information in her own files and finally running the support item under some sort of high-tech scanner. "It looks like it checks out," the officer smiled, rewrapping the cloth and handing it back with the packet. "Good luck today, kids." "Thank you, ma'am. I didn't know that you were bringing a support item," Itsuka commented as they made their way through the stadium towards the waiting area for Class 1B. "Yeah. What is it?" Tetsu added enthusiastically. "Well, I'm not going to need it until the one-on-one matches, so I'd rather not talk about it just yet," Sakino admitted with a small smile. "Sorry guys, but if I'm up against either of you, I'd rather have the advantage of surprise, you know." "I guess that's fair," Itsuka acknowledged. "May the best hero win, and all. Would you look at that? It's the quirkless hero wannabe. Getting ready to lose, are you?" A high-pitched voice sneered, and the girl's head snapped up towards the speaker. "Ugh, doesn't this guy ever take a break?" she grumbled, glowering at the obnoxious that had been making their lives hell for the past 3 weeks as she gently took her friend's arm. "Don't listen to him, Sakino. He's just bitter. Running away, are you? Why not come back here and face me, little cripple? Show me how worthy you truly are." The cackled madly. Itsuka growled in the back of her throat, her grip tightening, but she managed to restrain herself from bloodying up the kid's nose. Tetsu was somewhat less self-disciplined. "What the hell did you just call him?" her friend barked, his eyes flashing angrily. "Ooh, did I strike a nerve there?" "Tetsu, come on, it's not worth it," Sakino pled, grabbing the other boy's shoulder. "It's fine. It's nothing that I'm not used to." "Hell no. Not until he takes back what he said about you. Don't waste your energy on that extra. The bastards all talk. He couldn't back it up if he tried," a new voice growled, and Itsuka turned with some surprise to see Class 1A's resident hothead approaching, closely followed by his more level-headed, red-haired best friend. The general studies kid spluttered in protest, almost choking in rage and possibly even a bit of fear as the slightly taller walked invasively close to him, grinning dangerously. "And anyway, whatever he said, it won't mean anything after he gets his whip today." "Easy, man," the redhead beside him chuckled wearily, patting his shoulder. "Save it for the field, remember." Yeah, weird hair," his friend sighed, glancing back towards Itsuka and her wide-eyed friends. "See ya out there," he smirked, then strode off towards the Class 1A waiting area. Itsuka quickly took advantage of the stunned silence to grab both of her friends by the arm and half-lead, half-drag them through the door of the Class 1B room a few meters away, shutting it behind them. "Well, that was unexpected," Sakino offered, putting down his things. "Mildly put. Yeah, that salty moron still causing you grief." Kamakiri growled on the other side of the room. "Yeah, but it's really no problem," their friend shrugged. "Like that 1A kid said, it won't matter after I beat him. I just wanna say, you'd better fight like you mean it, giving it 100%. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be here." The from Class 1A Bakugo, Itsuka learned in Midnight Sensei's earlier announcement growled, his red eyes sweeping the crowd of first-year students. There was a ripple of surprise among the watching students and even some cries of anger or protest as he finished his speech, but most of the watching crowd of pro-heroes didn't seem too bothered. A lot of them even clapped or cheered. And honestly, he had a point. This year, everyone in the festival had chosen to be there. If they weren't gonna give it their all, then they were just wasting their time, right? The strawberry-haired girl leaned curiously around Setsuna to watch him approach his red-headed friend. "Dude, manly as all get out, but you've gotta let it go, bro," the guy sighed. "Yeah, Todoroki was a jerk earlier, but you don't have to be a jerk back, a pink-haired girl next to him piped up. The guy thinks he can win this thing with only half his strength. No way in hell am I gonna let that go. It's just damn arrogant, Bakugo snarled, shooting a withering glare towards another boy with half-red and half-white hair glaring right back a few meters away. Todoroki, huh, why does that sound familiar? Yeah, I guess I can see why you wouldn't like that much. Am I missing something here? Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. This is where you begin feeling the pain, the first fateful game of the festival. What could it be? Ta-da! An obstacle race, huh? Itsuka murmured, and Sakino hummed next to her, looking thoughtful as his eyes scanned the screen. The members of all 11 classes who opted into the festival will be participating in this treacherous contest. The track traverses 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Does that mean we can punch out any competitors we want? Tetsu growled, eyes narrowed towards a certain blonde general studies student. Down, boy, now then, take your places, contestants. Watching the green lights and awaiting the countdown was agony. Still, Itsuka did her best to breathe deeply, finding her center like her old martial arts instructor had taught her in order to calm her rapid heart rate. 1 light disappeared. 3. Good luck, guys, Tetsu muttered. Another light. 2. Right. Last one. Begin. The obstacle race was a madhouse from the very start. Fighting through the doorway was insane, especially after that two-toned kid from Class 1A froze everything. Todoroki, right. Granted, a surprising number of students managed to get clear, especially among the hero course kids, but it was still nuts. Then the Robo Infernos turned up. Again, Todoroki managed to pull ahead, but everyone else managed to get their feet under them pretty quickly too. Don't expect to get away so easily, you icy hot bastard. Bakugo had screeched, explosions bursting from the palms of his hands. Itsuka spared a glance for Tetsu and Bakugo's red-haired friend, both of whom had apparently managed to get caught in the collapsing rubble from Todoroki's attack, as well as for Sakino, who did surprisingly well dodging the robots and snagging a fallen piece of metal from one of them to use as a weapon or shield as needed. Itsuka felt like she did a fair job herself, shrinking the size of her hands when she needed to move quickly and expanding them at just the right moment to smash through the joints. Still, Tetsu and Sakino managed to outrun her, the former just tanking any hits he received and the latter dodging his way through like he was dancing. He'd always been more nimble than he looked. The pits were harder. Itsuka was grateful for her oversized hands then. It made it a lot easier for her to grip the ropes and pull herself across hand over hand. Still, that part of the course became something of a bottleneck, not unlike the gateway to the course had been. By the time she reached the minefield, only maybe a quarter of the group had cleared them. The 2 kids in Class 1A that were at odds had taken the lead, somehow managing to fight explosion on ice while not stepping on any of the mines. Itsuka began picking her way through the minefield as well, trying not to flinch every time she heard someone scream. About 20 feet in, the largest explosion that she had yet heard made Itsuka jump, the wind pressure nearly blasting her back so that she narrowly avoided putting her weight on a mine. Then she looked up to a massive pillar of pinkish smoke, only to see Sakino. Her dark-haired friend had somehow managed to dig up a bunch of the mines, then used the metal plate he had snagged from the robots as something of a launching platform to send him rocketing towards first place. She couldn't quite keep track of him after Bakugo and Todoroki started using their quirks in earnest, not to mention after another plume of pink smoke rose up near the end of the field, but for the first time since the race began, she listened intently to present Mike's excited commentary as she continued picking her way through the field. "Come on, you've got it. You've got it, Sakino," she muttered under her breath, exchanging terrified but excited glances with Tetsu when he happened to glance back towards her. Who would have imagined at the beginning of this race that the climax would be a non-stop megamix of surprises? And the first to make it back to the stadium is our champion, Sakino Ado. Yes, Itsuka shrieked, unable to contain herself and drawing more than a few strange looks from the people surrounding her. Tetsu crowed in delight as well, but he was a little too distracted by trying to beat out that redhead to celebrate for long. The remainder of the race passed in a giddy blur, because whatever rank Itsuka managed to get, her quirkless best friend had managed to take first place in the UA Sports Festival. Well, only the first round of it, but who cared? That bastard from 1C had nothing on him now. It was chaos by the time she managed to cross the finish line, panting for breath and beaming as she searched for Sakino and Tetsu. The latter she saw in some kind of argument with the redhead from Class 1A. I really need to learn his name. As for Sakino, she eventually caught sight of him somewhere in the middle of the field, bent over slightly and gasping for breath. Itsuka grinned and began making her way over to him, only for Bakugo to beat her to it, marching up with narrowed crimson eyes and a fearsome scowl. Itsuka hesitated for only an instant before hurrying over, worried that his competitiveness might have driven the over the edge, so to speak. But, to her surprise, as she got closer, she saw Bakugo extend a hand towards her friend, lips moving, but too far away for her to hear him. Naturally, Sakino accepted the gesture with a broad grin, making some sort of comment that she couldn't hear, to which Bakugo replied with rolled eyes and a smirk before walking away. "Hey, Sakino," Itsuka called, jogging up to him. "Oh, hey, Kendo," her friend grinned back. "What was all that about?" she asked, glancing towards the hot-headed. Her friend shrugged. "He just congratulated me on my win. Although, he did warn me that he wasn't going to hold back in the later events just because I'm quirkless. I told him I'd be insulted if he did. I think he appreciated that." Itsuka managed a smile. Nice to know that not everybody's as prejudiced as that bastard in 1C. "Yeah, he seemed pretty excited to rub it into that guy's face that I won. He's not the only one, believe me. Anyway, that was amazing. Thanks, but it's not like I had some big plan in mind, you know. I just tried out a few things that worked out better than I could have hoped. My real ability will be tested out after this. Fine, be a pessimist if you want. Just know that I'm proud of you, K. Hey, thanks, Kendo. The first game for the first years is finally over, and what a game it was. Now let's take a quick look at the standings, shall we? Only the top 42 will move on to the next event, but don't feel too left out if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine." Sakino had been followed by Todoroki Shoto and Bakugo Katsuki. Then came Shiozaki and Honanuki from their class, then another string of Class 1A kids, Iida Tenya, Tokiyami Fumikage, Shiro Honta, and Kirishima Eijiro. Ah, so that's his name. No wonder Tetsu was upset. He placed right after him. Ojiro Mashirao placed after Tetsu, followed by Awase, then Asui Suyu, Sato Rikido, Uraraka Ochako, and Ashido Mina. Then came Kaibara, Subara, Kaminari Denki, Yanagi, and finally Itsuka herself. Shishida, Kodai, Rin, Shota, and Kamakiri placed next, then that bastard Mono Manito, Tsunotori, Hagakure Toru, Fukidashi, Hatsume Mei, who's that? And Aoyama Yuga, followed by a whole slew of general studies and support kids. It looks like all of the Class A and B kids that decided to join the festival made it into the top 42, Itsuka mused softly. That means we're all moving on to the next event. And that general studies jerk. Damn it, I was hoping he'd get crushed under the robots. Oh, hey, Tetsu, didn't see you there. Now the fun really begins. Midnight Sensei declared as another casino-style randomizing machine spun behind her. The chance to fully move yourselves into the limelight. Prepare yourselves for this. Cavalry battle. Another blonde kid from Class 1A groaned nearby. I'm terrible at those. That's not an individual event. I wonder how they'll split us up. Allow me to explain. The participants will split themselves up into teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. In theory, it will be just like a regular playground game, but there is one key difference. Everyone has been assigned a point value based on your ranking in the previous event. That means the value of your team will change depending on who you have on it. Now, values go up by increments of 5, with the 42nd place being 5 points and the second place being 205. The value of first place, however, is 10 million points. Sakino choked, his eyes blowing wide. He managed, noticing how literally everyone in the stadium instantly turned towards him, their expressions ranging anywhere from eager to outright hostile. Itsuka automatically placed herself in front of him, her big sister instincts instantly awakened. These are the rules that you'll play by. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values will be added to create your team's total. Every team must steal as many headbands as they can to increase their total. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up by the rider, no hiding them elsewhere on your body. That means the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage them. And another thing, even if your headband is stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. You may use your quirks as much as you like, but if you make a team fall on purpose, then I'll slap you with a red card and you will be disqualified. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your team. I'd advise you to get started. Sakino. Itsuka began instantly, whirling on her friend. You, me, and Tetsu. Let's team up. Are you sure? Sakino blinked, startled by her rapid response. People are gonna be gunning for me like crazy since I'm worth so much. Yeah, which is why we should team up. You should ride, since you're usually the man with a plan, and Tetsu and I can defend, since we're both heavy hitters with combat-oriented quirks. I like it, Tetsu grinned fiercely. And anyway, in a game like this, it's better to team up with people you can work well with. Slowly, Sakino relaxed, grinning. All right, if you're sure. But we should still try to find one more person. Someone whose quirk is related to mobility, like Tsunotori or Shishida, or even that kid with the engines in Class 1A, or... Hey, 10 million. Team up with me. Who are you? Sakino blinked, startled by the sight of a pink-haired girl in oversized steampunk goggles shoving her face into his. Name's Hatsume Mei, from the support course. You don't know me, but I'd like to use your current fame for my personal gain. Hey, shove off, we don't need. If I team up with you, that means I'll be part of the spotlight team that everyone's keeping their eyes on. That means more potential investors will have a chance to see my beautiful babies, which means this is the best way for me to get recruited. Wait, babies. Itsuka blinked, bewildered by the sudden turn that the conversation had taken. Exactly. The support course builds inventions designed to help heroes deal with their quirks and enhance their skills, so we're allowed to bring our inventions into the festival with us. Haha, I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me, so I'm sure that you'll find one you like in my arsenal. Ooh, I see that one's caught your eye. The support student squealed, lunging for one of the babies that she had packed in her suitcase. Is that a jetpack? Sakino asked, his bright blue eyes suddenly taking on a calculating gleam as he bent over the invention. Why, yes it is. I designed it based on the gear of a certain hero. It's perfect. Sakino suddenly grinned, glancing between Itsuka and Tetsu. What else do you have? I'm starting to get the inklings of a plan. Holy crap, I can't believe that worked. Itsuka groaned, shaking out her arms as Sakino climbed down from Tetsu's shoulders, the two of them still clutching the final headbands that had pushed them into the top 4 teams in their hands. I still can't believe you managed to snag that last headband while I went for the 10 million, her friend laughed. Honestly, neither can I. Guys, we're in the finals. Tetsu whooped exuberantly, tackling his 2 best friends to the ground in his enthusiasm. Sakino and Itsuka could only laugh. It was probably heavily fueled by exhaustion and adrenaline, but who could blame them? They'd done it. They'd made it to the final tournament. It was a pleasure working with you. 10 million, Hatsume grinned, packing up the last of her gear. If you ever need a support item, you know where to find me. Itsuka could only laugh as the pink-haired girl skipped away, her grin wide and eager. She's an odd one, but her inventions did save our butts more than once back there. No kidding. That jetpack is the only reason we managed to avoid Honanuki-kun in those first few minutes. Not to mention her wire arrow thing and the jet boots. We really needed the mobility help with everyone coming after us like that. Yeah, you know, in a weird way I'm grateful to Monoma for distracting Bakugo-san the way he did. I don't think we could have taken both him and Todoroki-san. That was so cool how you snagged him with that net gun, though. The look on that ice kid's face, he was so shocked. Tetsu laughed. Well, it helped once I realized that he could only use ice from his right side. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it made him easier to dodge once I knew to stay on his left. It's probably why he had Shiozaki and that electric kid on his team, to defend when he couldn't. Yeah, that combined with that 1A kid's super move. Didn't go so well for us. Didn't do much at the end, though. Tetsu grinned fiercely. Once their horse couldn't move, they were sitting ducks. Still, I missed the 10 million. If Kendo hadn't managed to grab that last headband, we wouldn't have moved on to the next round. It's a pity that Monoma Jerk is in, too, Itsuka's side, but they needed 16 people to complete the roster for the next round. Who would have guessed that one of the top 4 teams would be a team of 2? Yeah, Dark Shadow and Zero Gravity, right. That was a really cool move they pulled, though, combining their quirks to fly. It's little wonder they made second place. The 3 of them continued to chat on their way to the cafeteria, enjoying the time to relax as they ate. Several people came up to congratulate them as they did. It was odd to see how many of them came up specifically to congratulate Sakino. It was even more odd to see how many of them specifically ignored Sakino. Looks like I still have to prove myself, Sakino sighed, picking at the remnants of his rice as yet another general studies student walked away sneering while Tetsu screamed at their back. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, Itsuka countered firmly. You've already earned your right to be here. If they can't see it, then they're the ones with something to prove, not you. Thanks, Kendo. So anyway, who all does that put on the bracket? Tetsu asked, still huffing. Well, the top 4 teams were Todoroki-san, Bakugo-san, Ms. Zero Gravity, and us, followed by Monoma. So we have Todoroki-san, that electric guy, Mr. Engines, and Shiozaki-kun from their team, Bakugo-san, your twin. He is nothing like me. Mr. Tape Arms, and the pink girl from second place, Ms. Zero Gravity and Mr. Dark Shadow from third place, all of us from fourth, and then they pulled Monoma and that French kid from fifth place. I still feel kinda bad for the other general studies kid that was on their team. It was obvious that he wanted to be in the final round, but his teammates just kinda brushed past him. Itsuka sighed, bringing her cup to her mouth. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't malicious, at least in the case of the Class 1A kid. He was just a little overeager. Well, we'll see how it goes in the tournament. Do you know how they organize the brackets? I'm pretty sure it's just random selection. So that could go either really well, or really badly for us. We'll find out soon enough. About 10 minutes before their lunch break ended, President Mike called all of the continuing competitors back to the arena. Alright everyone, come up and draw lots to see who you're up against. Midnight Sensei called from the front of the stage, then you have the option of joining in the recreational games available before we start. Participation is not mandatory, but if any of you just want to blow off some steam before getting into the real battles, you're welcome to do so. I'll start with the first place team. Seriously, how does this keep happening? Tetsu howled when he saw his name appear next to Kirishima Eijiru's. Itsuka snickered at him, but continued to search curiously for her opponent. Ashido, she frowned. Who was that again? That'd be me, squealed a voice from beside Tetsu's twin nemesis, and Itsuka turned to see the pink-skinned girl from Bakugo's team, the one with the acid quirk. I can't wait to melt your butt, she winked, beaming, but it didn't feel arrogant, nor malicious. Yeah, if I don't pound yours first, the strawberry-haired girl smirked, extending a hand to shake, which Ashido promptly met with a laugh and a fist bump. I think we're gonna get along great. Who are you up against, Sakino? Kaminari, he replied absently, searching the crowd as he tried to remember who his opponent was. Ah, that'd be that guy, Ashido declared helpfully, thrusting a finger towards the blonde kid with the electric quirk chatting eagerly with the guy with shaggy black hair and oversized elbows. Oof, Itsuka frowned. You think you can beat him? That depends. On what? On whether or not he takes me seriously, Sakino shrugged. Ashido-san, right. That's me. Do you know who Uraraka is? That'd be her. The pinkett replied cheerfully, pointing to another girl with a brown bob. She'd been the one with the anti-gravity quirk, right? Why do you ask? Ashido asked, quirking an eyebrow at him, her golden eyes alight as though hoping for good gossip. Actually, that's probably exactly what she was hoping for. There was a gossip in every class. Oh, just because if we both win, I'm up against her next, Sakino explained, nodding towards the bracket in question. I guess that means I'm gonna have to watch her match before I head down to the prep room. Ah, I guess that makes sense, Ashido acknowledged, nodding. Well anyways, I'll see you in the arena, Kendo. The break seemed to fly by. Itsuka decided not to participate in the side games since she needed to preserve her stamina for the tournament, but it was really fun to watch Tsunotori grab Monoma's arm and drag him to the stage when she needed to find a perverse person for the scavenger hunt, ignoring all his attempts to insist that she must have misunderstood the word and insult her foreign background. Before they knew it, Itsuka and her two friends were making their way into the stands, ready to cheer Shiozaki on. Itsuka noticed that Sakino had brought his cloth-wrapped support item with him, but when she glanced questioningly at him, he just smiled and shook his head. All right sports fans, are you ready? Present mic howled over the PA system, echoing the tensely excited mood. Quiet down. You're giving me a headache, a second voice droned. The grumpy teacher from Class 1A, right? Itsuka had almost forgotten that he was commentating, too. Our competitors are all on their own now. Sometimes, heroes only have themselves to rely on. Heart, wisdom, strength, courage. Our students will have to use all of these things to rise to the top. All right, everyone, let's cut to the good stuff and not delay these finals any longer. Welcome our first fighters. Even beautiful flowers of thorns. It's the assassin from Class 1B, Shiozaki Ibara, versus who I'm personally rooting for. Quit showing favoritism, Mike. From Class 1A, it's Uraraka Ochako. Excuse me, Shiozaki called cautiously, I'm not sure why you called me an assassin. I've come to the festival in search of victory, not to take my opponent's life. That wouldn't be in line with the values of a hero at all, sir. Shiozaki, you're taking this way too literally, Itsuka groaned as present Mike apologized. Uraraka didn't seem bothered by the interruption, though. She just took the extra time to size up her opponent, her eyes narrowed in concentration. First match. Ready. Begin. Uraraka instantly charged forward, keeping her center of gravity low to the ground, rapidly closing the distance between herself and Shiozaki. After a moment of surprise at the aggressive maneuver, Shiozaki turned away, allowing her vines a chance to thrust themselves into the ground, creating a shield that continued to burrow underground, cracking the cement and rushing towards her opponent. Uraraka, for her part, leapt away from the path of the vines, continuing inexorably forward as she snatched some of the broken rubble from the ground, a faint pink light flickering around her fingers as she went. She threw those pieces of rubble towards Shiozaki, forcing the other girl to dodge out of the way, remaining behind her shield and sending more vines in Uraraka's direction, which she continued to dodge, grabbing bigger pieces of cement as they continued to break from the ground to use as projectiles. She's keeping Shiozaki-kun blind while closing the distance, Sakino realized. Why would she do that? Tetsu asked in between screaming encouragement to their classmate. Her quirk is touch-based, Itsuka murmured, but Shiozaki's is more long-range. Exactly. That's why she has to keep her from realizing how close she's gotten, Sakino nodded. So what? Shiozaki can just trap her in the vines once she gets close. She's gotta have some kind of plan, Itsuka muttered. Nobody who fights like this wouldn't. Guess we'll just have to wait and find. A crowd-wide scream of excitement cut her friend off as Uraraka suddenly leapt forward with unusual speed, rapidly closing the distance between herself and Shiozaki and landing a surprisingly powerful punch to the side of their classmate's head, dazing her. Without missing a beat, Uraraka seized Shiozaki by the arm, braced herself against the vines, and flung her towards the edge of the ring where, Itsuka only now noticed, the brunette had slowly been driving her with her relentless charges. Shiozaki has been thrown out of bounds. Uraraka wins. Screams of excitement and at least in Tetsu's case disappointment ran throughout the stadium. Sakino quietly excused himself to run down to the entrance of the arena while Uraraka straightened up, looking slightly pale in the face even as she hurried to where Shiozaki was still quite literally hovering in the out-of-bounds area. "Here, let me help," she called, reaching a hand towards their classmate. After a moment of surprise, the slightly dazed girl extended a tendril of vines towards Uraraka, allowing the shorter girl to pull her a more reasonable distance to the ground before releasing her quirk. Itsuka couldn't hear the rest of their conversation, but it was at least clear that Shiozaki was not in the best shape. Uraraka ended up helping her limp to Recovery Girl's office while Smintas-sensei stepped forward to fix the ring. Moving on to the second match of the first round, on one side of the field we have Sakino Edo, the first quirkless student in the hero course in the history of UA and the Dark Horse frontrunner of the first two events, versus another electric hero in the making, Kaminari Denki. The crowd went nuts as Itsuka's dark-haired friend stepped out of the tunnel. She knew that it was in part due to the controversy. Sakino had done extremely well in the first two rounds of the festival, but now this was a one-on-one fight. He had no one to hide behind, no one to help him, no unexpected circumstances to use to his advantage. It was just him, his opponent, and the cane that he'd apparently brought as his support item. "What do you think it is?" Tetsu asked softly for him, at least as the countdown began. "Dunno. It's too short to be a quarterstaff. Guess we'll find out." "Ready," Midnight Sensei called, raising her whip. "Begin." Electricity immediately began to build around the grinning Kaminari. "Look man, I respect you for getting this far," he smirked, "but I'ma have to end this quick." Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Sakino was already moving, seizing the end of his cane with his other hand and yanking it off to reveal a long strip of gleaming metal. "Holy shit, is that a sword?" Kaminari released his attack at the same moment that Sakino slammed his sword point first into the ground. "What the hell is he thinking?" Tetsu cried, gripping the edge of the balcony as he leaned closer. "He's using the sword as a grounding rod," Itsuka realized as the electricity started to dissipate, revealing a panting but still conscious Sakino and a dazed Kaminari, grinning foolishly and presenting the world with a double thumbs up. Sakino rushed forward, switching his grip on his sword and slamming the hilt into Kaminari's stomach, causing him to double over with a muffled cry of pain, stumbling towards the out-of-bounds line. At that, Itsuka's friend dropped his sword completely, seized the S-arm, and flipped him out of the ring. The buzzer went off and Midnight Sensei's voice announced the completion of the round. Itsuka whooped with delight. The entire bout was over in less than 2 minutes. Sakino walked back onto the field to collect his support item, sheathing it in the polished wooden cane before flashing a beaming smile up at her and Tetsu. They waved back, grinning, then settled back to watch the next match-up head towards the stage while Present Mike screamed about how it had been decided in an instant. A match to 1A and now a match to 1B. Curious about how Class 1A might be handling the loss, Itsuka peeked over the wall dividing their two classes. Most of the class was chattering cheerfully, apparently unbothered by the blonde kid's defeat. A few were even laughing about it, namely that black-haired kid he'd been talking to before the fight in Kirishima, who was seated next to him. The only person who really seemed bothered was a purple-haired girl with her face pressed into her hands. "Damn it, Pikachu," she mumbled, glaring as the boy was placed on a stretcher and carried off the field. "I told you not to underestimate him. That was just embarrassing." "Serves the idiot right," Bakugo snorted on her other side, smirking openly. "Ah, did I miss it?" A disappointed voice called as Uraraka appeared at the top of the stairs. "Unfortunately, yes," a dark-haired boy in glasses replied. "It was quite an impressive match. Sakino, the quirkless student, apparently fights using a sword. With a significant degree of skill, I might add. You're gonna have to watch out for that when you fight him," a purple-haired kid next to him hummed thoughtfully. Itsuka didn't remember seeing him in the obstacle course, so he must have been one of the students that dropped out. Itsuka wondered what his quirk might be as she sat back down next to Tetsu. "We're gonna charge right along to the third match. Let's hope that gaudy belt suits some sort of purpose. It's Aoyama Yuga from the hero course versus a fully equipped gadget dynamo. The support course's Hatsume Mei. Hatsume entered the pitch covered from head to toe in gleaming silver support gear, even beyond the supplies that she'd shown Itsuka and the rest of their team for the cavalry battle. From the other side came the 1A kid with the wavy blonde hair and gaudy belt. It seemed to be some sort of support item, so Itsuka was curious to see how their gear matched up. As it turned out, very poorly. Not that Aoyama seemed to care. "This is just embarrassing," Tetsu growled next to her, his fists clenching. He looked slightly green in irritation. Itsuka just stared, a mixture of hysterical amusement and overwhelming embarrassment churning in her stomach as she watched Aoyama twirl in the center of the stage, firing off lasers at Hatsume's delighted command and allowing her to show off the evasion capabilities of her hydraulic bracers. The strawberry-haired girl didn't have the faintest idea how her former teammate had managed to create some kind of gear capable of remotely hacking into the PA system, but she couldn't deny that she was mildly impressed, even if this really wasn't the time nor the place to be advertising herself to this degree. A glance around the stadium suggested that most if not all of the pro heroes agreed with her, although the areas of the stands reserved for support companies were buzzing more than ever. Suddenly, "I'm kind of glad the festival isn't broadcasted this year," Sakino admitted next to her, where he'd returned a few minutes into the fight. Honestly, that had been a welcome distraction from the match, while everyone inundated him with questions about his sword skills and how long he'd been training and why hadn't he mentioned it before and how he'd gotten the administration to let him bring something so dangerous as his support item. He'd just smiled and said he would explain later. "Why's that?" "Because Kira doesn't need any more ideas." Itsuka snorted at that. "She built your dad's motorcycle basically from scratch, right?" "Yep. And she's been spending the last few weeks designing me a pair of Eskrima sticks with built-in tasers." "How old is she again?" 9. "Ugh. It's been 7 minutes already." Tetsu groused. "When can this end so that I can go punch that red-haired bastard across the arena?" "How do you think 1A's handling their fellow classmate acting like this?" Sakino wondered out loud. Itsuka glanced towards the divider. She couldn't deny that she was curious. And anyway, she wasn't sure how much longer she could just watch Aoyama making a fool of himself. So she stood up, peeking curiously over the barrier. The first thing that she saw was Kaminari burying his face into his hands, looking about fit to die of embarrassment. Of all the people who could wind up in some kind of support gear commercial, why did it have to be the one guy in the hero course that would just go with it? And why does the guy have to be in our class? Like you have any room to talk. Drooly. Bakugo rolled his eyes, but judging by the occasional sparks bursting from his hands, he was about ready to murder their classmate himself. "Hey, that's not fair. That quirkless kid was tough." "He's not saying that 'cause the quirkless kid beat you," Kirishima smirked on Bakugo's other side. "He's saying that 'cause you didn't put up much of a fight." "Ugh. Okay, I get it. I acted like an idiot. Can we please move on now?" Kaminari groaned. "Sure, man, for now." Itsuka snickered as the group continued to bicker, sometimes playfully and sometimes with a little more heat, then turned her attention to some of the other little cliques in the class. "You know, in some ways, it's not a bad strategy," Uraraka was saying thoughtfully. "It does showcase Aoyama's ability to improvise in an unusual situation, and he's still able to show off the range and power of his quirk." "I suppose that is true," the glasses boy mused, his hands chopping at the air around them, "in which case I suppose I must commend Aoyama on making the best of such an unfortunate situation." A triangle-headed boy next to her began gesticulating rapidly, his head cocked slightly to one side. "He wants to know if you think they planned it from the start," the indigo-haired boy with them translated in a weary voice. "I doubt it," Uraraka snorted, "but Hatsume's certainly taking full advantage of Aoyama's attention-seeking tendency." Thankfully, the match ended not long after that, when Hatsume finished her little commercial and stepped out of the ring, ostensibly forfeiting to Aoyama. "Freaking finally," Tetsu growled. Getting to his feet, he had been about ready to blow a fuse in frustration. "I'll see you guys after I beat this next bastard." "Good luck," Tuskino called cheerfully, waving as he headed towards the arena. The fourth match includes two completely redundant quirks. On one hand we have the passionate, manly fighter made of steel. Class 1B's Tetsu versus a passionate, manly fighter made of rock. Give it up for Class 1A's Kirishima Eijiro. Sakino snorted. Even their intros are the same. I'll bet Tetsu's pissed. Itsuka just cheered their friend on. The identical twin trope continued throughout their fight. Kirishima and Tetsu matched each other blow for blow, howling in frustration when neither of them could seem to gain the upper hand. Neither of them were much for using their feet, instead opting for a literal full-on fist fight, trading uppercuts, hooks, and jabs in equal measure. Heck, they even dodged or failed to dodge strikes in practically the same way. So, it wasn't really a surprise to anyone when it turned out that the two brawlers also had the exact same amount of stamina. It's a draw. Midnight Sensei called as both boys collapsed at the same time, obviously unconscious. When Kirishima and Tetsu awaken, we will have a neutral contest to determine who will move on to the next round. Perhaps arm wrestling. Whatever the logistics turned out to be, it was obvious as the students were carried off the field that both Kirishima and Tetsu had made a good impression on everyone, both with their passion and their tenacity. Itsuka chuckled as she heard the pros chattering about it, rising to her feet. I think I'm gonna check on Tetsu. You coming? She asked Sakino as she stretched, but the boy shook his head. Next match is Bakugo-san. I wanna see his fight. That's fair. Take notes for us, okay? You bet. Itsuka waved as she made her way out of the stands, skirting past Shiozaki, who had just made it back. The vine-haired girl smiled briefly at her questioning look, her expression unruffled and content. Itsuka grinned briefly in turn and hurried on her way. She was glad that Uraraka had taken the time to help her classmate out a bit, it really was considerate of her. She would have gone herself, but she hadn't wanted to risk missing Sakino's match. But now the next two matches were composed entirely of 1A kids, so she could take a quick break to check on Tetsu. Oh, Kendo, right. Itsuka glanced back, a little bit surprised, towards the pink-skinned girl skipping down the hall towards her. Oh, hey, it's Ashido, isn't it? That's me. She grinned brightly, falling into step beside her. Going to see your buddy, too. Yeah, the strawberry-haired girl smiled in turn. Don't you want to watch your friend's match, though? I already know how it's gonna end, Ashido shrugged. Ciro's gonna put up a good fight, but Blasty did promise to cream him, so that's what's gonna happen. And anyway, Kiri and I have a pact. Us Horn Buddies have to stick together, you know. Horn Buddies. Long story, Ashido laughed, pulling open the door marked Infirmary, but basically, it's my job to remind him when he's being a hard-headed idiot. Itsuka snorted, but quickly bit the sound off as she heard Recovery Girl grumbling not quite under her breath as the two of them entered. Damn kids pushing themselves too hard and ripping themselves to shreds, she muttered in her scratchy voice, the sound complemented by the too forceful scratching of her pen on the report she was writing. Is this a good time? Itsuka asked cautiously, exchanging glances with her new friend. Yes, it's fine, just keep your voices down. There are people recovering, the irritable doctor sighed, waving for them to proceed. Itsuka nodded her thanks, then slipped further in to claim a chair next to Tetsu, while Ashido plopped down directly on the edge of Kirishima's bed. They were still definitely unconscious, so the strawberry-haired girl took a moment to glance towards the video screen displaying the tournament. The video had been muted, but it appeared that there were still closed captions, declaring, at the expense of some really creepy-looking elbows. From the hero course, it's Ciro Honta versus the hotshot with the determined face. From the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki. It's kinda weird to look at the words without hearing Present Mike Sensei's voice, right? Ashido frowned, and Itsuka nodded. Seems like there should at least be a few exclamation points here and there. Anyway, what exactly are your friend's quirks again? Oh, Ciro can shoot tape out of his elbows and Blasty has explody sweat that he can blow up whenever he wants, the other girl grinned. It oughta be quite a show. The fight was just getting underway, Ciro trying a preemptive attack with his tape and Bakugo managing an impressive dodge with a well-timed explosion, when Tetsu's low groan, soon mimicked by Kirishima's, pulled them both away from the television. Her friend's dark eyes met her turquoise ones in a little bit of a daze, blinking through a concussion as he tried to focus on anything in particular. Kendo, he mumbled blearily. Itsuka grinned at him, tuning out a similarly opened conversation between Kirishima and Ishido. That's me. Did I win? Not quite, but Midnight Sensei called it a tie, so you'll have another shot. Damn it, her friend grumbled, reaching up to his bruised face. I wanted to beat that guy. And my head hurts. As well it should, Recovery Girl scolded, glowering at him and Kirishima alike. You're both covered in bruises, you both have concussions, you literally knocked each other out. Honestly, if you're going to rely on your fists to fight, then you need to at least learn how to dodge. I don't care if both of you have hardening quirks, that can't always protect you from injury, understand? Yes ma'am, Tetsu and Kirishima mumbled in sullen unison. Recovery Girl huffed and pecked them both on the cheek. Just get some rest. Whenever the two of you wake back up, you can head to the stands until you're called down for your tiebreaker. Ishido and Itsuka both snickered as their respective best friends conked out seconds later, both snoring softly. Well, I guess they both deserved that, the Pinkett snickered, glancing up towards the screen. She promptly winced a moment later. Yeah, I coulda seen that coming, she muttered. Itsuka followed her gaze, eyes widening at the sight of a body getting flung across the pitch, trailing a plume of black smoke. Zero, the body in question, did his best to correct his trajectory with his tape, but Bakugo had seen the move coming, using another set of rapid explosions to propel himself forward and disintegrate the lifeline before his opponent could complete the movement. Zero seemed to squawk, open-mouthed as he made another desperate bid to stay in bounds, but suddenly Bakugo was in front of him, flying through the air and roundhouse kicking him into the stands. Ouch, Itsuka offered, wincing as the blonde boy was announced as the winner. And there's another one that I'm going to have to drag down here, Recovery Girl groaned, echoing her thoughts. Ah, he'll be fine, Ishido waved their concern away. Bakugo would never hit hard enough to actually hurt anybody. Itsuka hummed. Somehow she doubted that, but whatever. Anyway, the next two fighters are from your class too, right? Iida and Todoroki, Ishido nodded. The ice guy. Yep, her companion replied, popping the P. My money's on Todoroki on this one. The guy's a powerhouse. Iida's fast, and he's a decent fighter, but nobody can quite match Todoroki. Cept for maybe Blasty. Maybe. I'd bet on Bakugo over Todoroki any day. Zero. Ishido squealed, running over to the stretcher, entering the room, and in spite of his low groan of pain and Recovery Girl's hiss that the boy likely had a broken rib or two, throwing her arms around the decidedly lurpy-looking boy, propping himself up on it. They sure got you down here fast, Itsuka commented. It's only been, like, 2 minutes. Huh, oh, I'll bet it's just the TV lag, Zero grimaced as he was helped to a cot. The match actually ended a good 5 minutes ago. Huh, in that case, your classmates will probably be starting in just a minute here. Anyway, that was a good fight. Pretty, though. It's fine. It's just Bakugo's way of showing respect, you know. He goes all out 'cause he knows we can handle it. Exactly, Ishido cheered. Oh look, Iida, that does sound like something he would do. You know, from what little I've seen of him. He's the kid with engines in his legs, the screen soon announced as the tall boy with glasses and dark hair stepped into the ring following its reconstruction. Iida Tenya from the hero course. Versus an early frontrunner in the competition who's way too strong for his own good. Someone who rightfully got into the hero course based on recommendations. It's Todoroki Shoto. Does that kid just have a really bad case of resting bitch face syndrome, or? Itsuka began, only to be cut off by a rumbling boom and crack. That shook the entire stadium. Are we having an earthquake? Recovery Girl squawked, eyes wide. That would be the same direction the strawberry-haired girl's mind went, except for the fact that the world went still just as quickly as it had started shaking. Okay, what was that? Ishido asked with wide, black and gold eyes. Holy shit, was the only verbal response Zero, or anyone else, gave as he pointed wordlessly to the TV screen, which had just caught up with the events outside. The entire arena had been transformed into a veritable glacier, extending from Todoroki's right leg and rapidly expanding outwards, trapping a shocked Iida in the middle of it. Shortly thereafter, Todoroki was declared the winner and the boy stepped forward to melt his opponent out of the icy prison. Shit, Shiro hissed again, looking as though he was seriously rethinking the odds for his Todoroki vs. Bakugo bet. I knew that Todoroki was strong, but I thought Iida would be fast enough to outrun him. I didn't expect that. I suppose it might have been a calculated gesture, Itsuka managed weakly. You know, taking Iida's speed into account and preemptively stopping him in his tracks. Good thought, but this feels a little overkill even for him, Ashido squeaked back. Well, I guess it's already our turn to head to the stadium, then. Yeah, I guess, her opponent nodded, her bright pink cheeks unusually pale, eyes still fixated on the screen. Then, in a softer voice, Jesus, Todoroki, what is your deal? Let's hope we don't have to find out, considering he's up against Bakugo next. Ah geez, the other girl winced, following her out the door. I'm not sure which of them would be worse to fight, actually. The pissy guy that can turn you into an ice cube or the pissy guy that can blast you into oblivion. The two of them split up a short while later, and before she knew it Itsuka was waiting to head to the pitch, tuning out Present Mike's excited commentary while she focused on calming her breathing and heartbeat. By the time she was given her cue, the hero in training was as ready as she'd ever be. Up next, we have the mistress of martial arts, it's Kendo Itsuka from Class 1B. Versus is there some sort of purpose for those things sticking out of her head, from Class 1A, Ashido Mina. The crowd roared around them, but it didn't matter. Itsuka was preparing for battle. Everything extraneous to that plain fact simply melted away. On the other end of the arena, Ashido was bouncing lightly from one foot to the other, her golden eyes bright and energetic, but not unfocused. The Pinkett might be a little ADHD, but she was not incompetent. The moment Midnight Sensei called for them to start, Itsuka rushed forward, eyes fixated on her opponent. Ashido set off almost immediately as well, but something was a little off. Her pink-skinned opponent wasn't running. She was skating, acid pouring from the soles of her shoes and melting portions of the concrete to increase her speed and mobility. That might be a problem. She needed to gauge the other girl's capabilities before she could risk showing her hand. Literally. The moment Ashido was in range, Itsuka's fist shot forward. She didn't expand it, not yet, but she needed to see how her opponent would react. Ashido instantly dropped below the girl's attack, spinning on her stream of acid to whirl behind her. On instinct, Itsuka threw herself into a forward somersault, darting out of the acid user's attack radius and rolling neatly to her feet. She knew that she had made the right call when she pivoted back towards her opponent, sliding into a stance just in time to see Ashido's legs sweeping back under her, as smoothly as though she were dancing. If Itsuka hadn't moved when she did, her legs most definitely would have been knocked right out from under her. Hey, you're pretty good, Ashido called cheerfully, bouncing on the balls of her feet once again. You're not so bad yourself, the strawberry-haired girl called back, smiling to herself. Ready for round 2. Are you? Ashido grinned even as she darted forward again, zipping in on her acid and mimicking Itsuka's own earlier jab, aiming for her throat. The martial artist quickly deflected the strike, biting back a hiss as a sharp pain flashed across the back of her wrist. She darted back, glancing downward to assess the damage, and saw that her skin had grown red and inflamed where it had made contact with the other girl's. So she didn't just secrete acid from her feet, and she could change its composition depending on where it was being produced from. If she had used the same kind of acid on Itsuka's skin as she had on the concrete, it probably would have eaten all the way through to the bone. Either way, the Pinkett was coming at her again, golden eyes gleaming and grin turning fierce and determined as she aimed a beeper punch towards Itsuka's ribs. A quick strike with her palm deflected that hit, too, but it also turned her palm the same shade of inflamed red as her wrist. Itsuka grit her teeth against the pain. She needed a way to end this quickly. The strawberry-haired girl skipped backwards, trying to force some distance between herself and her opponent, but Ashido wasn't keen on letting her give herself room, using her skating technique to weaken the concrete and zip forward once more. Weaken the concrete. Time to capitalize on the element of surprise. The next punch she threw, Itsuka expanded her fist. Ashido yelped in shock, trying to spin away but still catching the hit on her shoulder, sending her stumbling, her stance momentarily broken. Itsuka's eyes widened slightly at that. Her opponent obviously didn't have as much formal martial arts training, so she wasn't able to recover as quickly as Itsuka could from unexpected attacks. That meant this plan of hers might just work. Clasping her hands together, the young martial artist expanded both hands and brought them down with a snarl and a grunt on the weakened patches of ground that Ashido had created, shattering the concrete into jagged pieces of stone. She seized the closest one, wrenching it from her ground and gritting her teeth against the pain as it scraped across the irritated skin of her hand and flinging it towards Ashido, not unlike Uraraka had done in her fight against Shiozaki. Again, Ashido yelped, waving a hand towards the basketball-sized chunk of concrete and flinging a film of acid towards it in the process even as she darted back. The acid wasn't quite enough to fully melt the chunk of rock, but it did reduce it in size, as well as slow its momentum so that the Pinkett had an easier time dodging it. Of course, by that time, Itsuka had managed to gather up several more chunks of rock, one hand to hold them and the other to throw to fling at her while sprinting forward. Quite suddenly their roles were reversed, Itsuka attacking in a relentless barrage while her opponent was being forced back, but her speed made it difficult to corner the other girl. As much as she tried to force Ashido towards the out-of-bounds line, the acid user always managed to pirouette her way out of a corner, moving back towards the center of the pitch where she had plenty of room to maneuver. It was frustrating, but Itsuka did her best to push that frustration away. This was no time to get emotional. Eventually, the young martial artist ran out of rocks. She quickly moved to smash the concrete once again. Most of the surface had been affected by Ashido's acid at this point, but it seemed this had been the exact moment that the Pinkett was waiting for, because suddenly a puddle of acid hit the ground right next to Itsuka's shoes, forcing her to stumble back, the edge of the material hissing as it burned away. Ashido didn't let up on her attack, skating forward and sending wave after wave of acid splashing towards Itsuka's feet, but keeping enough distance that she couldn't be reached even if she did enlarge her hands. Before she knew it, Itsuka had been forced to the edge of the arena, surrounded on all sides by mushy, acid concrete with the soles of her shoes starting to fall off from the constant splatters of acid eating away at them. The strawberry-haired girl gasped when Ashido was suddenly in front of her, sliding instinctively into a fighting stance and in the process stepping into a puddle of some of the more potent acid at the same time. Her cry of pain was cut off by Ashido's uppercut, which sent her flying out of the ring, landing hard on her back and knocking the wind out of her. Still, she felt herself gasping, desperately fighting to draw attention to her alarm as she kicked weakly at her damaged shoe and the cold burning sensation beginning to reach her foot. Ah, shit, a voice hissed hurriedly, and Itsuka suddenly became aware of a pair of hands seizing her pant leg and the heel of her shoe and ripping it off along with her sock, flinging the both of them away. Midnight Sensei, does anybody have a water bottle, or a water quirk or something? Also, we're gonna need a stretcher, she shouldn't walk on this. Itsuka couldn't hear a response. She was too busy focusing on calming herself down so that she would be able to breathe. Still, she sighed in relief when she felt something cool trickling over her foot, leaning her head back as she managed to take her first breath. Then another, and another. Probably get her hands, too. That was some quick thinking, kid, someone was saying when she was a little bit more aware of her surroundings, but you do need to be a little more cautious with a quirk like yours. You could cause a lot of damage if you're not careful. Yeah, I know. I just got caught up in the moment, and, shit, I am so sorry, Kendo, that voice from earlier groaned. I didn't even think about what might happen if your shoes got destroyed, that was so stupid of me. Itsuka opened her eyes to see Ashido kneeling beside her, wringing her hands under a spray of water produced from the hand of a hero that had obviously been attending the festival, her golden black eyes wide and worried. The man's other hand was pointed towards her own left foot, and was probably the source of the refreshing coolness taking the edge off of the painful bite in that general region of her body. She vaguely recognized him as a sidekick from an agency in Shinjuku. What was his name again? It's okay, she managed, remembering that Ashido had just given her an apology. How bad is it? Not bad, the water quirk hero assured her, his sea-green eyes gentle and reassuring as he helped her sit up, taking her inflamed wrist and hand and gently pouring water over those, too. Your friend here managed to get your shoe off before the acid could bite through more than the first couple layers of your skin, then got a few people to throw her their water bottles to dump over your foot even before I got down here. The wound is nothing that Recovery Girl can't heal, although it will leave a pretty wide scar. Itsuka chuckled weakly, relieved to hear that there shouldn't be any permanent nerve damage. That's fine. What kind of battle hero would I be without a cool-looking scar or two? Ashido managed to giggle at that, looking relieved herself as she glanced towards the pair of medical robots droning towards them with a stretcher. Well, I guess I should go shower then, she said finally, rising to her feet and stepping away. I don't want anyone giving me a victory hug while I still have acid on my skin, you know. There was something sad in her voice as she said it, something dark and uncomfortable in her eyes, and suddenly Itsuka found herself wondering how many times Ashido must have accidentally hurt people to know right away that the best treatment for an acid burn was running water, and how many times she must have been judged or rejected for it. Hey, Ashido, she called after the other girl as the water hero helped her to her feet. Pressure wash, maybe. That seemed right. Yeah, her fellow hero in training replied, glancing back uncertainly, her arms slightly held out from her sides, probably to avoid accidentally burning through her clothes. That was an awesome fight. You earned that win. The Pinket's eyes seemed to widen for a moment before she smiled, the fear hovering in them draining away in an instant. You did great too, Kendo. And call me Mina. I don't like being formal with my friends. There was an invitation there, one that the strawberry-haired girl was happy to accept. Then call me Itsuka, K. Sure thing. I'll see you later, Itsuka. Mina grinned, waving with all of her old cheer before she practically skipped away. Way to be sportsmanlike, Pressure Wash smiled as she settled down on the stretcher, carefully keeping her injured foot off the ground. Well, I didn't come to UA to make enemies, you know. That's a mature way to look at it, the man laughed back. If you really are interested in being a battle hero, you might consider my boss Goliath's agency for your internship. We'd be happy to have you. I'll bear it in mind. Smentos was still repairing the ring after the damage she and Ashido did to it when Itsuka arrived at the infirmary. Both Tetsu and Sakino were waiting for her there, looking anxious and eager by turns. What did that pink-skinned bee, Tetsu, do to you? Tetsu half yelled, half screeched the moment she came into view. Keep your voice down, this is a hospital. Recovery Girl's voice snapped from inside the office. Her name is Mina and she actually saved my foot. Itsuka sighed back, accepting a hug from her other friend before the bots carried her inside. I wondered when I saw her grab your shoe, the dark-haired boy admitted, following, but you know Tetsu. The guy was beside himself. Hey, you try keeping calm after you've just heard one of your best friends almost start screaming. I did keep calm after one of my best friends started screaming. That's not the point. I said quiet. Tetsu cringed as Recovery Girl's cane beamed him over the head, the woman herself visibly fuming. Out, both of you. You have your tiebreaker in a moment, and you're the first match of the second round, so out. Out. We'll see you later, Kendo. Bye, guys. Recovery Girl released a deep sigh, leaning against the door she had just slammed shut for a moment before she hobbled back to her newest patient's side. Acid burns, correct, she mused, gently taking her injured foot and turning it back and forth to assess the damage. Itsuka winced slightly at the spike of pain that broke through the dull throbbing the limb had settled into. Yeah, Mina and Pressure Wash poured water over it and my hands the moment they got my shoe off. As far as I know, that was the only treatment they used on it. Wise of them, Recovery Girl nodded, gently lowering the limb and taking her damaged hands. Ashido was right to act quickly. If your shoe had been left on any longer, there might have been nerve damage. As it is, the scarring will extend from the end of your foot up to your ankle. Like I said before, what's a battle hero without a few scars? Don't you start getting flippant on me about injuries, young lady. I don't need any more recklessness than I already have to deal with on a daily basis, understand? Yes ma'am, Itsuka murmured meekly. Good, the aged doctor huffed. Well, A Shido and pressure wash already performed what basic first aid I would be able to do here, so I'll use my quirk on you and let you heal on your own. You'll probably doze off for a few minutes, during which time I'll wrap your injuries since they'll still be a bit tender. After you wake up, you'll be free to go back to the stands. Thank you, Sensei, Itsuka murmured as Recovery Girl pressed a key to the back of her hand. A wave of drowsiness swept through the girl as her hands and foot seemed to tingle, not unpleasantly. Deciding not to fight it, she settled back against the pillow and closed her eyes. Outtake. Hey Iida, you finally made it back. Tenya managed a weak smile as his friends all spun towards him, Uraraka sporting a sympathetic smile, Asui tilting her head towards him, Kota signing frantically, and even Shinso watching him in his own, quietly concerned way. What kept you? Asui asked softly, bringing her finger to her chin. Todoroki didn't injure you that badly, did he? No, he didn't, Tenya sighed wearily, reclaiming his seat on Uraraka's other side, but Recovery Girl Sensei sent me to Power Loader Sensei to ensure that Todoroki didn't accidentally cause any sort of damage to my engines. We've been spending that last 20 minutes or so running diagnostics. He decided not to mention that he'd also attempted to call his brother, feeling frustrated by the outcome of the match and wanting to talk it over with him. But the call had gone straight to voicemail, as it only ever did when he was on a mission and couldn't talk. Makes sense, Shinso nodded. If you're walking, I guess you're good. Yes, we couldn't find any problems. I'm cleared to continue training once we reconvene on Monday. Either way, I apologize for being unable to support our classmate for her match. Ah, no worries, Uraraka grinned briefly. Mina-kun did great. The girl from 1B was really cool, too. I've gotta ask her to teach me her moves sometime. Shinso chuckled softly at that, turning back towards the stadium as the next matchup was being called out. We know, you wouldn't shut up about it the entire match. Hey, I apologized for that already. Tenya was distracted from any further conversation when his phone suddenly began to vibrate, subsequently causing his own body to vibrate as well. Blinking in surprise, he reached into his pocket and removed the device, eyes widening as he saw his mother's name on the caller ID. Excuse me, I have to take this, he murmured, standing and moving towards the hall as he answered the call. Hello, Kassen, I'm sorry to tell you this, but, Tenya, thank goodness. Where are you? Are you all right? What? I'm absolutely fine, Kassen, I'm still at the stadium. What's wrong? It's your brother. Oni-san. A villain got Tensai. They think it was the hero killer. What? How is he doing? Where are you? I'll come right away. His life's not in danger, but they're still assessing the potential long-term repercussions of his injury. We're at Hosu General Hospital, but Tenya, please don't try to come on your own. I'm sending a car for you, but after everything, I don't want you to make yourself vulnerable. So please, be patient. I understand, Mother. I'll be waiting by the main gate. Thank you, Tenya. The car will be there soon. Just hold on. You too. I'll see you soon. The last thing Tensai wanted to be doing was sprinting among the suburbs and alleyways of Hosu City while his younger brother was participating in his first sports festival. More than anything, he wanted to be able to cheer him on. He'd even received an invitation to attend, but no, he had to be called out on a last-minute patrol because the hero killer stain was on the loose in the area. Not that he minded working, of course. He loved being able to help people, loved being able to strengthen and serve others. But why did this have to come up today of all days? Couldn't that creep take just one day off? Ingenium, any sign of him? One of his sidekick's voices crackled over his earpiece. Nothing yet, he replied, turning the corner down another tight street. I'll send out an SOS the moment I find anything. Understood. The other squads are patrolling their respective zones and will also radio for assistance if they come across him. Roger that. Remind everyone to be on high alert. We're still not sure exactly what the hero killer's quirk is. Roger. Ingenium, this is Squad A. We believe that we've spotted the hero killer headed towards your sector. Roger. Ingenium called back, catching a telephone pole and firing off one of his engines to rapidly change directions towards the sector that Squad A had been searching, simultaneously constructing a mental map of everyone's positions and availability. Squad A, head north. Squad B, check the west side. Squad A, roger. Squad B, roger. Squads E and C, start heading towards my sector and be ready to assist. Squad C, roger. Squad E, heading your way. Another street. Another set of houses blurring past. Another empty. Wait. Ingenium skid to a stop, pivoting sharply back the way he'd come and sprinting towards one of the alleys he'd just passed, igniting his engines to give himself an extra strength boost and leap off of a wall, coming at the darkened street from above in the hopes of throwing his quarry off. I've found you, hero killer, the speedster growled as he turned towards the scruffy figure crouched nearby. He had wild, dark hair, a simple mask, blood-red scarf, body armor wrapped around his torso, heavy cargo pants, dark boots, and more knives than a single person should be capable of carrying at once. Yes, you've found me, the man sneered, baring his teeth at the pro-hero, but do you really think you can face me alone when your entire agency of fools couldn't take down a single villain? Ingenium growled softly as he realized what villain the murderer was referring to. Even he would admit to still feeling a sharp sting of failure when he thought about the Bat villain incident, but he refused to allow himself to be baited. He knew better than anyone that the strength of his agency lay in its teamwork. So, of course, he began to reach for his SOS signal, ready to inform his team that he had found their quarry. But the hero killer had other plans. The speedster was forced to dodge as a series of knives flew past his face, narrowly missing the spaces in his helmet for his eyes. In those crucial moments as his focus was torn away from his opponent, he abruptly realized that he had made a critical mistake. Because Stain was standing directly in front of him. Ingenium cried out as a sharp, sudden pain blossomed under his left arm. The hero killer had stabbed into his armpit where the joint of his armor was weakest. Then the knife twisted, and Tensai couldn't quite hold back a scream, his vision momentarily blacking out and his knees buckling as the man leapt back, withdrawing the knife and causing hot blood to spray from the wound. Shit, the adrenaline was keeping him from really feeling the full extent of the injury, but the hero killer had likely ruptured his axillary artery. If he didn't get medical attention soon, then he was in severe danger of bleeding. Ah! Ingenium cried out in pain as a massive force seemed to crush down on him from all directions, both inside and out. Suddenly he was on the ground, incapable of moving, barely capable of breathing, and all the while, he could see a pool of blood continuing to expand around him. What did you? He gasped as he struggled to obtain enough air even to speak, jaw clenched against the pain. You truly are nothing but a fake hero, trying to call for help when you should be able to face your enemies head-on, Stain intoned coldly, stepping forward and drawing a katana from his back. I will purge you and your kind from this world. Wait, I don't want to die. May your sacrifice make a stronger society, Stain's voice sneered. Tenya, a sound, almost like a roar, suddenly echoed down the alleyway, and Tensai felt, rather than saw, Stain's head snap up in the movement as the man leapt away. An instant later, there was a blaze of heat somewhere behind him and the entire alleyway lit up with a flare of bluish light. Tensai's heart leapt with a mixture of hope and complete confusion. Had one of his squads found them? But none of his sidekicks had a quirk that produced such an intense blue glow, and judging by the heat there might be some kind of flame involved which certainly didn't match any of their quirks, so who? Well, what do we have here? A quiet voice drawled at the other end of the alleyway. The downed pro-hero felt his breath hitch sharply, even though he wasn't capable of pulling in more than brief, shallow gasps. He tried to turn his head and see the newcomer, tried to warn them about Stain's ability to paralyze people. It likely had something to do with the blades, considering that he hadn't collapsed until after he'd been stabbed, but he couldn't move. In fact, every attempt to do so sent sharp pain flashing through his body. He almost blacked out, but forced himself to stay awake through little more than sheer willpower. And who the hell are you? Stain snarled back. You can call me Phoenix, the man replied, somehow managing to sound indifferent and threatening all at once, and I'm the guy who's gonna send you packing. See careful, Tensai managed to gasp. The blades. Don't worry, I know. The voice was closer than it had been, cold and calm and laser-focused on the enemy before them. The presence it was connected to positioned just behind him as though the stranger was standing protectively over his useless body. "What are you?" Another posturing fake talking big but unable to give substance to their words. "Some kind of underground hero perhaps." Stain sneered, and Tensai could see him rising from his crouch, preparing to defend or attack as the need called for it. Tensai blinked as his vision swam, nausea beginning to coil in his gut. "Shit, I'm already going into hemorrhagic shock. Nah, heroics aren't my thing. I just don't particularly like guys that beat the shit out of people to force their stupid ass ideas on them." "A vigilante then." "Vigilante. From Naruhodo. But I don't remember anyone by that name. I have nothing against your kind as a rule, but if you insist on getting in my way, then I'll have to cull you as well," Stain growled warningly. "You're welcome to try it, Stendhal. Or would you prefer Stain? Or perhaps Arbiter of Justice?" Phoenix suggested mockingly, and Stain snarled softly in response. The name Stendhal seemed familiar, but Tensai couldn't quite bring to mind where he'd heard it before. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter what you call yourself. Burnt flesh still smells the same." "Bold words, brat. Let's see if you can back them up." Stain rushed forward, katana at the ready. This time, Tensai could see the intense blue flames that burst to life, rushing outward and filling nearly the entire alleyway in order to drive the hero killer back. He heard the murderer's startled cry somewhere behind the wall of flames, then mentally jumped himself when he saw a hand enter his line of sight. It was a pale hand, worn and calloused and ironically stretched with pale red burn scars extending all the way to the tips of the fingers that were producing those vicious blue flames. "If you can still talk, I need you to tell me how to activate your comms so you can call for backup. I've called a friend, but if he doesn't make it in time, I don't think I can hold this bastard off for long on my own." Right side," Tensai gasped. There's a button, by my ear. Press twice. That's the SOS. He felt the man shift behind him, his unseen hand quickly and none too gently slipping beneath his head and lifting it so that he could reach for the button. He'd barely managed to follow Tensai's instructions before the fallen pro hero saw a shadow leaping above the wall of flames. "Look out, shit," Tensai gasped when he was seized under the arms and literally thrown backwards before another roar of flames flew from his rescuer's hands, catching Stain's leg, but unable to stop his momentum so that the vigilante was forced to leap backwards in order to dodge the murderer's blade. And, through the lightheadedness and confusion of blood loss, Tensai managed to get his first good look at Phoenix's face. He was young, probably a few years younger than Tensai himself, with black hair and piercing eyes the same shade of blue as his flames, half hidden by a black mask tied around the upper half of his face. The burn scars that the speedster had seen on the young man's hand extended up his neck and one side of his face as well. His teeth were grit in concentration as he moved and dodged Stain's attacks. He was obviously trained, judging both by his precise use of his quirk and in the fluidity of his movements, but Stain was well trained too, fast and strong and dangerous. "Ingenium. Ingenium, what's wrong? Ingenium, do you copy?" Tensai forced himself to breathe, doing everything possible not to hyperventilate. His SOS had been received, but he couldn't respond. Couldn't even help fight back. He just had to hope that his allies would reach them in. Gah! Tensai's eyes widened as he saw a sharp spray of dark blood. Stain had managed to cut Phoenix's arm. It was a shallow wound, but judging by the way that those manic red eyes seemed to light up in glee as the hero killer raised his blade towards his face, it was obviously enough. No. An invisible force suddenly threw Stain backwards, sending him slamming against the wall of the alley with a sharp cry of pain, the knife reflexively lost from his grasp. A moment later, a new set of footfalls entered the alleyway, out of Tensai's line of sight. "The hell kept you, Wraith?" Phoenix snapped, glancing backwards. "And wait, why can he still move if he's been cut?" The injured pro didn't hear a reply, but there must have been some kind of response because a moment later the first vigilante groaned and grumbled, "Is this really the time for puns? Then, I don't care if that isn't what you meant, just hurry up and cut Ingenium's armor so I can cauterize the wound. He'll bleed out if we don't do something." "Oh no, You will not be permitted to oof. Another invisible blow sent Stain flying a good 20 meters further down the alleyway. A telekinesis quirk, perhaps. Tensai didn't really have time to think about it. All that he knew was that a pair of gentle hands were suddenly gripping his shoulder and rolling him over so that he was lying on his back rather than haphazardly on his side. Still, the stranger left his face turned so that he couldn't get a very clear glimpse of him. All that he was able to make out in his unsteady peripheral vision was a skin-tight bodysuit and what looked like a black biker's helmet, albeit more sleek. Ingenium. Ingenium, if you can hear me, please respond. Tensai groaned as the person lifted his arm away from his side, gasping as he became suddenly more aware of the blood gushing from his wound. How long had it been since he was first stabbed? 2 or 3 minutes, minimum. A person could bleed out in less than 5 without medical attention. How much more time did he have? Judging by how cold his extremities felt, probably not long. He couldn't see what his current caretaker Wraith was doing, but he could see the bursts of blue light that indicated Phoenix and Stain had gone back at it at the other end of the alleyway. Then he felt a gentle curl of cool air under his arm before a tight, even painful pressure appeared under it, settled firmly against his wound. A tourniquet. That would make sense for a cut artery, but no, something seemed off. There, the pressure was off. There wasn't any pressure around his arm, just underneath. Was it the telekinesis quirk again? Mentally applying some sort of pressure to stop or at least slow down the bleeding. Yeah, that could be. Tensai twitched. Was Stain's paralysis starting to wear off? When there was a flicker of movement above him and suddenly the black-clad vigilante was rushing past him, racing down the alley to help Phoenix against Stain. The pressure never left his arm though, so, tourniquet. No, he'd already eliminated that. It was a quirk. Another round of shouting echoed down the alley, a burst of flame and a snarl of frustration, and then suddenly the pressure on Tensai's arm vanished, leaving him groaning in pain as his arm pulsed, his heart's desperate attempts to save him only serving to further push his blood out of his body. That was odd, right? Telekinesis, strong quirk, could he not reach very far? Ingenium. The edges of his vision were going dark when Tensai heard pounding footsteps and groggily lifted his head to see Phoenix crouched in front of him, his blue eyes grim. This is gonna hurt like hell, but try not to flail, got it? Ingenium blinked dazedly back at him. He tried to nod, but his body didn't seem to want to respond. Had Stain paralyzed him again? He'd thought it was wearing off. Phoenix pursed his lips and shifted so that he was pinning the pro-hero's torso down with his legs, one of his hands gripping his right arm. His free hand lit up with blue flames as he reached towards the knife wound. Tensai blinked, staring at the blue light for a few seconds before he realized what was coming and squeezed his eyes shut. Pain exploded through his arm and by extension his entire body as the fire made contact with his skin, sharpening his senses and suddenly sending him flying wide awake again. Even prepared for it as he was, the pro-hero couldn't quite suppress a scream from tearing at his throat, nor keep his body from bucking instinctively against the weight keeping him from escaping the pain. In an effort to keep still, he focused on the sensation of Phoenix's fingers pinching his wound shut before the heat seared it closed, on the tears streaming from his eyes under his helmet, on the spasming muscle in his clenched jaw, on the acrid scent of burning hair and flesh. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over, and Tensai felt himself slump with exhaustion even as he gasped desperately for breath, his lungs abruptly free of the paralysis and weight pinning them. His head swam and blackness briefly overtook his sight as he felt his body shift against his will. He was jarred back into consciousness when his back hit something solid, which he realized slowly, far too slowly, was a brick wall. Ingenium, we've almost reached your location. Hold on, sir, please hold on. The last thing he saw before the darkness rushed back in and overtook him completely was Phoenix's facial scars, stretched in a small, sad smile before the vigilante turned and sprinted away. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, voices. Loud, pain, 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 nothing. Quiet, beeping. Slow, steady, constant, peaceful. Tensai couldn't identify one moment when he regained consciousness. He was just suddenly aware where before he hadn't been. And the first thing that he became aware of was pain. His entire body, especially the left side, throbbed, aching and pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Still, it wasn't nearly as intense as he might have expected, all things considered. He must be on some really good painkillers, because there was no way he should have gotten out of being stabbed feeling this okay. Honestly, there was a significant part of him that hadn't expected to wake up at all. If Phoenix and Wraith hadn't turned up. Phoenix, Wraith. The pro-hero's eyes suddenly snapped open and he lurched, trying to sit up with the power of the spark of adrenaline that zipped through his veins as a sudden sense of panic seized hold of his chest. He groaned as a spike of pain instantly lanced across his chest, keeping him from making any headway whatsoever in that regard. Closing his eyes once again and gritting his teeth, he decided to focus on breathing, forcing air in and out of his lungs, doing all that he could not to fall into the natural instinct of hyperventilation. A hand fell on his. Tensai twitched, surprised by the unexpected touch, his dark eyes fluttering open once more. His eyes flicked to the hand on his, tracing up the arm to a slim woman with dark hair framing a thin face, the light of the sunset streaming through the window, glinting off of her thin, wire-frame glasses, and casting her simple medical mask into stark shadows. Ka. Tensai coughed harshly as the air caught in his throat, suddenly becoming aware of just how tight and dry his throat felt. He soon felt a gentle hand lifting his head, another one guiding a cup to his lips and helping him to drink. The cool water sliding down his throat was a relief. By the time it pulled away, he could swallow much more easily, not to mention it was much, much easier to focus on his mother's face. "Cassin," he murmured, smiling faintly and pressing her hand as it found its way back to his. "Tensai," she murmured, her face crumpling in relief, her other hand rising to gently brush his bangs off of his forehead before reaching over to press the "call nurse" button. "I'm so glad you're awake." Was anyone else hurt?" Tensai asked, his thoughts turning back to his two young protectors. At least, he assumed Wraith was young, he hadn't really been able to see their face. "Not that anyone knows of," his mother replied, her voice slightly muffled by her medical mask. "Your sidekicks said that they found you propped up against a wall just outside of an alleyway. When they investigated, they found a puddle of blood further inside, as well as quite a few scorch marks, but no other bodies." "I see," Tensai murmured, frowning in concentration. Hopefully, a lack of bodies was good. Hopefully, that meant Phoenix and Wraith had gotten away safely. Unfortunately, it meant that Stain probably had as well. "How long have I?" The door of the hospital room slid open, startling the both of them. For a moment, Tensai thought it might be the nurse, but then he heard a choked gasp, a clatter of metal on tile, and a cry of, "Tensai. Tenya, keep your voice down." Tensai smiled weakly and reached out his right hand, since his left was in significantly more pain. His mother excused herself briefly, stepping towards the still open doorway as Tenya rushed forward, seizing it in both of his own, tears gleaming behind his glasses. "Oh, thank God, you haven't woken up in hours." "I woke up before." Tensai blinked, glancing towards their mother for confirmation. "Not for very long, but yes, right after you were taken out of the ICU. You weren't exactly lucid," she explained, reclaiming her seat once she'd closed the door and grabbed what appeared to be a can of coffee. "Ah, that's probably what Tenya dropped when he entered the room." "Oh dear, I didn't say anything embarrassing, did I?" The elder Iida chuckled nervously and biting back a wince when even that caused his wound to twinge, glancing back towards his brother as he took a seat in the chair on his other side. The grim look in Tenya's eyes had Tensai hesitating, the amusement wiped clean off his face. "Tenya, what did I say?" Still, his little brother hesitated, glancing away from him, his grip tightening around Tensai's hand. The tears in his dark eyes seemed to grow a little bit more pronounced, his jaw clenching. "You said," he began finally, his voice breaking slightly, "you asked me to become Ingenium. You said to take the name, because you didn't know if you could carry it any longer." Tensai's eyes widened. "I said that, you did." "Oh." The three of them fell silent, Tenya and his mother gently gripping Tensai's hands, while Tensai himself was simply contemplative. "If," he began slowly, and his little brother's head snapped back around to face him, "if it comes to that, I do want you to take the name, Tenya. But Oni-san, I won't force it on you, Tensai smiled gently, and who knows? Maybe I'll make a full recovery and it'll be a moot point. But if I have to give up being Ingenium, then honestly I can't imagine anyone who would deserve the name more than you. Tenya's eyes widened, the tears beginning to slide down his cheeks. I understand, Oni-san. Just promise me that you won't give up. I promise, Tensai chuckled again, only for the sound to devolve into another round of dry coughing. The nurse entered the room as Tenya was helping him to drink some more water, her eyes widening when she saw Tensai awake, although exhausted by his coughing fit. His family reluctantly stepped away from his bedside while the nurse checked the various instruments displaying information about his heart, his blood, and so on, her expression slowly shifting from calm professionalism to a small smile. It looks like you're recovering remarkably well, all things considered, she said finally, stepping back from the bed and notating something on a clipboard. They had to perform a rather intensive surgery to insert a catheter into your arm in order to connect the severed halves of your artery and sew up the wound properly. You're lucky that we had a surgical doctor on staff today with a quirk that let him fuse the catheter to the tissue itself, rather than be forced to sew it together. However, your attacker did a lot of internal damage to your arm regardless. The musculature, tendons, and ligaments were all badly torn. I'm not sure of the doctor's opinion, but I'm willing to guess that you won't be able to return to hero work for a few months at least, Iida-san, and it's possible that you'll have to limit your activity after the fact as well. You'll certainly have to engage in physical therapy. I understand, Tensai nodded. He had expected as much. He wasn't terribly happy about it of course, but using his quirk right after his arm had sustained this level of damage would not be wise. And besides, he trusted his team to pick up the slack in his absence. You're very fortunate that someone thought to cauterize the wound, the nurse murmured, her voice taking a grim tone as she set the clipboard back on the end of his bed. These notes would indicate that you had lost nearly 30% of your blood to exsanguination by the time the ambulance managed to reach you. You were beginning to enter the early stages of hypoxia by the time they were able to give you an emergency blood transfusion. Tensai nodded again, this time a little more absently, his exhaustion beginning to take its toll on his mind. I'll have to remember to thank them, if I ever get the chance. You should try to get some rest, that will be more healing than anything at this point. Iida-san, if your son wakes up again or there appear to be any changes in his condition, call again and we'll have the doctor come take a look at him. Of course, thank you. What did you mean by that, Oni-san? Tenya asked curiously as the nurse left. You said you'd thank them, if you get the chance. Was it not someone from your agency that cauterized the wound? Tensai shook his head, letting his eyes close, his words beginning to slur here and there. Was a vigilante duo that saved me. A what? A smile twitched Tensai's mouth, although he was too tired to laugh anymore. No need to be so alarmed, Tenya, he yawned. They were pretty good, Hunsley. One of them had a blue fire quirk. Phoenix, he called himself. I think the other was telenetic. Phoenix called. I am Wraith. I suppose I will have to thank them as well, if I get the chance. Just Dawn. Scold them too much for Yusen. Their quirks with though, a license, Tensai mumbled. If Tenya responded, Tensai didn't hear him. Outtake. Phoenix stood quietly under the awning of the corner cafe nearby Hosu General Hospital, slowly sipping on a mug of coffee, his piercing blue eyes constantly roving the rooftops nearby. He knew that he was being overly cautious, coming back the day after Ingenium was attacked, but he didn't want to take any risks here. Akaguro hadn't exactly pulled punches back when he lived as the vigilante Stendhal. Phoenix couldn't count on Stain just backing off because his target was surrounded with higher security than normal. And anyway, heroes often made the mistake of relaxing just because they weren't on duty. He would know, having taken advantage of that tendency several times himself. Still, nothing happened as he finished his drink and dropped it in the trash, pulling his phone out of his pocket and checking the time. He had about an hour before he had to get back. That was enough time to walk around the perimeter, right? Phoenix kept his head down and checked to make sure his medical mask was firmly in place before beginning to make his way around the edge of the hospital, occasionally glancing skyward in case of dark shapes jumping over the rooftops. He got around to the front of the building about the same time a bus was pulling up to the stop just outside of the main entrance, the doors opening to permit the exit of several passengers, one of whom was a young man with dark hair, sharp eyebrows and square-shaped glasses. Just for a moment, Phoenix startled, ducking back into the shadow of the alley, convinced that Ingenium would recognize him. Then he realized that the boy before him wasn't the pro-hero. He was far too young, far too stiff. Not to mention he'd never seen Ingenium wear an expression quite like that before. As Phoenix watched the younger Iida brother head into the hospital, he quietly pulled out his phone to write a quick message to Wraith, frowning briefly at the sight of a few messages his old friend had sent him earlier. They didn't quite make sense, so he asked for clarification as well before locking the device and tucking it back into his pocket. When he had almost made it back to the compound, a TV in a nearby window gave him pause. Specifically, the vaguely familiar house with a bizarrely charred backyard. Curious, he read the headline scrolling across the bottom of the screen: Deku attacks Uehiro student. His eyes widened as the earlier message clicked. I am gonna kill him. Hey, Tetsu, Sakino, how's the prez doing? Awase-kun called, waving at the pair as they re-entered the stands. How do you think she's doing? Her foot nearly got burned off by that 1A buy. She's resting, Edo cut in swiftly. Ashido-san and Pressure Wash were able to clean her foot before any real damage could be done, so she'll be fine after Recovery Girl Sensei uses her quirk. That's good, Awase-kun smiled, obviously relieved as he settled back into his chair beside Kaibara-kun. I was concerned at the close of their fight, but it would seem Uraraka-kun is not the only student among the ranks of those in Class 1A with a kind heart, Shiozaki-kun agreed, her gleaming dark eyes reflecting a small smile. Shut up, idiots, I wanna see that blonde bastard get creamed. Kamakiri-kun yelled. Honestly, there's a part of me hoping he'll win a few fights so Sakino can beat the shit out of him, Honanuki-kun mused. Edo laughed as he and Tetsu quickly reclaimed their seats. Honestly, a part of him was hoping for that as well, but as President Mike Sensei began to announce the next match over the roar of the crowd, he knew who he was rooting for. Offense and defense in one. From the hero course, the Dark Samurai Tokiyami Fumikage. And from General Studies, the dark horse that hasn't done much to stand out yet, please welcome Mono Manito. I'ma set a stopwatch, to see how long he lasts against a real hero student, Awase-kun grinned, pulling out his phone. Edo chuckled at that. If there was one thing everyone in the first-year hero course could agree on, it was their dislike of the arrogant General Studies student. Final match of the first round. Midnight Sensei called. Ready, begin. Start, yelled Awase-kun. Are you prepared to be defeated by my superior? Dark Shadow. Oof. Stop. Winner. Tokiyami. How long was that? Rin-kun shouted, grabbing the back of Awase-kun's chair. Cackling madly, the dark-haired boy held up his phone for everyone else to see. 4.23 seconds. Oh my god, screenshot that please. Send it to the group chat, Awase. Oh hell yeah, he lasted fewer than 5 seconds. Hey, would you mind sending me that pic, too? Edo glanced up with no small amount of surprise towards the grimly satisfied smirk of a girl with purple hair poking her head up over the divider between their class and 1A. She seemed vaguely familiar, so Edo was fairly certain she was in the other class, but he couldn't recall seeing her during the festival. Why the hell not? Awase-kun laughed, too delighted by the suffering to be irritated by the interruption. The dark-haired girl's smirk widened as she gave him her number. Then she broke into a full grin when her phone pinged with a text. Perfect, thanks guys, she called, dropping back down and fumbling with her keyboard. A minute later, Edo could hear most of Class 1A breaking out in wild laughter as well, equally thrilled to see Monoma's ego taken down a peg or two. Unexpectedly, a few of them actually popped up over the divider as well to thank Awase-kun for his foresight, including his former opponent Kaminari-san and a boy with purple hair and dark bags under his eyes that he also couldn't recall seeing in the contest, but vaguely recognized from the entrance exam. Before we take a quick break to prepare for the second round of the tournament, please welcome back to the stage for their tiebreaker match, our passionate, manly fighters Kirishima Eijiro and Tetsu. Somewhere in the chaos, Tetsu must have excused himself from the class. Both boys now marched out glowering at each other, deaf to the roars of excitement ringing out from the crowd. Midnight Sensei and Smentos Sensei stood on either side of a cement block that had been raised up in the center of the stage. Rules were briefly explained by Midnight Sensei, and both Tetsu and Kirishima-san prepped for the most high-stakes arm wrestling match of the century. Begin. A screaming match instantly started in the stands, heroes and support teams howling for their favorite to win, Class 1A cheering for Kirishima-san, and Class 1B yelling encouragement to Tetsu. For a full minute, the competition looked to be gridlocked, then, seemingly without warning, Tetsu flinched. It was only the barest break in concentration, but for Kirishima-san it was apparently enough. And the winner is Kirishima. What the hell just happened? Kamakiri-kun yelled. He had him. Iron deficiency. Edo groaned as Kirishima roared in victory. He's overused his quirk. You shitting me? Since when the hell has that been a problem? Awase-kun piped up. Since forever. Why do you think Tetsu's always eating beef and shellfish at lunch? They have really high iron content. I just thought he really liked meat, Shota-kun admitted quietly. Well, that, too, Edo acknowledged, watching with interest as the redhead helped his best friend back to his feet. He couldn't hear what was being said between them over the cheering of the crowd, but it at least looked like they parted on relatively good terms. We will now take a 20-minute break before we start on the second round. Please take this time to get water or any other necessities you may need. Second round, Honanuki-kun mumbled. Do us proud, Sakino. The last member of 1B in the ring. No pressure or anything, Edo snorted even as his heart began to race. Ah, you'll define, Tokage-kun assured him, reaching over a row of seats to squeeze his shoulder. You did so well on the first match, remember? I only managed to do that well because Kaminari-san underestimated me, her classmate shrugged. Somehow I doubt that Uraraka-san will make the same mistake. It would be among the gravest of errors for us to cast aside your accomplishments up to this point, Sakino-san. We would be remiss not to acknowledge your fortitude in battle, Kuwaro-kun murmured quietly. Shishida-kun blinked at the quiet, goth boy. Then he shrugged, grinning brightly. What he said. Are strong. Will victory. Tsunotori-kun agreed eagerly, her huge eyes bright and earnest, expressing her excitement even through her garbled Japanese. She's right. Guys, stop. Edo blushed, although he couldn't hide his broad grin just the same. Are we all embarrassing Sakino? I want in. Tetsu shouted as he re-entered the stands, grinning fiercely. Tetsu, welcome back. Edo immediately called, eager to turn the spotlight to someone else for a minute. Hey dude, how'd you feel about the match? Yeah, no kidding, what a shitty ending. Actually, it wasn't so bad, Tetsu shrugged, to the shock of all present. What, Kirishima's a pretty stand-up guy. Tetsu, you literally ranted about him for 10 minutes straight at lunch. Well yeah, but it's not like it's his fault that we have similar quirks. And anyway, he's a pretty passionate fighter. Might be cool to form a team someday. Dude, that is literally the opposite of what you've been saying all day. No it isn't, you'll just dig yourself a deeper hole if you keep denying it. Would you all just back off? Edo chuckled softly at his friend's antics as he glanced at the time. The break was already halfway over. That meant he had 10 minutes before his match with Uraraka-san. Hey guys, I'm gonna head to the prep room, he called, rising to his feet. Instantly, the class's attention swung back to him. Good luck, Sakino-kun. Beat that chick, you can do it. Be victory, do your best. Will do, I'll see you all when it's over. Honestly, he hadn't expected so much support when he arrived at UA. He'd been told to give up on his dream for as long as he could remember, from classmates, teachers, bullies, and so on. He was just grateful that his family had never given up on him, his dad signing him up for gymnastics, martial arts classes, and sword fighting lessons while Kira vowed to work hard so that one day she could make all of his support gear. He'd honestly been prepared for the two of them to be the only support system he would ever have. But then he'd arrived at UA. Then he'd met Tetsu and Kendo. His other classmates were a little more wary of him. Not outwardly hostile, as he'd feared, but uncertain of what to think. Then they had their first bout of training and he'd had the chance to show his classmates what he was capable of. They had quickly warmed up to him after that. Suddenly, his support system had grown by 20 people. Then he'd overheard some of the kids from Class 1A defending him as well, even though they'd never so much as met him, and realized that it may have grown by as many as 40 people. And now, with his preparation time over, here he was, being cheered on by hundreds, no, thousands of pro heroes from across Japan. Perhaps he had more support than he'd truly realized. Alrighty then, folks, let's get back into it. Our next matchup features two incredible students that shocked us with their tactical skills in the initial competitions of the festival and the first round of the tournament. Please welcome back to the stadium Uraraka Ochako and Sakino Edo, both from the hero course. The crowd roared their approval as the two students stepped onto the pitch, Edo once again holding his sword, this time unsheathed from the start. Both of their faces were set in expressions of calm focus and determination as they assessed one another. At their core, Edo knew that they were both close-range fighters, although of the two of them, his sword gave him the longer reach. She would be wary of his blade, thus the reason why he chose to use the sword itself and not just the cane, which might give him the time he needed to force her to the edge of the ring and drive her out, but if she got her hands on him even for a moment, the match would be over. Which was why it was a good thing his sword would give him the advantage of keeping Uraraka-san at a distance, but he had already been warned and was very aware of the fact that he could cause lethal injury. Should that happen, he would be disqualified from the tournament and could potentially even be expelled from UA. He knew that, had known that from the moment he had submitted his request papers, and already knew that he could never intentionally hurt anyone in such a way, but it also meant that his tactical abilities were severely limited. Ready, begin. Edo strode towards the center of the pitch, unwilling to use up his stamina just yet. Uraraka seemed to have a similar idea, her hands held out slightly to either side as she walked forward, fingers twitching in anticipation. When they were about 7 or 8 meters apart, by some unspoken agreement, the two of them broke into a run, rushing to meet in the middle of the arena. As expected, he was able to reach her with his sword well before she could touch him with her hand. He slashed sideways, his sword a silver blur as he struck, forcing Uraraka to leap back and dodge out of the way. He quickly brought his sword back, close to his body and ready to defend instead of allowing himself to hyperextend. It was a wise strategy, considering the way that Uraraka didn't even pause to try to reevaluate the situation, simply changing direction and trying to charge in from another angle. It wasn't exactly the most elegant of approaches, but all things considered, it was likely the most effective. She needed either to touch him or to distract him enough to force him to the edge of the ring, something that he forced himself to remain keenly aware of, remembering what happened to Shiozaki and even Kendo. Once or twice, he did have to alter his tactics from preemptive defensive strikes to dodging in order to maneuver back to the center of the arena. Uraraka had excellent spatial awareness on the battlefield, manipulating her opponent's movement as subtly as she did. Meanwhile, Edo tried to focus on how he could knock his opponent out. He could only win one of 3 ways: knocking her out of the ring, keeping her from moving, or making her surrender. Uraraka had clearly taken the lead in this fight, her continuous, though one-note attacks directing their movement as a combative pair, so it would be difficult if not impossible to force her to the edge, especially if he wanted to maintain the illusion of the danger behind his sword. The only ways to immobilize her would require that he use his weapon to cause harm to the girl or to get in close and grapple her, something that he really shouldn't do, considering the threat that her quirk posed. Getting her to cry uncle would be challenging. The only way he could see that happening was by exhausting her or badly injuring her, which he really didn't want to do, and he didn't think he had the stamina to push her to that limit. He needed something quick and decisive, a blow that would end this fight in one hit. It would be a risk, but battles would always be risky for a quirkless hero. Edo suddenly switched from a defensive stance to an offensive one, nimbly darting forward and slashing towards Uraraka's head, turning his wrist so that the flat of the blade would strike her temple, hopefully giving her enough of a concussion to knock her out of the match. He saw her brown eyes grow wide before they suddenly hardened and she lunged forward. There's not enough time. Uraraka's hand seized his sleeve the same moment that his sword clanged against the back of her head, his opponent having turned her neck to avoid the strike to her temple. The girl staggered and collapsed to hands and knees even as an unfamiliar sensation rushed through Edo's entire body, making his stomach swoop like he was on a roller coaster. He heard his own voice yelp in alarm when he tried to step forward only for his feet not to make it back to the ground. He was floating, unable to take a single productive step towards his opponent, who continued to kneel at a lopsided angle, panting hard, fingers curled into fists before she unsteadily pushed herself to her feet. Uraraka stumbled slightly as she turned to face him, hands up and ready to strike if necessary, but Edo couldn't exactly attack her considering that he wasn't able to direct his own movements. He could throw his sword in a last-ditch attack, but without any modicum of control over the weapon and her likely with some level of concussion, he couldn't risk potentially seriously injuring her. Sakino-kun, can you attack Uraraka-kun as you are now? Midnight Sensei asked, drawing his attention away from his blinders and back to the stadium as a whole. No ma'am, I don't think I can, he admitted reluctantly. Sakino has been effectively immobilized. Winner, Uraraka. Oh thank goodness, Uraraka-san gasped, immediately slumping back to her knees, clutching both sides of her head with both pinkies raised as the crowd roared in delight. So loud. Uraraka-san, could you let me down now? Edo called uncertainly, still floating. Oh, right, I should let you down shouldn't I? The brunette mumbled, grimacing as she pulled her hands from her ears and pressed her fingers together, mumbling something that he didn't quite catch. Gravity instantly returned to him, leaving Edo yelping in surprise before he collapsed back to the ground, not having been quite balanced or prepared for his literal return to Earth. Uraraka-san winced. Sorry, I should've, sorry. Nah, you're fine, Edo grimaced back, rubbing his newly scraped and bruised arm. Are you okay? I'll be fine, she mumbled back, trying and failing to stagger to her feet before he managed to catch her arm. I think you have a concussion. I'm sure I'll get worse. You know, someday. Her eyes were slightly crossed as she trailed off. Edo was glad that the medical bots were on their way to collect her. Honestly, Recovery Girl would probably want him there too so that she could take a look at his arm, superficial though it was. You're really good you know, Uraraka-san mumbled as she took a shaky step towards the stretcher. You're gonna be awesome. All you guys are awesome. The brunette offered him a dazed smile. Keep being awesome, okay. He blinked at her. Okay. Edo grabbed his fallen sword and discarded sheath from the arena before trailing after her stretcher all the way to the infirmary. The poor girl was only semi-conscious most of that time, but she didn't seem too badly hurt. There was a part of him that wondered at the girl's recklessness. Had she really just been banking on the hope that he probably hadn't been about to do anything that would actually get her killed, seizing what could be her only opportunity to get a grip on him? Well, it had worked in her favor this time, but he seriously hoped that wasn't her plan for the rest of the matches, not to mention how she intended to fight against villains in some future day. Honestly, one of these days someone's going to end up killed in one of these matches, Recovery Girl was grousing as they entered the room. She immediately hopped out of her office chair, bustling over to Uraraka-san. How are you feeling, dear? She asked in a soft, almost clipped tone. Considering the girl's condition, Edo was willing to bet it was just formality. Head hurts, the brunette mumbled back eventually. Kinda sick. I don't think I used my quirk that much though. Definitely concussed, the doctor clicked her tongue. Alright, I'm going to use my quirk on you, young miss. You're going to fall asleep, but you should be up before your next match. MK, what's this? The great quirkless hero met his match. A voice sneered. Edo didn't even bother to fight back a groan, turning to where Monoma was seated on a hospital bed, his manic grin stretched from ear to ear. And to think that you were going to beat me. What about now, little hero? Do you really believe yourself capable of being a hero after such a crushing defeat? All she had to do was touch you, and at least he hit me back. Uraraka-san snapped from where she was stumbling to a different cot, her weight largely supported by Recovery Girl Sensei. And he managed to do it hard enough to give me a splitting headache, so would you shut up? Monoma choked, obviously flabbergasted. Why you don't get to talk to me like that when you're obviously too weak to properly win a fight, you. My, young Monoma, since you're obviously so well recovered from your injury, it seems that it's time for you to leave and return to the arena while I tend to my patients, Recovery Girl cut in, a rather fixed smile curling her face as Uraraka-san got herself settled. The belligerent paled at the expression. Mumbling excuses, he stood and quickly left the room, making sure to, accidentally, bump Ado in the shoulder on his way out. Little brat, Recovery Girl scowled, taking Uraraka-san's wrist and keying it lightly. True to her word, the brunette was out like a light a moment later. Ado couldn't help but smirk a little bit at the woman's commentary. Are you really allowed to talk about your students that way? I am when they talk rudely about my patients, yes, the elderly doctor snapped. Speaking of, did you need me for anything? Just a few scratches, he shrugged. I probably don't need your quirk, but I thought it would be a good idea to wash and bandage them at least. Well, at least we have one hero student this year that's concerned with his personal health, she sighed, grabbing a simple first aid kit from under her desk and beckoning for him to approach. Unfortunately, recklessness seems to be a common trait among heroes. So I've noticed, Ado winced. Well, I suppose it's not your fault that Ms. Uraraka chose to take the hit rather than dodge it, although there's a part of me that wishes you hadn't hit her so hard, came the weary sigh as the doctor took his arm, inspecting his scrapes. Then, under her breath, honestly Yagi, what did you say to the girl? Who's Yagi? Ado wondered, but didn't ask. If Recovery Girl Sensei meant to elaborate, then she would. If not, then it wasn't his business. Before long, the doctor had finished cleaning and bandaging his cuts and sent him on his way with a small handful of gummies, which he popped into his mouth as he walked back up to the stadium. He passed by a girl with long maroon pigtails and soft pink eyes along the way, humming to herself as she skipped down the hallway. He didn't recognize her, but she had a good bit of high-tech gear attached to her belt, so maybe she was a support student, like Hatsume-kun. Sakino. Ado was mobbed the moment he walked into the stands, all of his classmates jabbering at once about what awesome skills he had and several of the guys, as well as one or two of the girls complaining that he should have been declared the winner considering what state Uraraka-san had been in at the end of the match, or huffing about how rude she had been just to drop him the way she did, while Kendo grinned up at him from her seat next to Tetsu and waved for him to join them. You did really well, she praised quietly as he took his seat next to her. You should have heard all of the pros in the stands talking about your swordplay skills and lamenting what a bad matchup it was. They really wanted the chance to see how you do against someone like Tetsu, where you would have been able to go hand to hand, not to mention fight all out without the risk of hurting anyone. Well, can't be helped, Ado shrugged, setting his sword to one side. Uraraka-san was really good too, though. Without a doubt. But if that had been a straight fight where you weren't so worried about hurting her, I bet you could have won. Hey, thanks. Anyway, how's your foot? Good, thanks. The strawberry-haired girl grinned, lifting her leg so that her friend could see the simple bandages winding around her ankle and the plain slippers she was wearing over them. Recovery Girl said that the skin would probably still be a little bit sensitive for a few days, hence the bandage, but the injury's totally fine. Which reminds me, Mina asked if me and Tetsu wanted to go out for ice cream with her, Hiroshima and a few of their friends after the festival. Wanna come? Really? Ado blinked in surprise, perking up. Sure. That'd be great. Cool. Shut up guys, Hiroshima's up next. Tetsu snapped, eagerly leaning against the row of seats in front of them. My, how opinions can change. What do you think's gonna happen, Sakino? Kendo asked as the redhead stepped onto the pitch, Aoyama-san entering from the other side. Considering how similar he acts to Tetsu, I'm willing to bet he'll just tank the hits to get in close and then down Aoyama-san with a few punches. You really think it'll be that easy for him? You mean you didn't notice? The more Aoyama uses his ability, the more it seems to hurt him somehow, Ado replied, thinking back to the way the blonde boy's laser attacks had grown slower and shorter throughout his performance with Hatsume-san. Huh, Kendo mused. Guess I'll have to pay a bit more attention. The match played out essentially the way that Edo had predicted. Aoyama-san's lasers obviously hurt. They tore holes in Kirishima-san's uniform and left dark scorch marks on his hardened skin, but the redhead just grit his shark-like teeth and bore the pain, charging in with a ferocity that probably would have been terrifying to face head-on. One fierce uppercut from the redhead's hardened fist sent his opponent flying, instantly co-ed. What do you know? It all worked out as planned, Kendo grinned, leaning back comfortably as Tetsu screamed his support. Edo snorted. It's not like I strategized with Kirishima beforehand. I know, but it's still nice to see that our resident strategist hasn't lost his touch. I'm hardly the only person in the class with an eye for tactics, Kendo. Yeah, so how do you think the next match is going to turn out? Next match is Todoroki-san and Bakugo-san, right? Edo mused. Right. Todoroki-san and Bakugo-san were Class 1A's two resident powerhouses. They'd both demonstrated that in their first matches, plus they'd both been frontrunners in the first event. Not to mention both had created teams in the cavalry battle that played excellently to their strengths, thinking mainly of tactics over clicks. They were both strong and skilled, there could be no doubt of that. But Todoroki-san had demonstrated one clear weakness: he refused to attack from his left side. Of course, Edo had no context to place that information in. It could be that there was an injury beyond the obvious scar around his eye. Maybe it had something to do with his ice quirk, or maybe there was something else entirely. Either way, he was certain that Bakugo-san would take advantage of the opening if presented to him. The only potential problem was Todoroki-san's frankly overwhelming power. If he opened the match with another massive glacier, then he might manage to end things before they really began. They'd just have to wait and see how Bakugo-san's power matched up to his rivals. Yeah, I guess you're right, Kendo murmured once he'd finished explaining his thoughts to her. It's kind of a toss-up. It'll all depend on if Todoroki can maintain that level of output he demonstrated earlier. Exactly, Edo nodded. That, and who's willing to fight harder, I guess. And on we go to the third match of the second round. Present Mike-sensei crowed to the roar of the crowd. Two frontrunners of the festival from the very start, please welcome to the stage Todoroki Shoto and Bakugo Katsuki. The screaming that filled the stadium was loud enough to make Edo wonder if a riot had started. He supposed that he couldn't be too surprised, though. Todoroki-san and Bakugo-san were, as he'd already noted, powerhouses, which was likely to mean that this was going to be one hell of a fight to watch. Still, the pro heroes sounded a little too much like rabid animals for his taste. Ready, Midnight Sensei called, her tone of voice indicating that she was just as eager for this battle as her peers. Begin. Both hero students acted in the same instant, Bakugo launching forward with explosions bursting from both of his hands while Todoroki dropped into a crouch, his right hand pressing to the floor. Instantly, another massive glacier arose, blasting forwards and outwards and consuming the opposite side of the arena. Edo couldn't help but shiver at the blast of cold air that washed over him before the arena grew still and quiet again. Ah shit, I guess it's over then, Awase-kun groaned somewhere nearby, his voice eerily loud in the sudden silence. Hold up, Shishida-kun countered, his ears almost seeming to twitch, do you guys hear that? Everyone in Class 1B went utterly still, listening intently. And suddenly, Edo could hear it. A distant boom, like thunder, drawing steadily louder, closer, until... Bang! Crack! All at once the front of the glacier shattered, revealing a panting, but still very much in the game, Bakugo, his face set in a ferocious snarl. With a sound almost like a roar, he launched himself forward once again. Todoroki, after an initial moment of surprise, raised his right hand once again, ready to counterattack, only for Bakugo in a superb feat of dexterity that had even Edo yelling in excitement to use another explosion at the very last instant to dodge out of the way, seize the other boy's left arm, and use the momentum to fling him towards the out-of-bounds line, shouting at the top of his lungs. Especially when you only use half of it. Huh, what does that mean? Edo wondered. Once again, he had the distinct impression that he was missing some sort of context for this fight, but that wasn't something he would be able to rectify while it was happening. Especially when Todoroki just formed an ice wall in midair and was using it to surf back to the center of the stage so that he could face Bakugo head-on once more. Though was ready to meet him though, blasting forward and, once again, catching Todoroki's left arm, setting his base, and throwing him over his shoulder in a judo flip that left the ice wielder skidding across a thin sheet of ice for several meters, gasping for breath when he finally came to a stop and struggling to reach his feet. Come on, icy hot, if you have no intention of winning, then why the hell are you here at all? Bakugo screamed now, explosions crackling across his palms in his frustration, nearly drowning out his voice. Icy hot, Tetsu scoffed. What kind of name is that for a guy with an ice quirk? It's a name for the kind of guy that only uses half his quirk, Edo realized, pointing to the screens at the top of the stadium displaying the names and quirks of the current matchup. Bakugo Katsuki, explosion, and Todoroki Shoto, half cold, half hot. So wait, that guy has a fire quirk too. When Edo snapped his gaze back to the fight, not much had changed. Todoroki had managed to reach his feet. His hands were balled into fists and his head was slightly bowed. He seemed to be speaking, his head snapping up somewhere in the middle of his speech to glower at Bakugo with such ferocity that if looks could kill, the blonde boy would be massacred. But instead, Bakugo just stared at him. Then he started laughing. It wasn't amused laughter. It was high, wild, and bitter, and it seemed to take Todoroki aback just as much as it startled everyone else in the stadium. Whatever Todoroki had said to his opponent, he most certainly had not expected this response. Eventually though, Bakugo managed to calm himself down, at which point he looked at Todoroki with such a grim smile that it sent a chill through everyone that could see it. A few more unheard words were spoken. The next time Bakugo literally exploded towards Todoroki, Edo could just hear the words he yelled. I refuse to let my past control my future. Whether it was the shock or just a slow reaction, Todoroki wasn't quite able to get an ice barrier up in time as Baku's arms swung forward and he roared at the top of his lungs, howitzer impact. The explosion that Bakugo managed to produce in that instant shook the entire stadium, causing Edo's vision to flash white with the sheer intensity of it. Hot and cold air crashed over him all at once and somewhere he heard Tsunotori-kun and Komori-kun scream. The hell just happened? Tetsu shouted, instinctively turning to steel to protect himself against the shards of ice flying across the stands. I have no idea, Kendo shouted back. When the mist and dust settled, Bakugo had been thrown back against the remnants of the massive ice glacier and stood there slumped and panting for breath. The ice wave that Todoroki had made had been utterly demolished, massive chunks scattered across the grass outside of the ring, and Todoroki himself lay unconscious amid its remnants. Winner. Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo-san finally raised his head as the crowd started cheering, roaring its approval at the epic, if somewhat stunning, conclusion to the match. Slowly, Bakugo managed to force himself to straighten up, standing tall and strong before his audience, his expression stony and cold before he turned and began to march away. Edo might have been imagining it, but for a moment, he could have sworn that the blonde boy's hands were shaking. The next few fights went rather quickly. Tokiyami-san defeated Ashido-san almost as quickly as he'd managed to defeat Monoma, but she at least was able to fight back, throwing fistfuls of acid at his dark shadow and dodging his first strike before the creature managed to catch her around the waist and shove her out of the ring. She was disappointed of course and a little miffed that Awase-kun hadn't thought to track her time against him, but she was a good sport about it. Uraraka-san vs Kirishima-san was an interesting fight as well. After the 20-minute break between the second and third rounds, the two faced each other in hand-to-hand combat, but again, Uraraka-san's quirk was better suited to a one-on-one fight. That being said, she didn't actually take him down by floating him into submission. Instead, when she managed to touch him, Kirishima-san panicked and hardened his feet, slamming them into the concrete to give himself an anchor. However, since he wasn't capable of moving or reacting in that state, Uraraka-san was able to pull some kind of martial arts move too quickly for him to follow that resulted in the redhead being pinned on his stomach with his hands firmly trapped behind his back and his ankle badly swollen from being wrenched out of the arena floor. Midnight Sensei declared Uraraka-san the winner, and Kirishima-san took it like a champ, laughing as his opponent helped him hobble out of the arena while Smentos did repairs. The second and final fight of the third round was a little disappointing in some ways. After winning 2 previous matches completely uncontested, it seemed that Tokiyami-san had finally encountered a terrible matchup. After dodging the first couple of attacks by Dark Shadow using his explosions, Bakugo dove straight for Tokiyami, firing explosion after explosion off at his sentient quirk at close range, somehow driving the bird-headed student completely on the defensive. Then, with another special move called Stun Grenade, Bakugo managed to unleash a blaze of light that completely incapacitated Dark Shadow, leaving his user with no choice but to surrender. It was something of an anticlimactic ending after everything else he'd managed to accomplish. But nothing could have prepared Edo for the finals. This is it, people. We're on to the final match of the first year's UA Sports Festival. On one side, we have an early front-runner and certified quirk powerhouse, Bakugo Katsuki. And on the other, we have our strategist and martial artist, Uraraka Ochako. The crowd roared in excitement as the 2 hero students began making their separate ways towards the arena, both tense and determined. Does anybody else get the feeling that this is gonna be one hell of a match? Kodai-kun commented quietly. Yeah, Kendo nodded in agreement. You can tell just by looking at their faces. Tetsu was too busy screaming in excitement, but Edo found himself nodding as well, watching as Midnight Sensei raised her whip and called, "Final match. Ready, begin." Uraraka instantly sprinted forward, keeping herself low to the ground in much the same way she had when going up against Shiozaki. A chorus of oohs rose through the crowd as Bakugo immediately responded with a massive explosion, sending the brunette tumbling backwards and skidding back to her feet. She has really good footwork, Kendo commented past a wince. Yeah, you can tell that she has a martial arts background given her recovery time, Edo nodded in agreement as the girl recklessly charged once again. This time, there was an instant after the explosion where, in the midst of the light and debris, Edo lost track of Uraraka. Bakugo seemed to have found her though, whirling on the spot and lashing out, only for the smoke to clear and reveal that what he'd actually managed to grab hold of was Uraraka's empty jacket. The girl herself was charging him from behind. She got win, Tsunotori-kun squealed, but she'd spoken too soon. With impressive reaction time, Bakugo twisted and fired off another massive explosion, this one also knocking the brunette off of her feet. Again, and again, Uraraka charged, and over again, Bakugo blasted her back, the force of his explosions never faltering, the speed of her charges never wavering. And slowly, little by little, the stands grew quiet. This is hard to watch, right? Shishida-kun muttered. It's not just me. Yeah, Awase-kun agreed softly, wincing as yet another explosion threw Uraraka back. I think it'd be worse otherwise, Edo said quietly. When I won the obstacle course, Bakugo approached me for a minute. He told me not to expect him to go easy on me just because I was quirkless. I told him I'd be insulted if he did, and I meant it. Edo turned towards his friends, his blue eyes hard and unrelenting, determined to impress upon them the intensity of his feelings. As somebody who's quirkless, I've been told all my life that I'm incapable, that I could never stand up against a real villain, that I'll only get myself killed, that I should give up. Having someone hold back against me in a one-on-one fight like this would essentially be like them telling me the exact same thing, just in a different way. So no matter how much it hurt, even if I couldn't beat him, if I were ever to fight against Bakugo, I'd want him to give it everything. Tetsu shot him a wide-eyed look at that. That is actually kind of awesome. That's basically what Bakugo's friends told me earlier, Kendo murmured thoughtfully as another series of explosions rang out. He fights all out as a sign of respect. Not to mention what he said at the start of the festival. If you don't give it everything, you don't have a right to be here. Exactly, Edo nodded, and anyway, I get the feeling that Uraraka has more up her sleeve than any of us realize. Still, it was difficult to see such unrelenting determination on both sides, and to see someone with so much drive and focus getting knocked down over and over. It was really only a matter of time before somebody snapped. Hey, shouldn't one of the teachers step in? A voice cried out from the middle of the crowd. Yeah, this is too rough. This is shameful. Listen kid, you really wanna be a hero. If you're so good, just send her out of bounds. Yeah, you heard the guy. Stop toying with her. Edo was flabbergasted. Don't they see that the reason she hasn't been sent out of bounds yet is because she's so good? Come on, they witnessed her performance through the earlier matches, haven't they realized how capable she is? In a stunning turn of events, the crowd is booing Bakugo. And honestly, I kinda get it. Whoa, hey. Where is the man who started this uproar? Aizawa's voice snarled over the PA system. Are you a pro? Because if you're serious, you can just go and hang up your cape. I suggest looking into another career. Dong, Tokage-kun hissed, bringing a hand to her mouth, eyes wide with something between shock and amusement. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows that she deserves to have made it this far. So he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay, making sure that he'll come out on top. Besides, it's just embarrassing that a pro wouldn't have noticed Uraraka's aptitude for strategy, especially after Mike talked it up so damn much. What does he mean by that? Shiozaki-kun frowned. Holy shit, you guys. Look. Edo grinned when he glanced up, discovering dozens upon dozens of shards of cement suspended in midair above the stadium, all pieces that Bakugo had blown out of the arena because of Uraraka's relentless, low-to-the-ground charges, which she then touched and sent flying above the stage. Even as he watched, Uraraka yelled and pressed her hands together, releasing her quirk's hold on the shards and sending them plummeting back towards Earth. A meteor shower. Now you notice. Uraraka charged one last time as the debris crashed towards the ground, touching her own arm to increase her speed as she leapt forward. But at the same moment, Bakugo raised his hands towards the sky, sparks flying up his arm before another massive explosion, possibly even bigger than the one he'd fired off against Todoroki, burst from his palm, the shockwave sending a blast of air outwards in all directions, knocking back everyone in the stands and sending Uraraka flying one last time. Incredible. Bakugo's explosion has just blown apart Uraraka's finishing move, and now he stands completely untouched. The entire stadium watched with bated breath as the trembling brunette slowly pushed herself to her hands and knees, then staggered to her feet. Bakugo, who'd waited until his opponent had regained at least a semblance of a stance, now charged towards her, his expression unquestionably grim as his hands sparked in readiness. Uraraka turned to face him, ready to fight back. Only to collapse, her legs completely giving out on her. Almost more startling though was Bakugo's reaction. The Ash immediately flinched, almost tripping over his own feet as he stumbled to a halt, not even attempting to take a stance. He just watched, his mouth open in something like horror, his arms and shoulders unusually tense. There was a moment, after Uraraka finally went still, when he took a step towards her, but Midnight Sensei stepped between them, holding out a hand as she knelt by Uraraka's side and announced quietly, "Uraraka is co-ed. Bakugo wins the tournament." Little by little, the crowd built back into a frenzied crescendo of cheering, many of them praising Uraraka-san's fortitude, others Bakugo-san's respect or ferocity. Then, abruptly, the crowd quieted down again, some measure of worry rippling through the onlookers as the blonde boy marched decisively forward and, to the surprise of everyone, knelt down at his opponent's side. Edo couldn't hear what the champion said, but he did see, as everyone else did, Uraraka-san twitch slightly as she came back to the land of the living, and he watched with no small sense of amazement as Bakugo-san helped her to her feet and supported her weight as she stumbled off the stage, both quietly talking, wearing unsteady smiles. When the cheering came back, it came back tenfold, stunned by the display of sportsmanship and goodwill between the two hero students. Even Tetsu slumped back in his chair, more than a little bit awed by the abrasive boy's unexpected show of compassion, although there was a brief moment when Edo could have sworn he heard Bakugo-san's voice shouting down below him before present Mike Sensei began with his announcements once again. Let's give it up for all of our incredible competitors today. What a remarkable way to finish off a day of competition. 15 minutes later, the awards ceremony began. Edo joined the rest of the competitors out on the field while fireworks and confetti exploded overhead. He did not envy whoever would be tasked with cleaning that up. The podiums rose from the ground, since literally everything at UA had to be plus ultra. revealing a subdued and surly Bakugo-san standing on the top tier with his hands in his pockets, had he changed out of his boots. An unsteady but still brightly smiling Uraraka-san on the second tier, and a cheering Kirishima-san and solemn Tokiyami-san sharing the third. Now, let's break out the hardware. Midnight Sensei called. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. Iconic laughter boomed over the field, and the entire stadium went nuts as All Might himself leapt in front of the podium. There was an awkward moment when Midnight Sensei messed up a cue line, but it didn't really matter once he got into the presentation of the medals themselves. Edo was actually close enough to the front of the field to hear him quietly imparting words of congratulations and advice to the winners, praising Tokiyami-san for his strength but cautioning him that he wouldn't always be able to rely on his quirk, and encouraging Kirishima-san's energy and enthusiasm but reminding him to work on strategy and mobility. His soft conversation with Uraraka-san seemed considerably more emotional than the previous two, as All Might rested one hand on her shoulder and murmured, "We'll talk more later, Uraraka Shouju, but just know that I am very, very proud of you." "Ya All Might Sensei, do you think I'm ready?" Uraraka-san asked softly as the silver medal settled around her neck. "Yes, my girl," the man replied with a soft, fond smile, "I most certainly do." Who knew what exactly that meant, but either way, Uraraka-san had tears streaming past her bright smile when he moved on, stepping up to Bakugo-san's podium. "Bakugo Shonen, I am very impressed by your performance today." All Might beamed as he slipped the gold medal over the boy's head. "Yeah, whatever," Bakugo-san mumbled back. Edo frowned, wondering what had the boy so down, all things considered. It seemed that All Might had a better sense for that than he did, though, because suddenly his iconic smile seemed to slip, just a little bit, and he reached out to gently squeeze his student's shoulder. "You know, Bakugo Shonen, I've been meaning to have a word with you for quite some time. This isn't the time or the place, but please, try to remember that what happened to Midoriya Shonen wasn't your fault." Bakugo-san's head snapped up at the number one pro hero's words, his crimson eyes wide with shock and something far more vulnerable before he quickly looked away. "But fine, I'll try," he murmured. All Might nodded, squeezed the boy's arm one last time, and turned back to face the crowd. "Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival. But listen closely. Any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer to being pros. I think our next generation of heroes is going to be our most promising one yet. So I have only one more thing to say, and I want to hear everyone say it with me. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Outtake." Katsuki's ears were ringing in the eerie silence as round cheeks continued to struggle weakly on the ground, even with the help of his hearing aids. He was panting heavily, arms trembling and wrists pulsing with the effort of firing off another howitzer impact without the aid of his gauntlets. Even his legs and ankles hurt from the effort of bracing himself against the shockwave. But all he could see was the broken figure lying in front of him, covered in soot and unconscious. All he could remember was messy green hair and empty green eyes because he had knocked the life out of them. He didn't realize he'd moved forward until Midnight Sensei held up a hand to stop him. Somewhere in the distance, he knew she had called his name as the victor, and the subdued roar that sounded in response was the shouting of the audience, but Katsuki still flinched, hearing only the jeers of his old cronies, mocking the person that should have been his friend. Katsuki closed his eyes, curling his trembling hands into fists and forcing himself to breathe, listening intently to the ringing in his ears and tuning out the crowd as he reminded himself where he was. This wasn't like back then. He wasn't like back then. He wasn't going to leave his friend on the ground again. Ignoring the crowd, ignoring even Midnight Sensei, ignoring the way that his hands continued to shake and his legs felt just shy of giving out, Katsuki stepped forward and crouched down beside the unmoving figure, lightly shaking her shoulder. "Oi, round cheeks, you seriously just gonna take that lying down?" The brunette groaned softly, her face scrunching up before those two big eyes of hers flickered open. She was definitely out of it, her gaze slack and unfocused even as she managed to raise her head towards him. "Baku-kun, did I lose?" she mumbled blearily. Well, at least it didn't look like she had a concussion. Remarkable, considering the number of times he'd thrown her across the pitch. Yeah, but you sure as hell made me work for it, Katsuki grunted as he took her arm and pulled it over his shoulders, wrapping his other arm around her waist to assist his classmate to her feet. Come on, round cheeks, up and at him. The shorter hero in training stumbled upright alongside him, pressing her free hand over her mouth as she swayed slightly. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at her. Think you can walk to recovery, girls, or should I carry you? Try to pick me up, and I'll float you into the sun. Katsuki snorted, not even bothering to hide his amusement as he led the way towards the tunnel. Glad to hear you haven't lost your fire, round cheeks. You can bet on that, P. Pomeranian. Katsuki stopped short, gaping down at her wry little grin. The hell did you call me? Ah, don't worry about it. The girl groaned suddenly, pressing her hand over her mouth again and stumbling slightly. I really overdid it this time, didn't I? Frick yeah, you did, ya, badass, Katsuki smirked, heading off again once she'd regained her balance. The hell kind of finishing move was that, anyway? Might'a killed anyone else. Except maybe Weird Hair and his twin. Mean, you approve. Damn straight, round cheeks. Uraraka grinned weakly. Then she promptly threw up all over both of their shoes. Later on, they found out from Kirishima that the cursing and apologies could be heard all the way up in the stands. A failure. He was a failure. The thought stung, bitterly. He'd lost. Hell, he hadn't even made it onto the podium. He knew he shouldn't let it stop him. Shouldn't let it shake his resolve. But he couldn't get it out of his head. He couldn't get Bakugo's words out of his head. A declaration of war. Don't make me laugh. You can't seriously expect to take first place when you're literally half-assing it. That's not it, Shoto thought fiercely. That's not it. But maybe that was it. Maybe he really was making a mistake. You seriously think that you're the only one with a dirty secret? Dumbass. Believe me, half and half, if anyone gets having issues with their own quirk, it'd be me. But Shoto, a soft voice murmured. He flinched, and the hand that he'd sensed near his arm drew back. Blinking away his thoughts, Shoto lifted his head to meet Fuyumine's dark gray eyes. Are you okay? She murmured worriedly. Shoto shrugged absently, taking a bite of his soba to conceal the wince of pain that the movement caused. His right shoulder throbbed angrily from the burn that his father had inflicted. Apparently, his poor performance in the festival meant that he needed an extra training session, despite the fact that he was already fatigued and dehydrated. He was almost grateful that he'd passed out in the middle of it. It meant that he'd woken up with bruises that he hadn't been able to defend against, but at least he didn't have any more burns than the one. But it also meant that he was barely getting dinner despite it being almost 2200, seeing as he hadn't woken up until nearly 2130. Shoto, Fuyumine began cautiously, you know you can tell me anything, right? I may not know what happened at the festival, but if anything is bothering you, you know I'm here for you. Shoto knew the unspoken sentiment in those words. I'm here for you, not for father. Still, he only nodded, taking another bite of food so that he wouldn't have to speak. Fuyumine was the best sister that Shoto could possibly ask for, but she couldn't help him with this. She couldn't possibly understand this strange feeling of conflict. I have to prove that I'm stronger than him. I'm not strong enough. Half your effort. Abruptly, Shoto set his chopsticks aside and rose to his feet. I'm going to take a walk, he announced quietly, turning away. Oh okay. I'll put your food in the fridge, in case you want it later. Shoto raised a hand in acknowledgement, continuing on his way outside. It's a good thing father already left, Shoto thought absently. If he saw me wandering the grounds, he'd try to drag me back into the dojo. But father wasn't home, so he was free to wander into the spacious garden behind the house, hands shoved deeply into his pockets, shoving all thoughts of Bakugo Katsuki and his dismal performance at the sports festival into the back of his mind. Before too much longer, Shoto had reached his destination, a small bench beside the koi pond, where he could sit and brood as he stared down at the water, undisturbed by anyone or anything. At least, that had been the plan. Well, it says here that Endeavor's off fighting a crime on the other side of Tokyo. I suppose that means Daddy's out for the night. Shoto leapt to his feet, whirling around in shock at the sound of the quiet voice, ice already bristling along the length of his right arm. A boy stood behind him, casually leaning against the maple tree, dressed in skin-tight black body armor, black boots, and a black leather jacket with no hood. He held a smartphone in one hand, likely open to some kind of news article or hero forum, the whitish light close enough to his face to spotlight a small, careless smile, utterly unbothered by Shoto's threatening posture. But more importantly, it illuminated his curly, dark green hair, freckled cheeks, and vibrant green eyes that almost seemed to glow in the darkness. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? Shoto growled, his thoughts racing. This was bad, really bad. He was still exhausted from the sports festival, not to mention his father's extra training session, and still fighting the aftereffects of dehydration, mild hypothermia, and frostbite. He hadn't been able to witness Deku's combat style at the USJ, but he knew that he'd managed to hold his own against Aizawa-sensei in a one-on-one fight, so that had to mean something. Not to mention, the guy had been quirkless when Bakugo knew him, so if the rumors were true and he did have a quirk now, then Shoto had no idea what it was. One thing was for sure, though, this guy was powerful enough to be a leader among the League of Villains, despite his youth. In his current state, Shoto wasn't certain if he could beat him. Could he call for help? But his phone was inside. He could yell for Fuyumine, but that would put her in danger. Oh gods, was she already in danger? Calm down, Shoto. Deku laughed gently, somehow reading the flash of panic in his deadpan expression, and it did indeed sound gentle, like this boy didn't have a care in the world. Like he was just a regular kid meeting a friend and not a wanted criminal strolling through the backyard of the number 2 hero. I just want to talk. What the hell would someone like you have to say to someone like me? So harsh, Deku sighed, his smile twisting into a pout, as though genuinely hurt by the other boy's words. If you gave me a chance, you might see that you and I are more alike than you might think. I am nothing like you. The ice streamed forward. Shoto hadn't meant to attack, but it seemed to happen almost without his conscious direction, rushing towards the villain, prepared to encase him in an instant. Only it never reached him. Shoto flinched, eyes wide in shock as his miniature glacier shattered, sending tiny shards of ice flying in all directions, glittering like snow in the moonlight. The more overpowered the quirk, the more imprecise it is, dumbass. Especially when you only use half of it. Deku stood unharmed where the ice had been, one arm extended as though he'd just thrown a punch. There isn't even blood where he should have made contact. Was the wind pressure from his punch enough to stop my attack? But then shouldn't I have felt something? Does he have some sort of hardening quirk to prevent any injury? But could such a simple quirk honestly generate enough power to shatter my ice? His green eyes burning, shaking his head sadly. Too predictable, Shoto, the villain sighed. And anyway, you really shouldn't push yourself so much. I'm sure that you must be exhausted from the sports festival. Shut up, Shoto hissed, even though Deku wasn't wrong. He was already starting to shiver. Normally that wouldn't happen for several minutes at least. You don't know anything about what I'm capable of. Shoto snarled, sending another blast towards him, this one a little bit more regulated, a little less fueled by anger. A little less draining on his depleted stamina and a little bit slower in the hopes of seeing exactly how Deku had managed to shatter the ice before. If he could understand the other teen's quirk, then he could beat him. But this time, the green-haired boy simply dodged the attack, moving with absurd speed and dexterity as he performed an artful back handspring to launch himself out of the way at the last moment. A quirk that grants the user both increased strength and speed. Some kind of enhancer quirk then. It's definitely an emitter either way, but is it just limited to his person or can it be externally manifested somehow? So we're going to be cliché and do the whole monologue during an intense battle thing. Deku sighed. Very well, I suppose I can roll with that. You're right, Shoto, I don't know you, but I do know quirks. What's that supposed to mean? His breath came as a wave of mist. He was still shivering. Badly. He couldn't keep attacking wildly. Keep him talking. Figure out whatever you can. If he's proud of his analysis skills then he might get careless, maybe use his own quirk as an example. It means I can't understand why a future hero would cripple himself to such an extent. Shoto blinked. That was not what he was expecting. What do you mean? Heroes should always push themselves to their limits. Why shouldn't he push his ice to its limit, whether or not it was destroying him? Deku quirked an eyebrow at him, his expression skeptical. Hypocritical much. Every potentially self-harming quirk has either a limiter or a compensator. In your case, you're supposed to have a compensator fire to counter your ice, but instead you're forcing your quirk to accept a limiter. You're not reaching your full potential. Shoto felt a familiar defensiveness bristling inside him for the second time that day. That was different. Don't make me laugh. He grit his teeth, raising his frost-covered right hand. He could fight without his father's dam. Tell me, Shoto, do you enjoy giving your father this much control over you? Shoto stiffened. He doesn't control me, he snapped automatically, but his thoughts were spinning wildly. How did he know? Doesn't he? The villain chuckled, a cold smile suddenly curling his lips as he stepped forward. So, would you use your fire, right here, right now, if it was the only thing that could save your sister? You stay the hell away from her. The glacier that burst out of him was even bigger than the first one he'd thrown, fueled by rage and panic and Shoto was on his knees, gasping for breath, his entire body shivering violently. Much longer, and the tremors would cease as hypothermia really set in, making his body too exhausted even to try and warm itself up. He forced himself to raise his head, hoping against hope that it had been enough. See, now this is interesting. His hope vanished in an instant. Deku was standing atop the wall. How he'd gotten up there and how he remained balanced was anyone's guess, but he hardly even seemed flustered by the elemental user's attack. You're clearly not your father. You seem determined to protect people, even at the risk of your own health and safety. So why do you insist on playing into his hands? Why are you acting just like him? Shut up. Just shut up. I'm not like him. You can't possibly understand. You're literally half-assing it. Can't I? You were probably isolated as a child. Those that might have should have been close to you were discouraged by a much more powerful, dangerous presence that kept them at bay. You were judged harshly because of your power. People either expected too much of you, or too little. You were terrified of what you may grow to become, and so you chose to reject an important part of yourself, a part of yourself that you believed would destroy lives. You seriously think you're the only one with a dirty secret? Am I wrong? The hypothermia was really setting in now. Shoto hoped that he wasn't hyperventilating too obviously, automatically fighting to compensate for the slowed breathing. How the hell could you possibly know that? He hissed, desperately clinging to consciousness, hating how the words slurred together as he increasingly lost brain and body function. Deku smiled as he walked towards him again, but this time, the expression seemed almost sad. Like I said, he began quietly, you and I are two of a kind. No, we're not, Shoto yelled, shaking his head, clenching his eyes shut. You don't know anything. I refuse to use that bastard's quirk. I refuse to rely on his power. It's not his quirk, Shoto, Deku countered sharply. It's yours, and in case you haven't noticed, you can't really afford to keep fighting with only half your strength. You haven't laid so much as a scratch on me yet. What happens when you face an enemy that actually intends to kill you? What will happen to your sister now that you're helpless? A hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, sending Shoto's head snapping up, his eyes flying open, wide in shock and, although he would never admit it, a bit of fear as he stared into burning, emerald pools. A hero more concerned with a petty vendetta than saving lives sounds just like Endeavor to me. Is that the kind of hero that can change anything? Is that the kind of hero your mother would have wanted you to become? He couldn't breathe. Decide who you want to become, and be all you can be. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. You don't have to be him, Shoto. It's your power, your choice. Emerald eyes bored into his soul. You are not bound by his blood. The world stopped, and flames exploded from his left side. It felt strange, the amount of heat washing through his entire body, biting through the chill and numbness, melting the frost in an instant. His entire body seemed to thrum with the foreign and yet familiar sensation, and it seemed that for the first time in his life, he could see things clearly. Deku's eyes were wide with shock and something very like wonder as he stumbled back, the brilliant lights almost dancing in his eyes as a slow smile extended across his face. "Amazing," he whispered, barely audible over the roar of the flames. "Why are you smiling?" Shoto questioned as he slowly rose to his feet, adrenaline pulsing through his entire body. A part of him was disgusted with himself, but he couldn't deny a small feeling of satisfaction at that flash of shock. "You've just helped your enemy. How is that smart?" Deku seemed startled for a moment as he turned to meet the other teen's eyes, then his grin stretched even wider as he replied, "I told you already. You and I are more alike than you might think. Say whatever helps you sleep at night. Just don't blame me for what happens next." Shoto channeled all of his remaining strength into his quirk. He could already feel the exhaustion threatening to drop him, a combination of hypothermia and dehydration, and who knew what else as ice coalesced at his right foot and he raised his blazing left hand. Just for a moment, Deku's grin seemed to falter, his eyes flicking past Shoto and growing wide for a brief instant before determination overtook his expression and his eyes blazed a radioactive shade of green. The flames roared forward at the same time as the ice. The reflective nature of the glacier, the searing light of the flames and the comparative darkness surrounding them were a blinding combination, causing stars to leap across Shoto's field of vision the instant before a massive explosion rocked the entire estate, sending him skidding backwards several meters before he managed to make a small blockade of ice to keep him from falling. Lights were still flashing in his eyes when suddenly everything seemed to blur and Shoto felt himself sway. Oh no! The world spun and darkness rushed to meet him before he could beat it back. Shoto. Gray eyes. Mother's eyes. Shoto, can you hear me? What happened? There was fire. All at once, Shoto lurched upright, groaning at the rush of blood to his head that threatened to instantly drop him all over again. Shoto, you shouldn't be moving yet, lie back down. Fuyumine cried, grabbing his shoulders. Where is he? The heterochromatic boy gasped. Where is who? Deku. He's here. Shoto snapped back, trying to push past her, desperately searching for the danger that had threatened his sister. Deku. Fuyumine squeaked in surprise, glancing around them with a flash of terror crossing her face before she relaxed. Shoto. Nobody's here. At least, not anymore. You beat him. He's gone. Honestly, given the force of that explosion, I'm surprised that the house isn't gone. Shoto stared at her, uncomprehending for a long moment before he twisted to survey the aftermath of his battle, a little stunned by the sight before him. All the ice save the chunk he'd used as an anchor and a small section of the massive glacier that he had created when Fuyumine was first threatened had apparently been vaporized, along with the pond. The lawn was streaked with swaths of blackened stubble that had once been grass. There was even a small strip of sand in the rock garden that had been fused into glass. Part of the wall surrounding the property had been blown away, the debris scattered across their neighbor's lawn. Deku had vanished. The silence left in his wake was palpable, and in that silence, Todoroki Shoto found himself trembling. His breathing was quickening, something like panic building in his chest, along with anger, disgust, even horror. He'd sworn that he would never use that power, never desecrate his mother's memory in that way. Shoto, 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 breathe with me. Fuyumine's voice called, soft and urgent. Slowly, Shoto managed to calm down, setting his panic aside to be addressed at a later moment because, as much as he hated to admit it, Deku had a point. It was obvious that if the villain had wanted to, he could have destroyed both Shoto and his sister. It was possible that he would have if he hadn't activated his fire when he did. He didn't want this power even now, but the power that drove Mother away may have saved Fuyumine's life. It was an emotional paradox that he wasn't yet willing to face, and Shoto wasn't really sure what it would mean going forward. All that he knew for certain was that this was some sort of start line. Whether it was the start of something better or worse was a question for tomorrow. Shoto, what happened? Fuyumine whispered, her gray eyes dark with worry. I used my fire. Fuyumine's eyes blew wide. You, what? I used my fire, Shoto repeated, slowly curling his left hand into a fist. Why? Her voice didn't seem accusatory, just perplexed. Shoto sighed, dropping his hand once again as he stared into the night. I couldn't beat him without it, he whispered. I couldn't protect you without it. I couldn't do anything. Fuyumine gently gripped his hand, silencing the beginnings of his panic. There was a small smile curling her mouth as she pulled him into a gentle hug. Shoto felt himself stiffen, like he usually did when she showed him this kind of physical affection, but slowly he relaxed into it. I'm proud of you, she whispered, and the young hero in training felt something clench in his chest, pulling at the back of his throat. Now let's get you inside, you must be exhausted. Not to mention, we should probably call the police. Right, honestly, he was a little surprised that nobody had called the police already, but considering the intensity of some of his Endeavor's training sessions, he maybe shouldn't be. Shoto's head was pounding, and he was definitely a bit unsteady on his feet as Fuyumine helped him straighten up and start heading towards the mansion, but with her support he managed it. Oh, you dropped this, by the way, his sister added, pressing something into his hand. What's this? Shoto frowned at it, bewildered beyond belief. It appeared to be a nondescript black thumb drive, tucked in a small plastic bag with a yellow post-it note. I found it next to you when I ran out of the house, Fuyumine replied, adopting a frown of her own. I'd assumed it was yours. Curious, Shoto flipped the bag over, revealing a short note written on the post-it. His breath hitched sharply. Shoto. Fuyumine frowned, leaning over his shoulder to read the message as well. He heard her gasp too and knew that he hadn't simply imagined it. To Sho-chan, love to Nichan. Is that possible? His sister whispered, wide-eyed. Shoto didn't answer. He couldn't, not past that something clenching in his chest again, reminding him of warm arms and empathetic words. Something that sent him stumbling inside to his laptop. He knew it was a terrible idea, knew that this was probably some kind of trick, but in the moment it didn't seem to matter. Shoto plugged in the drive, and pulled up dozens of files. Files neatly organized and labeled according to every crime that Endeavor had ever committed. Oh my god, Fuyumine whispered next to him. He almost startled at the sound of her voice. He hadn't realized that she'd been peering over his shoulder. It was about then that he noticed a glass of water on the desk next to him as well, one that she'd obviously brought to him. At the moment though, her eyes were wide and one hand covered her mouth while the other clutched her cell phone in a white-knuckled grip. Right, the police. Shoto considered telling Fuyumine to step out and make the call as he picked up the glass and took a long sip from it. He knew that she'd leave without complaint. Father had long conditioned her to obey orders, whether either of them consciously realized it or not. But honestly, he didn't think that he wanted any law enforcement interrupting him while he went through these files. And anyway, his sister had a right to see this as well. Shoto scrolled through literal gigabytes of legal documents and security footage, pausing whenever he or Fuyumine found one that caught their eye. Every single file was labeled by date and crime, from dozens of incidents of excessive violence, use of quirk without probable cause, civilian injury cover-ups, and Shoto's breath hitched again. All of the documents related to their mother's veritable incarceration in the hospital. That file in particular was accompanied by dozens of malpractice notes, from all of the under-the-table dealings surrounding her admission to the psychiatric ward to the number of times she was deemed sane enough to return home and was still forcibly kept in the hospital at Endeavor's insistence. And there, at the very end, was a small video file, not labeled like the other ones, but instead bearing the simple words to Shoto. Shoto didn't even hesitate before he opened it and hit play. The screen opened to reveal a small room, a blank wall, and a familiar figure stepping into the view of the camera, smiling faintly as he sat down on a chair too low for him to see. Hey, bro, he said softly. Fuyumine gasped. Shoto might have as well. He looked different from before. Older, more tired. Not to mention that he'd dyed his hair black and one side of his face and neck was covered in tight, shiny red skin that extended below the collar of his shirt. But his eyes were still just as blue as he remembered, his voice just as gentle. That something from earlier gripped Shoto's heart again. Well, this is awkward, the camera-filtered voice sighed. I had this whole speech planned out, but now that I'm here, I can't remember any of it. I guess, well, I bet you're pretty confused right now. I did just disappear that night. At the time, I didn't really feel like I had a choice. Even so, I'm sorry that I left you behind. I may have been hurt, but I shouldn't have abandoned you. That being said, it looks like you've been doing well. Ooh, pretty awesome. I bet you still aren't using your fire, though. I understand that, believe me, but, just remember that you aren't him, yeah. Remember what Mom told you back then. You can use those flames any way you want. You can use them to protect instead of destroy. Oh God, that sounded so cheesy, he huffed, running a hand through his hair as he looked away from the camera, and Shoto caught the briefest glimpse of his red roots. Shoto felt something pulling at his mouth. Something happy, but also sad. He startled when something landed on his hand. He glanced down. There was a drop of water there. Where had that come from? He glanced to the side. Fuyumine's eyes were wet, but he couldn't see any lines on her cheeks as she pressed her hand over her mouth, and anyway, she was too far away from him. Well anyway, I don't have a lot more time. Whatever you do with the files on this drive is your decision. I don't know if it's enough to get that bastard in jail, but at the very least, there's enough here to get you and Mom as far away from Endeavor as is legally possible. You don't have to decide right away, though. Maybe talk it over with Yumi-chan and Natsu-chan. One way or another, don't let him find the drive, okay? I have a backup, but I don't want to risk him taking this out on you. Just be safe, yeah. And if you see Mom anytime soon. He paused, looking away, rubbing the back of his neck and swallowing hard. Tell her I love her, he murmured finally, still not looking at the camera. I have to go now, but I'll see you again, Sho-chan. He looked up, blue eyes piercing, certain. That's a promise. The video ended there. More water had fallen on Shoto's arms. He'd finally realized that it was coming from his eyes. It was strange. He hadn't cried since, actually. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Was it when Mom was admitted to the hospital? He didn't know. It was a strange thing to realize. I can't believe it, Fuyumine whispered, jolting him back to the present. Chuya. He's alive, Shoto murmured. He's alive and Deku just knew somehow. The thought struck him unbidden, and it was immediately obvious that it had only just occurred to Fuyumine as well. Surprise flickered across her face, followed by a thoughtful gleam tinged with worry. How did he get his hands on this drive? For that matter, how would he have known to give it to you? She murmured. Does he know Chuya somehow? Are they conspiring in some way? Fear suddenly curled in Shoto's heart. Is this some kind of trick? He frowned, his thoughts spinning. Was Chuya even real? Maybe he was just the result of a quirk. A way to get into Shoto's head. Chuya had been missing for almost 10 years, they'd all assumed that he was dead. But, if this is a trick, then what's in it for Deku? For the League? Okay, he had to think. If the world were to realize the scumbag that Endeavor truly is, what impact would that have upon society? Shoto, you shouldn't, Fuyumine began automatically, but paused and sighed deeply when her younger brother gave her a pointed look. Well, the number 2 hero in Japan would suddenly go from a dislikable person but an effective hero to an abuser pretending to be a hero, she admitted. And how would that shake the foundations of hero society? How would that affect the influence of the League of Villains, who have openly declared war on heroes and hero society as a whole? Shoto prompted, even as he realized the answer himself. Their war against society would suddenly seem to have a lot more merit, Fuyumine whispered, something like horror entering her eyes as she put the pieces together. And gods, Shoto was horrified, too. He had almost been taken in, blinded by his excitement that he finally had proof against that bastard, excited by the prospect of escaping him. Excited to see Chuya again. That thought made him hesitate before he could click delete. Chuya had said that it was up to him. That he could decide how to use the information in the drive. That it could get Mom away from Endeavor's influence. Not to mention, how could a quirk possibly know Chuya's old nicknames for Fuyumine and Natsuo-ni? Fuyumi. A knock at the door startled him into silence. Fuyumine shot Shoto an alarmed look that instantly told him she had not been expecting any visitors either before she shot to her feet and hurried out of the room, heading towards the front door. Shoto took a moment to close out of the files and remove the drive from his computer, hiding it in his sock drawer before following her, and taking another long drink from the cup still resting on his desk when the movement of standing up made him sway dangerously again. "Forgive me for not calling myself," Fuyumine was saying as he approached the entryway. "My brother was severely dehydrated when I found him. I thought it was more important to tend to him first." "That's all right, I understand," a vaguely familiar voice responded to her. "Still, I think it would be wise for me to speak to your brother if he's feeling up to it. Any word on Deku's movements could help us to track down the League." "I understand." Fuyumine's back was in Shoto's view now, and beyond her he could see someone tall illuminated by the porch light, wearing a long tan coat. "Give me a moment to Shoto." Shoto blinked wordlessly at his sister as she turned, noticing him for the first time. Now that she'd stepped out of the way, he could see the man on the porch clearly, and all at once, he recognized him. "You're the officer from the USJ, he said quietly. "That's right," the policeman nodded, bowing slightly. If he was surprised by Shoto's strange appearance, sooty face, charred t-shirt and all, then he didn't show it. "My name is Detective Tsukauchi Naomasa. One of your neighbors called to report that there had been an explosion on your property. Since the call involved a UA student, I was the officer dispatched to look into it. Could you describe what happened?" The heterochromatic teen glanced towards his sister, who shrugged helplessly, clearly leaving the decision up to him. "All right," Shoto said finally, "but could we sit down? I'm not sure if I can stay standing for long." "Of course," Tsukauchi nodded with a faint smile while a flash of panic crossed Fuyumine's face and she hurried towards the kitchen, calling frantic apologies for not getting him more water sooner. Before long, Shoto was seated on the couch in the living room next to his sister, cradling a fresh glass of water in his hands, Tsukauchi facing them and placing what appeared to be a small recording device on the table while prepping a small notepad and pen to take notes. "So, just a few basic questions to start off. Would you please state your full name?" "Todoroki Shoto. Age, 15. Quirk, half cold, half hot." "Thank you. Now, Todoroki-kun, what exactly happened leading up to the explosion on your property?" "I went outside to get some air and Deku was there. He said that he just wanted to talk, and to be fair I guess that is all he did." Shoto frowned as he thought of it. Honestly, Deku had never attacked first, just dodged or destroyed his attacks. But that didn't excuse the villain from threatening his family. "What did he want to talk about?" "I'm not quite sure. He talked about my quirk, and he kept saying things about how similar the two of us were." "You mean your quirks?" "No." Shoto shook his head. As people. He implied that we had been through some similar challenges in our lives, although he never talked directly about himself." "What sorts of challenges?" The hero in training paused, thinking about the best way to phrase his answer. "Isolation," he said eventually. "Prejudice. Maybe. Fear." "Fear in what way?" "Fear of oneself," Shoto said, frowning at his left hand. He said something about rejecting an important part of himself. Something about being afraid that it would hurt other people. "Interesting," Tsukauchi murmured. "How did you respond?" "I attacked him," Shoto admitted with a wince. "I didn't mean to at first, but then he threatened Fuyumine, so." "It's all right," the detective assured him immediately. "Your quirk use was technically restricted to your private property, so you didn't break any regulations. And even if you had, honestly it probably could have been waived as self-defense." "May I ask how Deku responded to your attack?" "He never attacked back, if that's what you mean," Shoto shrugged, "although he did use his quirk to stop my attacks." "Were you able to see what his quirk was?" "I'm not sure. It might have been some kind of enhancer quirk. He managed to completely shatter my ice with a punch at one point. Other times, he just dodged it." "What caused the explosion?" "I don't know for sure." "What was happening at the time?" "I used my fire and my ice at the same time." "That might have done it," Tsukauchi murmured to himself. If he noticed Shoto's odd hesitation, then he didn't react to it. Rapid cooling and heating could cause that to happen. "What happened then?" "I passed out," he shrugged back. "When I woke up, Fuyumine was with me and Deku was gone." "Strange," Tsukauchi frowned. "May I ask, Todoroki-san, Why didn't you react to what was happening sooner? Fuyumine winced. I thought he had gone to the dojo, she admitted reluctantly. He'd been distracted all afternoon, so I thought that maybe he was just blowing off steam. But then I heard that explosion and I realized that something more serious must be happening. I see. The detective jotted down a note on his pad. Todoroki-kun, do you have any idea why Deku might have been targeting you? Shoto frowned again, replaying his strange encounter with the green-haired boy in his mind. Why had Deku shown up? The way he'd been talking, going on about protecting other people and saying how similar they were, it was almost like he was trying to convince him they were on the same side rather than. Oh, I think he might have been trying to recruit me. Fuyumine stiffened beside him. Tsukauchi just glanced up at him with a professional frown. Did he say as much himself? Not in so many words, Shoto admitted, but I can't come up with another reason for his behavior. All right then, he wrote something else on that pad of his. In that case, it may be wise if we consider placing police guards on or near your property. If Deku was willing to try once, then he might try again. You might even consider protective custody. Fuyumine and Shoto exchanged looks. I don't know if our father would approve of that, his sister said carefully. Of course I'll have to speak to him before giving any order, the detective assured without glancing up from his notepad. It is technically his property, so we'll need his consent to place any officers on the premises. However, I believe that it would be safest until we can come up with a better alternative. Also, please understand that I legally have to inform UA of what happened. Why? Todoroki frowned. It's part of the contract your father had to sign when he agreed to send you to school there, the officer explained, meeting his eyes. Any assault made against you must be reported to UA so that they know if they need to make extra provisions for your health or safety while you're in class. In most cases, it's just applicable when a student gets caught up and injured in a villain attack as a bystander, so the school knows to take it easier during training to avoid further injury, but this wouldn't be the first time that a student was specifically targeted by a villain. It usually doesn't require any dramatic changes in your day-to-day schedule. The school just wants to be informed as a precaution against future attacks. Oh, okay then. Is there anything else that you can tell me? Tsukauchi asked. Shoto might have shaken his head a little bit too quickly, judging by the barest hint of a frown that passed across the man's forehead, but he didn't press the matter. Very well then, I'll contact you again tomorrow, after I've had a chance to speak with Endeavor. Thank you, Detective. Just doing my job, the man smiled, and it seemed genuine as he rose to his feet, putting his hat back on. Stay safe. Call emergency services immediately if you think he's come back. Yes, sir. Shoto remained on the couch while his sister followed the officer to the door, leaning against his folded hands and staring at nothing. He wondered why he hadn't mentioned the drive that Deku had left behind. Maybe he just wasn't ready to risk losing Tuya again. Not until he knew for sure. Shoto. He glanced up towards his sister, towards her concerned expression. You really need to rest. You've gotten even paler than you were before. We can decide what to do about that drive in the morning. Shoto nodded absently, downing the last of the water in his cup before rising to his feet and letting his sister lead him down the hall. He was a little bit surprised when she pulled him into her room rather than taking him to his own, something that she picked up on rather quickly. Shoto. I'm not going to leave you alone tonight after what happened, his sister frowned, the faintest hint of steel entering her eyes. He knew better than to argue with her when she got that look, so he simply nodded and waited patiently while she pulled a spare futon and extra bedding out of her closet, setting it up next to her own. Sleep well, she smiled at him. I still need to finish up my lesson plan for tomorrow, but I'll be in the living room if you need anything. Okay, good night, good night. Shoto's thoughts were sluggish as he lay down, dizzily cycling through everything that he had learned in the last few hours, from Deku's interest in him to the sensation of his own flames racing over his skin to the message from Tuya. That's what he fell asleep thinking about, and when he woke up in the morning, he knew what he needed to do next. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist smiled as he stepped up to the desk at the hospital. I'm here to visit Todoroki Rei, Shoto replied quietly, trying to ignore the insistent thrumming of his heart in his chest. He was grateful that they had the rest of the week off from school. He wasn't certain that he wouldn't have lost his nerve if he'd had to wait until the weekend. "What is your name?" the woman behind the desk asked, scrolling through something on her computer. "Todoroki Shoto." Surprise flashed across the woman's face, but she quickly concealed it with a smile. "Great. Just give me a moment to fill out the visitor's registration." It seemed both an eternity and an instant by the time he was given his visitor's pass and directions to the hospital room. His legs traveled there without much conscious thought, his mind spinning around nothing, and it seemed that he blinked and suddenly he was in front of the door, staring at the plaque inscribed with his mother's name. Shoto forced himself to breathe. Heroes should always push themselves to their limits. You're not bound by his blood. Tell Mom I love her. He knocked on the door. "Come in," a tremulous voice called. His hand seemed to move on its own in response, sliding the door open so that he could step inside and close it behind him. Long white hair spilled down her back, standing out in stark contrast to the brown shawl she wore over her equally white hospital scrubs. Her hands were clasped in her lap, long, delicate fingers laced together as though in prayer. Her face was turned away from him, gazing out of the room's only window, her posture somehow tense and yet almost wistful. "There's enough here to get Mom as far away from Endeavor as possible." Shoto took one last, steadying breath. This was his first step. He would rescue her, whatever it took. "Hello, Mom." Outtake. Naomasa groaned softly as he took the driver's seat in his squad car, rolling his shoulders and arching his back as far as he could. Things had been nothing short of hectic at the station in the last few months. Actually, it had been hectic in the entirety of Japan's police force, from the various civilians coming forward with evidence against corrupt heroes to the cleanup for all the vigilante justice and this mess with the League of Villains. And now, glancing back at the Todoroki household as he pulled away from the curb, he couldn't help but wonder if there was something else going on that needed investigating. Todoroki Shoto's experience had been enlightening, to say the least. Deku's quirk, whatever it was, had been powerful enough to counter what was, objectively, one of the strongest quirks on UA campus. Furthermore, it provided another hint as to Deku's intentions invading the USJ, that he intended to recruit some of UA's students to his cause. What's more, in threatening Todoroki Fuyumi, Deku demonstrated the lengths that he was willing to go to in order to accomplish his goals. His appearance tonight also provided some insight into Deku himself, and the experiences that must have led him to where he was today. How had Todoroki Shoto put it? Isolation, prejudice, and fear of himself. They were interesting traits to choose, honestly. As a quirkless child, Naomasa could certainly understand where the first two came from, but the last. Why would Deku have feared himself? And why would he assert that Todoroki Shoto felt the same way? Tsukauchi Naomasa wasn't an idiot. He knew the limitations of his quirk. He couldn't differentiate between believed and absolute truths, and he could only tell if someone was telling a lie if they were communicating verbally, although it didn't matter whether or not he understood the language being spoken. Furthermore, although he could tell if someone was spinning a half-truth, he couldn't recognize omitted truths. So, naturally, he had spent a great deal of time learning how to fill in those gaps, learning to recognize when someone was withholding information or when someone's body language didn't match their words. Technically, neither of the Todoroki siblings had verbally lied even once during their little interview, but that didn't mean they told him the truth. For example, Todoroki Fuyumi's excuse about why she didn't call the police. People didn't just forget to call in an explosion on their property for nearly an hour. Treating someone for dehydration or not, there really was only so much that a person could do before calling the police or a hospital. Either she had been distracted with something else or there was a reason why she couldn't call. The former answer might explain her brother's little lies, when he denied there being anything else to tell him. It hadn't been verbal, but the response was too quick and too jerky, not to mention his hands had started curling and uncurling in fists, a nervous tic that he didn't seem to be aware of. However, the latter explanation might tie into some of the other strange things Naomasa had noticed during his visit, like why Todoroki Shoto would have been isolated when he had two older siblings, or why he was afraid of himself, or that hesitation in his speech when he talked about his fire and when he looked at his left hand, or the reason why Endeavor wouldn't approve of measures being put in place to protect his family. Naomasa's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Everyone involved in the hero community knew that Endeavor wasn't very well liked. He was abrasive, frustrating to work with, and had a track record of disregarding safety procedures, especially when it came to protecting the rights of the villains he apprehended and sometimes even the bystanders caught in the crossfire. Unfortunately, none of those were considered reason enough by the Hero Public Safety Commission to open up an investigation against the man, but if he were abusing his family, well, there was nothing Naomasa could do unless someone came forward or he managed to find grounds for probable cause to search the estate, so for now, he'd just do what he could to protect the Todoroki siblings from Deku and worry about Endeavor later. Rubbing eyes gritty with exhaustion, he parked his car at the station and walked inside, waving briefly to Saito, who was on duty at the front desk, as he went. Once in his office, Naomasa slumped into the chair, stretched his arms, and instinctively extended them in a familiar motion towards his laptop. Only, what he encountered there was a decidedly unfamiliar contour. A small black thumb drive rested on his keyboard, marked with 3 silver letters. M, L, and A. By Kiro, Nei-chan. Satsuki-chan squeaked happily, hugging Suyu's legs. Be good today, Kiro, Suyu smiled, gently stroking her little sister's hair, then reaching over to touzle Samadere's as well. He playfully bat her off, but smiled faintly just the same. See you after school, Nei-san. See you later. Suyu allowed herself a small smile as she headed towards Ua, enjoying the gentle shower of rain on her hand as she stuck it out beyond the umbrella and thinking fondly of her 2 younger siblings. She was glad that she had such a strong relationship with her family. She didn't think she'd have been able to get as far as she had without their support. Honestly, she couldn't imagine her life without them. Her smile faded at the thought. In the absence of the sports festival, there had been 2 news stories competing for the top spot. The first was about the attack on Ingenium, Ida's older brother. There weren't any details on his condition, but it was essentially confirmed that he had been hospitalized by the hero killer. It was awful, but Ingenium was a pro-hero. It was generally expected that the career they were all shooting for held an element of risk. Still, it was supposed to be a risk in the future, not right now. Like the USJ. Or like Todoroki and Deku. Todoroki's family home had been attacked by Deku the night of the sports festival. Suyu didn't know Todoroki very well, but the news broadcast had stated that he had fought the villain one-on-one. No one had been badly injured, but it had still given everyone quite the scare, mostly because nobody was certain what Deku had really been after. Some people claimed he was trying to recruit hero students to his cause. Some people claimed he was trying to assassinate Todoroki-kun or even Endeavor himself. Other people thought he was just flexing his power or influence, and still others seemed to think it was a prank by some sort of copycat villain. Either way, it was a fact that both Todoroki and his sister had been in a great deal of danger. It worried her, to think that Deku could potentially attack any one of her classmates going forward, and with them, their families. Su-chan. A voice squealed as she, the frog-like girl, was heading up the hill towards Ua. Hey, Mina-chan, Suyu replied, instantly recognizing the voice as she glanced down the hill. She stumbled a little bit, fumbling with her umbrella when she was practically tackled by a wall of pink, but quickly regained her balance, gently patting her friend's back. How was your weekend? What a day, huh, with all the rain and oh. Have you met Itsuka yet? Mina spoke at her usual rapid-fire pace, grabbing Suyu's hand and practically hauling her over to where another girl stood under a simple blue umbrella, smiling slightly and shaking her head. Calm down a sec, Mina, she laughed. You're going to slip. Anyway, hi, I'm Kendo Itsuka. Call me Su-chan, Suyu replied reflexively, smiling at the other girl. You fought Mina in the sports festival, right? Yep, that was me, Kendo replied easily, taking the lead in heading back up towards the school. Hero, I'm a little surprised you hit it off with Mina-chan so well. What's that supposed to mean? Mina pouted. I'm super easy to get along with. I know, I'm just a little surprised that you two are such good friends after you beat her. Well, we're at UA to form connections, right? Kendo shrugged. We could get decent hero training at lots of schools. The real advantage of UA is the ability to form relationships early. You have a point, Hiro, Su-chan agreed. Anyway, what did y'all do this weekend? Did you guys hear about what happened to Todoroki? Kendo and Suyu exchanged grave glances. He's the ice guy, right? Yeah, I saw about that on the news. Is he okay? Honestly, dunno. He doesn't really talk to anyone in class, so I haven't heard anything. Me neither, Hiro, Suyu admitted reluctantly when Kendo cast her a glance. I'm sure it'll come up in class today, though. The three of them continued to chat idly all the way up to the school, swapping stories about their weekends, reminiscing about the highlights of the sports festival, and generally getting to know one another until they reached their hallway. Well, I guess I'd better head to my classroom, Kendo commented. Ah, Mina sighed. Well, I guess we'll see you later, then. It was nice to meet you, Hiro. You too, Su-chan, the strawberry-haired girl smiled, waving briefly as she continued towards her class. Ah, welcome, you too. Momo smiled as they entered the room. Hey Su-chan, Mina-chan, Ochako called brightly. Good morning, Mina sang. How was your weekend? Great, my parents came to visit me and Momo. Hiro, that's great, Ochako-chan. The conversation quickly turned into a recap of the one she and Mina had with Kendo on their way to the school, with more and more people chiming in as they arrived. This has got to be the weirdest UA sports festival in the history of UA sports festivals, Zero noted. I mean, that gentle criminal vigilante guy got more news coverage than we did. To be fair, he did completely rip apart and expose a notorious quirk trafficking ring, Shinso commented from where he was messing with his phone on the other side of the room. And Todoroki, too, Kaminari added, kneeling in his seat, his dark eyes wide. I mean really, did you see the news? Deku, waltzing into the number 2 hero's backyard. Talk about ballsy. And traumatizing, Juro rolled her eyes, stabbing with her earphone jacks. Come on idiot, think about how Todoroki feels, would you? Todoroki has feelings, Kaminari grumbled, rubbing his arm. Suyu felt it her duty to smack him upside the head with her tongue for that. It was a good thing the two-toned boy hadn't made it into the classroom yet. And anyway, it sure didn't damper any interest in the festival, Toru piped up, eager to change the subject. Everyone knew that the sports festival had happened, but nobody knew what had happened in it. Anyone that recognized my uniform just kept trying to drill me for information about it. Yeah, me too, Hiroshima called, his eyes wide. It was really awkward, honestly. When I said I'd tied for third, some people got super excited and wanted a play-by-play of the fights and other people gave me this weird look, like they didn't actually believe me. Well, I bet they figured students would probably lie to make themselves look good, considering nobody can really confirm the results from this year, Suyu mused, her finger resting on her chin. That's a good point. Geez, why didn't I think of that? Zero groaned into his hands. Zero, that would be considered dishonest and unbecoming of a future hero. Iida reprimanded him as he walked through the door. And besides, the UA administration already announced that they would be releasing photos of the top 4 victors on their official site, they just wouldn't be publicizing the results further. Geez Iida, can't you take a joke? Hiro, you're a little bit later than normal, aren't you Iida? I'm absolutely fine, thank you, Iida replied stiffly, marching past her towards his desk. That's not what I said, Suyu frowned. Was he just worried about Todoroki, or was his brother's condition worse than the news had implied? Are you? Morning. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. The class chorused back before she could complete her question. Todoroki walked in right behind their teacher, pointedly avoiding eye contact with anyone. All right, first things first. I know this past week has been hectic on a number of different levels. That being said, I don't want to hear of anyone harassing their fellow classmates just because they're feeling curious. Suyu blinked as Aizawa-sensei's eyes seemed to linger on Kaminari, Mina, and then even flicked warningly towards her before he continued. That being said, yes, Deku has been confirmed as the villain behind the attack on the Todoroki household, and yes, the UA administration is working on a plan to prevent anything like this from happening in the future. Details are not being disclosed yet, so don't ask. A low murmur rippled across the room as her classmates speculated what this plan might entail. Suyu found her eyes drawn towards Bakugo, sitting in the corner farthest from her. He looked grim, glaring down at his desk with his hands curled into fists. Honestly, she almost regretted bringing Deku up in conversation the day of the USJ attack. For your friend to be missing for 3 years and then suddenly turn up again as a villain attacking your class, that had to be hard. She wondered what he must be thinking, now that Deku seemed to be targeting their classmates individually. Now, we have a big class today. On Hero Informatics, Aizawa-sensei continued, bringing everyone's attention back to him. Suyu riveted softly again as she felt the entire class grow tense. You need codenames. Time to pick your hero identities. The mood shifted in an instant, every person in the class on the verge of leaping out of their seats in excitement. Evidently anticipating the reaction, Aizawa-sensei's hair rose upward, his eyes flashing red in warning. Everyone immediately quieted, but the excited thrum of energy remained present. It seemed that this was an effective topic to take everyone's minds off of the drama of the past week. This is related to the Pro Hero Draft picks that we talked about a few weeks ago. Normally you wouldn't have to worry about this until your second or third year, but your class is different. Even though the festival wasn't televised this year, the stands were filled with pros, and many of them extended offers. In doing so, they essentially are saying that they want to invest in your potential. But be warned that any offers they make can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before graduation. So what you're saying is, we'll still have to prove ourselves after we've gotten recruited, Toru called. Correct. Now, here are the totals for those of you that got offers. Bakugo, 3,378. Todoroki, 2,951. Uraraka, 1,463. Tokiyami, 360. Kirishima, 293. Siro, 108. Ashido, 68. Iida, 20. Kaminari, 11. Aoyama, 4. In past years, it's been more spread out, but there's a pretty big gap this time. Then again, this year has been strange on a number of levels. Gah, that's no fair. Kaminari groaned. But what of the real star, moi? Aoyama fumed. At least you got offers, Sato muttered. How did Todoroki get more offers than Uraraka? Kyoka frowned. Yeah, he didn't even make the podium, Kirishima frowned. Well, his performance was impressive, Kiro. And honestly, if he hadn't fought Bakugo so early on, he probably would have gone farther, Suyu pointed out. Yeah, I guess you have a point, Siro agreed. Congratulations, Todoroki-kun. Momo smiled with a strained kind of warmth. You must be proud. Todoroki's expression only tightened as he glowered at his clenched fists. People want us. Ochako cried in teary-eyed excitement, shaking Iida by the shoulders, seemingly oblivious to the tension on the room. Man, but what about everyone that didn't make it to the tournament? Or everyone that opted out? Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, Aizawa-sensei cut in coolly. Those students that chose to opt out of the sports festival I've already had a word with as far as their options, and I'm aware that some of you have already reached out to heroes that you would like to intern with. If you've heard back from any of those heroes, then I need to know about it. The rest of you will be joining those of your classmates that didn't get offers in choosing from a list of heroes that have opened up their agencies to accept first-year interns. That's why you'll all be needing hero names. Alright. Things suddenly got a lot more fun. Anyway, these names are probably going to be temporary, but take them seriously or you'll have hell to pay later. The class jumped, several of the boys blushed, and several others, along with most of the girls, cringed as Midnight Sensei swaggered into the room, her arms raised above her head to accentuate her chest and a seductive smirk curling her lips. Whatever you pick today could be your codename for life. You'd better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. Yeah, that was honestly kind of uncomfortable. Yeah, she's got a good point. Midnight is gonna have final approval over your names, seeing as it's not my forte, Aizawa-sensei sighed, and Suyu found herself wondering what the story behind the dullness in his eyes might be. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A codename tells people exactly what you represent. Anyway, get to it. With that, their teacher promptly curled up in his sleeping bag and effectively tuned out the world while Midnight Sensei passed whiteboards out to the class. Suyu didn't have to think too hard about her name. She'd had it planned out since she was just a little kid. In quick, long strokes, she wrote out her epithet and hero name. Then, just because she could, she doodled a little frog face in the corner, too. Now students, who among you is ready to share? Midnight Sensei smiled, provoking startled stares from several of the students, Hiroshima and Shiro in particular. Aoyama, naturally, instantly raised his hand. Hold your breath, he declared as he came forward. The shining hero. My name is, I cannot stop twinkling. What? Me, you cannot deny my sparkle. It would be better this way, Midnight Sensei smiled, taking his whiteboard. Take out the I, and shorten the cannot to can't. It's stunning. Merci, mademoiselle. Okie dokie, let me go next. Mina called eagerly in the flabbergasted silence that followed his pronouncement, leaping to her feet. My codename. Alien Queen. Hold on. Like that horrible monster with the acidic blood. Midnight Sensei seemed to choke. I don't think so. Dang it. Suyu glanced around the room, noting all of the strained expressions and turning back to the front with one raised hand. Hero. I think I've got one. Is it okay if I go next? Come on up. I've had this name in mind since preschool, Suyu explained as she took the podium and turned her whiteboard around. The rainy season hero. Froppy. That's delightful. It makes you sound approachable. Midnight Sensei squealed. What a wonderful example of a name everybody will love. Suyu had expected the name to be approved, although she would admit that she hadn't expected the entire class to break out into a chant. Still, she smiled, blushing a little bit as she made her way back to her seat. Hiroshima worked up his courage to share next, his expression fierce and determined as he declared, I've got mine, too. The sturdy hero. My name's Red Riot. Red Riot. Interesting. You're paying homage to the chivalrous hero. Crimson Riot, yes. Hey, yeah, he may be a little bit old school, but someday I wanna be just like he was. Crimson is my idol, Hiroshima admitted, turning a little pink around the ears. Midnight Sensei smiled. If you're bearing the name of someone you admire, you have that much more to live up to. I accept the challenge. Suyu internally smiled at that. It was really cool of Hiroshima to admit his admiration of the hero. She was proud of him. He would be a great hero one day. Damn it, I can't think of anything that sounds cool enough yet, Kaminari grumbled nearby. Hey, I've got one for you, Kyoka piped up. How about Jamming? Oh, it's like Hemingway who wrote A Farewell to Arms, right? I like it. And no, it's because even though you're powerful, you always jam your brain. She snorted back, fighting down her laughter. While Kaminari spluttered angrily after her, the dark-haired girl sprang to her feet and skipped to the front of the room. The hearing hero. I'm Earphone Jack. Now that's a good one. Things moved quickly after that, all of Suyu's classmates rising to their feet one after another, usually followed by a light smattering of applause. The tentacle hero. Tentacle. Ooh, nice portmanteau. The taping hero. Cellophane. That's on the nose. Martial arts hero. Tailman. No surprise with that one, I guess. I'm the sweets hero. Sugarman. Perfect. Pinky. Make those looks work for you, girl. Stun gun hero. I'm Chargebolt. Electric, don't you think? Makes me all tingly. The stealth hero. Invisible girl. That really suits you. Now come on, who's gonna step up next? I hope I can live up to this name. The everything hero. Kriti. Creative. Shoto. Just your name. Midnight Sensei frowned, along with everyone else in the class. Is that it? Todoroki nodded, absolutely deadpan. All right then. The jet black hero. Tsukuyomi. God of the night. Petting hero. Anima. Yep, all about it. Okay, this is the name I thought of. Uravity. I just love that. Midnight Sensei squealed, leaving Ochako sighing in relief. To be honest, choosing names is going faster than I thought it would. All we have left is Bakugo and Iida. Oh yes, and Shinso, too. I actually have mine ready, Shinso said quietly. Well then, come on up. The indigo-haired boy rose to his feet, advancing casually to the front of the room before almost carelessly flashing up his whiteboard. The silver-tongued hero, Fairy. Ooh, I like it. Although I'll admit, Fairy does sound a bit cutesier than I would have expected from you. If you think that, Shinso said with a wicked grin reminiscent of their senseis, then you obviously don't know the legends behind fairies. What do you mean? Midnight Sensei frowned as he began to make his way back to his seat. Oh, Momo suddenly realized, her dark eyes going wide. You meant, fairy, with an E, not with an I, didn't you? You're making a reference to the mythological creatures that can seize control of a person by learning their name, right? Exactly, Shinso smirked back, sending a ripple of interest and surprise throughout the room. Kirishima actually jumped slightly, although when Tsuyu glanced at him, she realized that he was actually staring at his phone rather than paying attention to the conversation. She cocked her head curiously to one side when the redhead suddenly raised his gaze, staring across the room to meet Bakugo's narrowed eyes, then grinning widely and nodding once. Interesting. Oh, Midnight Sensei stuttered, sounding suddenly hesitant and drawing Tsuyu's attention back to the conversation at hand. You already approved it, Sensei. No take-backs. I second that, Aizawa Sensei grumbled from where he was supposed to be asleep. Well then, Iida, Bakugo, are you ready? Slowly, Iida rose to his feet, abnormally grim. Tenya, his whiteboard read as he silently glared out the window. You're using your real name, too. Midnight Sensei blinked in surprise. Well, all right, I suppose that works. Bakugo, how about you? Yeah, the blonde boy grunted, looking uncharacteristically nervous as he rose to his feet and made his way to the front of the room. When he turned the board around, a collective gasp rose from the class. Dude, are you sure? Kaminari asked first, voicing what everyone else in the room was thinking. That could be your hero name forever, you know. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have written it, drooly. I like it, hero. Still, it doesn't really seem like your usual style. Why pick that one? Tsuyu wondered aloud, placing her finger against her chin. Bakugo didn't answer, he just looked away, a grim, faraway look in his red eyes. Hang on, Toru cried suddenly, smacking her hands down on her desk. Isn't that what Deku used to call you? I thought you said we weren't allowed to call you that. So is this your weird way of declaring war on him? Kyoka frowned amid the ripple of whispers that accompanied the newly dubbed Invisible Girl's pronouncement. Damn it, I don't need to explain myself to you morons, Bakugo grumbled waspishly, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Just get over it, this is gonna be my codename, got it? It's an awesome name, bro, Kirishima smiled, wiping subtly at his eye as he did. Manly as hell. Yeah, Mina-chan agreed without the slightest trace of sarcasm. It's perfect. It made Tsuyu wonder what she and Kirishima knew that everyone else didn't. Alright then, Midnight Sensei smiled softly, for once not grinning in that kind of creepy way of hers. Everyone, let's give a round of applause for our last hero of the day, Kachan. Everyone was poring over their internship offers and options by the time classes broke for lunch, individual conversations arising throughout the room as everyone debated what their best choice might be. I wanna fight crime and bad guys in a big city. Kirishima grinned. I just want to intern somewhere with a lot of flooding. Or maybe a lake, Tsuyu admitted, her eyes roving over the list Aizawa Sensei had given them. No, rescue agency. Might be one to consider. Selkie, who's that? Hey, you got an offer from Gunhead. He's totally awesome, you should do it. Ochako squealed suddenly, looking over Kirishima's shoulder. You think so? Yeah, he's who I learned martial arts from. I mean, I definitely need a lot more practice cause it's been a while since then, but he's so good. And anyway, he's a brawler, so you'd probably get the chance to gain a lot of experience. I'll bear that in mind. Thanks, Uraraka, no problem. Hey Su-chan, wanna sit with us? Sure. Thanks Ochako. Hiro. Ochako's usual lunch group had grown considerably since the start of the year. At first, it had just been Iida and Shinso, but then Kota had joined after the USJ attack, and when Ochako had moved in with Momo, she had become a regular member as well. The dark-haired girl had gone ahead of the rest of the group today, so when they found her seated at the long booth-style table with her tray piled with 2 full high-calorie meals, they were a little bit surprised to see that she already had someone sitting with her. Isn't that Todoroki? Tsuyu blinked, cocking her head to one side. Yeah, Ochako agreed softly. Of course, it couldn't be anyone else considering his hair. Still, the two-toned boy usually sat on his own in the far corner of the cafeteria. Seeing him choose a seat in the center of the crowd, especially at a table where so many other people usually sat, was a bit of a shock. I don't want you to feel like I'm prying, but I do consider you my friend, Todoroki-kun. So, I just wanted to ask, are you all right? Do you and your sister need a place to stay? We have more than enough room at my residence. Thank you, but I don't think that will be necessary, Todoroki interrupted quietly. You see, Heya, Yaomomo, Todoroki-kun, Ochako called cheerfully, announcing their presence to the pair. Is it okay if we join you? Part of Tsuyu wondered if it was okay for them to have interrupted what sounded like a serious discussion, but at the same time, maybe that was exactly why her bubbly friend had cut in. It probably wasn't a good idea to listen in on a private conversation without the two participants being made aware that anyone was there. Either way, both Todoroki and Momo jumped when they suddenly realized that they had an audience, Momo turning slightly pink at the tips of her ears and Todoroki determinedly turning his gaze away from them. If Tsuyu didn't know any better, she'd think that the guy was embarrassed. Momo glanced quickly towards Todoroki, as though asking permission. When he didn't say anything in the negative, she smiled kindly to their group and gestured towards the empty seats. We would be honored, she said simply, although something dark and worried still hovered in the back of her eyes. Everything okay? Tsuyu asked as she slid into the booth next to the dark-haired girl. Again, her eyes flickered towards Todoroki before she answered, although by this point, he seemed determined to keep his attention on his soba noodles. Yes, everything's fine, Momo assured them eventually. I simply wanted to ask Todoroki-kun about something. About the Deku attack, the frog-like girl prompted. Todoroki blinked at her, looking startled but also almost relieved. Like he'd been waiting for someone to acknowledge it. Yeah, he nodded quietly, his eyes flicking back to his food. Are you okay? I'm unharmed. That's not what I meant. Sorry, but I did hear a bit of what you and Momo were saying when we were walking up. Does your family need help? No, we'll be fine. Are you sure? Yes. Tsuyu frowned, finger on her lip and head cocked to one side at the distinct hesitation. So where is everyone thinking of going for their internships? Momo cut in quickly before she could press further. I dunno yet, Ochako mused, instantly picking up on Momo's silent plea for a subject change. Tsuyu frowned, but didn't try to direct the conversation back to Todoroki. I honestly wasn't expecting to get so many offers, since the festival wasn't broadcast or anything, so it's gonna take some time to dig through it all. Bet it's worse for you, right Todoroki-kun? The boy's heterochromatic eyes flicked up from his food, his mouth half full of noodles, something almost like surprise crossing his face, like he hadn't been expecting to be included in the conversation at all. But Ochako's smile remained on him, so he grunted noncommittally and lowered his gaze again, looking the most uncertain that Tsuyu had ever seen him. He really wasn't sure how to interact in these kinds of social situations, was he? I guess that's fair, Ochako shrugged, still cheerful as ever. What about you, Shinso-kun? Kota-kun? I mean, since you didn't participate in the festival. Yaoyorozu didn't participate either, you know, Shinso commented, his expression as blank as ever. Yeah, but I live with her now. The brunette pouted in return. I can ask her any time I want. I'm interning with Aizawa-sensei. Wow, really, hero? Yeah, you know, underground hero training and all that. Still, I'm surprised he decided to mentor you himself. I was too, Shinso admitted. I'm excited though, even if he is going to pound me into the ground. Yeah, that's true. What about you, Kota-kun? Momo prompted the quiet boy again. Kota carefully set aside his chopsticks and his hands flew in response. Shinso watched out of the corner of his eye, chewing through another mouthful of food before translating, I'm gonna pick someone off of the list Aizawa-sensei gave us. He paused, then looked towards Momo. He wants to know what you're gonna do. Well, I've reached out to a few heroes that my parents are familiar with, Momo began, fidgeting awkwardly, as well as a hero that I think I could learn a great deal from due to the nature of our quirks. One of them has already apologized, saying that he is indisposed during that week, but I have yet to hear from the others. I'll just have to wait and see what happens next. What about you, Iida-kun? What? The dark-haired boy jolted, staring blankly at the 6 of them. Well, 5 of them. Tsuyu wasn't convinced that Todoroki counted since he didn't seem to be listening. It's not like you to get so distracted, Iida, Tsuyu observed. Are you worried about your brother? Iida froze, and the table grew awfully quiet. Obviously, Tsuyu hadn't been the only one thinking about it. Seriously, people needed to talk when they had something on their mind. Yeah, are you doing okay, Iida-kun? Ochako asked quietly, her concern for their friend palpable. Not that it hadn't been palpable with Todoroki, she just knew better how Iida would react to her asking. I'm fine, he replied stiffly, automatically. What exactly happened anyway? Tsuyu pressed, her head tilting to one side in thought. All that's really been in the news is that he was attacked by the hero killer and survived it. Nobody's even saying if he's gonna recover or not. He's going to be fine, Iida said, in a softer voice now, although his grip tightened around his chopsticks. Oni-san's not going to end up permanently crippled, which is more than can be said for many of the hero killer's victims, although there are concerns that he won't ever regain full range of motion in his arm. And since that's where his quirk manifested, he might have to limit the amount of hero work he does from now on. Ah geez, I'm really sorry, Iida, Ochako murmured, setting aside her own food to reach up and grip the taller boy's shoulder. But hey, at least you still have him, right? Right, I wonder how he escaped anyway, Shinso murmured, more to himself than anyone else as he frowned at his water. Rumor has it the hero killer has some kind of paralysis quirk. He didn't escape, someone saved him, his sidekicks must be quick. No, I mean yes, but no, it wasn't them. It was someone else. Who? Tsuyu frowned. Iida hesitated, glancing around as though worried about who might be listening. Again, his hand seemed to tighten around his eating utensils. Frankly, Tsuyu was surprised that his chopsticks hadn't snapped yet. Oni-san said it was a pair of vigilantes. Wow, really? Ochako gaped. I didn't know that any were active in Hosu. Neither did he, Iida murmured. But they were there. Someone with a telekinesis quirk and someone with blue fire. Ack. The entire table jumped in surprise as Todoroki abruptly choked on his soba, lurching forward and coughing violently as he seized a napkin and brought it up to hide his rapidly reddening face. Todoroki-kun, Momo cried in alarm, immediately leaping to her feet and hurrying around the edge of the table to rub his back as he vaguely waved her off, still coughing while reflexive tears streamed down his cheeks, his eyes suddenly fixed on Iida. Todoroki-kun, are you okay? Ochako asked now, looking ready to float herself out of her seat and join Momo in helping him breathe. Fine, the heterochromatic boy managed to gasp, quickly rubbing the thin streams of liquid from his eyes, the tips of his ears turning red again as he glanced away. Sorry about that. Maybe he really was embarrassed. For such a cold and mysterious guy, he really could be awkward. Speaking of, hey Todoroki, why did you choose to use your name instead of a codename? Tsuyu frowned thoughtfully. Again, Todoroki almost looked startled to realize that he was being asked a question. For a moment, all he did was stare at her, bemused by her steadfast gaze. Then his eyes dropped to his plate, and a small frown tugged at the corners of his mouth. Aizawa-sensei said that a codename tells people what you represent, what kind of hero you are. And, I don't really know what kind of hero I want to be right now. So I figured I'd wait until I knew before choosing one. I guess that makes sense, Tsuyu nodded thoughtfully. What about you, Iida? I suppose it's the same for me. More or less, the other boy muttered after a moment. Again, Suyu frowned. There seemed to be more to it than that, but Iida seemed much less inclined to elaborate than he normally did. Iida, are you sure you're? Well, if it isn't Class 1A. A collective groan rose up from the occupants of the table at the gratingly familiar voice. Even Momo, easily the most patient person Suyu had ever met, released a tired sigh as the grinning approached their table. What a strange coincidence that we should see each other here. Monoma sneered as he approached. Why would it be strange? Everyone in the school shares the cafeteria. Todoroki frowned at him. For a moment, Suyu thought the guy was trying to make a joke, but one look at the two-toned boy's face told her otherwise. Hiro, you don't understand sarcasm too well, do you? Todoroki blinked at her, his eyebrows furrowing infinitesimally. Oh, I guess not. Well, I suppose we have the losers, table over here, now don't we? The smirked. Well, the losers and the cowards, that is. Oh, and I even see an attention seeker and a villain among your ranks. Uraraka, remind me why I'm not allowed to use my quirk to make this jerk leave us alone, Shinso deadpanned. Honestly Shinso-kun, I'm beginning to wonder that myself, Ochako growled softly, glaring daggers at The indigo-haired boy blinked at her a couple of times before he sighed deeply, slumping forward. Yaoyorozu, remind me why I'm not allowed to use my quirk on this guy, he groaned into his arms. Because not using your quirk on him demonstrates a greater depth of character than he is clearly capable of mustering, the dark-haired girl replied promptly, although her hand had suspiciously closed around the fork she had been using for her Western-style meal while her onyx eyes drilled warningly into their assailant. Ooh, have I struck a nerve there? Monoma jeered, his gray eyes lighting up unpleasantly. You leave Todoroki-kun and Shinso-kun alone, you big bully. Ochako snapped, rising to her feet, flushed with anger. Once again, Todoroki seemed startled to hear his name mentioned. Had he not expected anyone to stand up for him, or had he just not realized that the attention seeker was him? Given how literally he tended to understand things, it could be either one. You're acting more like a villain right now than Shinso-kun ever has, and where do you come off thinking that Todoroki-kun was seeking attention? It's not like he asked Deku to attack him, he was just doing the best he could to defend himself. You have no right to look down on him for that. The brunette girl continued, her hands curling into fists. Wait, what's happening to her hands? Bold words from the bitch that defeated herself at the sports festival, came the rapid retort. Honestly, how pathetic can you get? Collapsing because you're too weak to handle the backlash of your own quirk. That's the reason I'll always be superior to. That girl, a low voice growled, instantly causing Monoma to stiffen, is anything but weak. Suyu briefly tore her eyes away from the strangeness surrounding Ochako's hands to where Bakugo stood behind the blonde jerk, one hand flexed and sparks flickering across his palm, the other clutching his empty food tray, his jaw clenched and his crimson eyes narrowed almost to slits. Who's acting the villain now? Monoma spat, but his confident smile was wavering as he turned stiffly towards the other boy. Geez, you're not happy unless you're spouting shit about something, are you? Bakugo snorted. Listen up, reject, I told you before and I'll say it again. Nobody here is impressed by your pathetic attempts at making yourself feel better. If you wanna frickin' declare war or whatever on us, then fine, but quit trying to drag my classmates into your damn inferiority complex, got it? Why you can't just say things like that? I can talk however I damn well wanna talk. Bakugo snarled back, and I bet Aizawa-sensei would agree with me. Should I go ask him? If possible. Monoma turned even paler than before, his throat bobbing slightly. Then, in a huff, he spun on his heel and marched away, saving whatever face he had left. Ochako released a long breath, slumping back into her seat. Thanks, Bakugo-kun, she sighed, pressing her cheeks into her hands. Suyu heard Momo gasp softly beside her and was hard-pressed not to do the same. I almost lost my cool there. Honestly, how rude, Iida huffed in agreement. Don't mention it, the ash grunted, turning away. I'll see you dorks in class. A moment of silence passed in which Suyu and Momo exchanged looks. Then the latter awkwardly cleared her throat. Ochako-chan, what, happened to your hand? My hand. The brunette blinked, staring at the limb herself. Her eyes widened further as she noticed, apparently for the first time, the bruises that had formed across her knuckles, as well as the blood that was seeping from a couple of small wounds in the palm of said hand. Holy crap, what did you do? Shinso gaped, forgetting for a moment not to phrase his words as a question. I just clenched my hand. She squeaked back as Momo reached around Suyu with a handkerchief that she had created and soaked with water, and using it to clean her blood-smeared cheek and hand. And you somehow managed to generate enough force to bruise your hand and for your fingernails to cut your palm. Todoroki frowned. Apparently. Suyu's frown deepened as Iida began lecturing Ochako on being more careful and Kota began frantically signing that maybe she should go to see Recovery Girl and Momo created band-aids from her own hands and Ochako herself kept insisting that, yes, she really was fine, and no, she didn't think they were broken, and no she didn't know what had happened, she'd just been upset and suddenly she was bleeding. Nobody else, it seemed, had seen what Suyu had. Thin lines of magenta light spider webbing across her skin underneath her uniform, following the paths of her veins. As Ochako hiding something, outtake, Shoto's first day back at school after the Deku attack had been strange. He'd gone early, hoping to avoid the stares and the whispers that no doubt would follow him the moment that he walked through the front gate. Only, as soon as he stepped inside, he'd found Aizawa-sensei waiting for him, beckoning for him to follow with little more than a look and a jerk of his head. His homeroom teacher had led the way to Principal Nezu's office, where the rat dog had interrogated him about Deku's appearance at the estate. He already seemed to know a great deal about the event from what Detective Tsukauchi had passed along, but he'd wanted to hear the specifics of their fight, in particular what observations he'd made about Deku's quirk. Shoto had told him everything he knew, and expected that to be the end of it. Instead, he was faced by his principal and homeroom teacher offering him their protection from both Deku, and potentially his father as well. He was pretty sure that the only word to describe how he'd felt in that moment was, flustered. He hadn't been certain how to react or what to say. He probably stared at them for a solid 5 minutes before Principal Nezu smiled. You can have some time to think it over if you would like, Todoroki-kun. If you feel safe in your own home, then you are more than welcome to remain there. However, if either you or your sister would like somewhere else to stay, then we are prepared to have you both moved to a safe house, far away from your father's estate. On his way back to class, Shoto almost wished that they hadn't told him that. It was just one more detail to add to his already rapidly swirling thoughts, filled with his conversations with Deku, his mother, and the shouting match he'd gotten into with his old man once the bastard learned what had happened. Then the internship offers had been shown on the board and he had so many in spite of not making the podium, and he just knew that they were probably connected to the Deku fight, like getting singled out by an acknowledged supervillain was something to be rewarded. It was marginally better than being singled out because of his father, but it was still frustrating beyond belief. In some ways, that was why he was so grateful to Yaoyorozu for inviting him to sit with her at lunch. Yaoyorozu was the closest thing he'd had to a friend growing up, having interacted with her at several high-profile events he'd been made to attend as a child. Even if Ua had already offered to make arrangements for him in Fuyumine, it meant something to him, to know that she cared. And then there were her friends, too. Asui's bluntness was refreshing, if he was being honest. Hearing someone unafraid to ask him about the one subject everyone else had been avoiding. Uraraka, too. Even if she had been uncertain how to approach the topic, at least she understood. Instead of praising his supposed bravery or mocking his egocentrism in facing off against Deku, she recognized that he was just another high school student, terrified out of his mind and just trying to protect his sister. Sure, their conversation had been awkward at times, and flat-out bizarre at one point with the weirdness surrounding Uraraka's hand, but it had been nice. Almost like he belonged. And then Iida had shared that story about the flame-wielding vigilante that had saved Ingenium. Deep down, Shoto wondered if that was what had been the final push, the reason why he was at Ua early for the second day in a row, feeling anxious and yet somehow hopeful too. Because if Tuya had saved someone, then no matter his ties to Deku, his intentions couldn't be all sinister. Right, His hand slipped into his jacket pocket, his fingers curling around the deceptively tiny item tucked there. He was glad that he decided to try the teacher's lounge first, because there was Aizawa-sensei, sitting with his legs tucked into his sleeping bag, scrolling slowly through some document or other on the screen of his laptop. Even then, he almost backed out. He had to fight to remind himself that the man had approached him first, that he was already suspicious. And even if he didn't believe him, he had proof now, questionable source or no. Aizawa-sensei, Shoto called uncertainly. Todoroki, what is it? His teacher sighed, reaching for his coffee mug with barely a glance away from his computer. The heterochromatic boy hesitated a moment longer, squeezing the drive, feeling its distinct corners pressing into his palm and taking a long, deep breath. Sensei, a few weeks ago, after the USJ, you asked me about my scar. Aizawa-sensei froze for just a moment, then, deceptively calmly, he set his mug aside and closed his laptop with a definitive click. Then he rose to his feet and stepped out of his sleeping bag, gazing at his student with a serious, yet unusually soft gaze. How about we take this conversation somewhere a little more private? He suggested quietly, gesturing for Shoto to follow. The boy nodded slowly, and before he knew it, Aizawa-sensei was ushering him into his office, gesturing for him to take a plush seat while his teacher claimed a metal fold-out chair, just like before. So, his teacher prompted, searching the boy's two-toned eyes. What would you like to tell me? Shoto took a deep breath, steeling his resolve one last time. Sensei, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Torino Sorahiko groaned softly as he reached up to massage the bridge between his eyes. This newest case that Tsukauchi had requested his help on was going to drive him to actual senility. He'd been staring at black on white for far too long, and still had about 3 more files to go through. Not to mention he'd run out of taiyaki about an hour ago. Grimacing through the irritation, he set aside the file labeled as Kazuki Chito's, and picked up the one marked by the name, Yatsubashi Rikia, again. Yatsubashi Rikia, the current CEO of the Detonate Company. He had always been a popular public figure, friendly, kind, energetic, and outspoken about creating a better world. Then, about a week earlier, Tsukauchi had found a USB drive on his desk at the station one evening, marked with the initials, MLA. It wasn't the first time this had happened. At least a dozen corrupt pros, politicians, and members of the HPSC had been exposed by anonymous tips left on Tsukauchi's desk in the last 2 years or so. It was only ever his desk, though, and nobody knew how any of the information got there. The USB drives were fairly new though. Before, it had been hard copies of documents or printouts of Excel sheets, usually labeled by dozens of sticky notes in multiple styles of handwriting. Now, they often got data sticks of dozens of digital documents or CCTV footage that was most likely illegally obtained. But they couldn't prove that, so their anonymous benefactor got the benefit of the doubt every time. Anyway, after checking the device over, Tsukauchi had found that it contained several files of security footage and documents implying that Yatsubashi had ties to the black market, and was using the Detonate Company as a front to fund his illegal activities. Furthermore, one of the pieces of footage showed a group of similar public figures in a meeting of some kind, Kazuki and Yatsubashi being 2 of them. There didn't seem to be anything strange about the meeting except for its occupants, though. Well, and the weird 2-fingered L salute that one of them did when they entered the room. All of the attendees were businessmen or politicians, but none of them worked in overlapping fields. What kind of reason would they have to meet? And why would the anonymous tipper have left that piece of footage in the file if it wasn't somehow connected to these supposed black market deals? Most pressing of all, what or who on earth was MLA? All in all, it seemed much more vague than their informant's usual treasure troves of evidence. So, here Sorahiko was, going through files of information on the various members of the mysterious conference and trying to determine what was connecting them. His gut sense was that this went beyond just a supply of illegal equipment sales. MLA and by extension these people, whoever they really were and whatever this mysterious salute was from the footage, were up to something much bigger than simply lining their pockets with extra cash, and he needed to figure out what it was before they made their move. When Sorahiko's phone screen lit up, he reflexively reached to swipe, ignore, when he noticed the caller ID out of the corner of his eye. After that, he just sort of stared at his phone in disbelief for a few more rings before hitting answer, right before it went to voicemail. Well now, this is a surprise, he said before his caller could get a word out. What's the emergency? Or have you finally decided to make a social call for once? Oh, is this a good time, sensei? I'm sorry, I should have considered that you might have a case. I can call back later if you. Oi, quit stammering and get to the point, Toshinori. The old pro rolled his eyes with a fond smile. Not that his former student could see it. Oh, all right, of course, sir. Toshinori stuttered back, and Sorahiko could imagine him bowing awkwardly to an empty room. Well, it's just that, well, a sigh crackled over the phone. Forgive me, sensei, I'm not sure how to say this without being incredibly blunt. So then speak up, boy. Sorahiko barked back, privately enjoying the responding squeak of alarm. I've chosen a successor. Sorahiko blinked slowly, staring at the far wall as his lips slowly parted in shock. Who? Was all he managed to ask in anything resembling a steady tone of voice. Uraraka Ochako. Her natural quirk is called zero gravity. She was in the finals in the first Ua Sports Festival this year. I know it wasn't broadcasted, but her performance was truly remarkable. I do hope that wasn't your only criteria when you picked the girl. No, of course not, sir. Toshinori exclaimed, and he at least sounded appropriately scandalized by the thought of such an arbitrary reason. Uraraka Shoju is one of my students. I've spent a considerable amount of time getting to know her prior to this point. So what about the kid caught your eye? Her selflessness primarily, and her insightfulness. Oh, the first time I really paid attention to Uraraka Shoju was at the USJ. When most would have assumed that I could take care of myself given my reputation, she realized I was in trouble and jumped in to save me. Since then, and looking back on previous interactions, I've noticed that she's also quick-thinking, innovative, and very self-aware, with a good handle on her own strengths and weaknesses. Not to mention she's self-motivated, optimistic, and incredibly hardworking. Well, if even half of what you've described is true, then I suppose she'll do my sworn friend proud. So why are you calling me? You usually send letters on the rare occasion that you have anything significant to tell me. Couldn't wait to share the good news. Well, in fact, I wanted to ask you a favor. Would you be willing to take Uraraka Shoju on as an intern? I'd rather not draw undue attention to her considering that she's only just obtained one for all and you're the only other pro hero who knows my secret, so. What about Mirai? Well, if you'll recall, Sir Nightai already has an intern and I'd hate to overwhelm him. You haven't told him yet, have you? Well, no, sensei. It'll only get worse the longer you wait, you know. Yes, I know, I'm just not ready to face him yet. Well, fine then, Sorahiko sighed. I suppose I'll take your brat on. Thank you, sensei, Toshinori sighed in obvious relief. Do I need to send a request or can you just put the girl on a train? It would be better if you sent a formal request for UA's records. All right, when should I expect her? I want to be ready for when your brat arrives. Please don't scare Uraraka Shoju right off the bat, sensei. Sorahiko allowed a wicked grin to curl his lips. I make no promises, Toshinori. Sorahiko spent the rest of the week leading up to the 9th's arrival reviewing training videos that he had Toshinori send him. It was honestly a refreshing break from the mountains of files on sketchy but not enough for a full investigation businessman he had been buried in. Up to the sports festival, he could see some of the traits that his old student had seen in the girl, primarily in terms of her resourcefulness and innovativeness. She had a good handle on her quirk, worked well with others in training, but was also able to hold her own pretty well, fluidly incorporating martial arts moves into her fighting style. Even the few clips that he'd managed to send him from the festival itself were pretty impressive. Her last fight in particular was remarkable, although it was a shame that she'd reached her weight limit there at the end. All in all, she seemed like a nice brat, as brats went. But then Toshinori had sent a few clips of training sessions from after the sports festival. Holy crap, Uraraka, are you okay? Some kid with bright blonde hair was yelling on the screen, his arms flailing in panic as he rushed to the brown-haired girl's side. I don't think so. She managed weakly in turn, practically collapsing onto a piece of rubble about the right height to be a seat as pink light faded from around her hand and gasping in pain as the movement jarred her right arm, which was bruised purple from fingertip to elbow and dripping blood in a few places. Oh my god. Bakugo-kun. Calm down. Round cheeks, another voice grunted as an ash boy, the same one that beat her in the sports festival, pushed his way out of a pile of shattered cement. I'm still alive. What the hell just happened? I think that was Ochako's quirk. A girl with black hair tied in a ponytail and a skimpy costume ventured cautiously, glancing towards the brunette while offering a hand to help Bakugo to his feet. The hell, I thought her quirk was gravity something or other. It's not unheard of for a quirk to evolve after a high-stress scenario, a cold voice interrupted and a man with scraggly black hair stepped on screen. He seemed vaguely familiar, but Sorihiko couldn't be expected to remember the names and faces of every hero out there. He was old, plain and simple. Still, I'll admit this seems a bit extreme. Uraraka, head to recovery girl. Yaoyorozu, go with her. We'll review and discuss the match later. Yes sir. The clip ended there. Sorihiko rewinded it, munching on taiyaki as he watched the moment when everything had gone wrong. For the most part, Uraraka had been using her quirk the same way that she had in the sports festival, relying primarily on this zero-gravity power of hers. But then, in a moment when she got superheated in a fist fight with that Bakugo kid, One for All just kind of exploded out of her, completely instinctively and entirely emotionally. That was something they'd have to work on, keeping a cool head in battle. There were a few other things he could see, too, a few other ways he might be able to help her adjust the way she thought about her new quirk and control its overwhelming power. But first, he was going to get a few kicks in. Hello. A girl's cautious voice called as his front door creaked open. Hello, my name is Uraraka Ochako, from Ua High School. I'm excited to, oh my god. It was all Sorihiko could do to keep from snickering at the sudden yelp. He prepared himself to pop up, eager to see the look of confusion on her face when he suddenly revealed himself as alive, when suddenly he felt gentle, calloused fingers press against the back of his neck, and a strange sensation, like he was stuck at the peak of a roller coaster, swept through his entire body. Sorihiko's eyes flew open in surprise when, at the same time, he could hear a phone dialing and felt those hands quickly maneuvering his body, lifting it and supporting potentially injured areas, such as his neck, back, and stomach as he was turned over in midair. 911, how can I help you? Yes, hello, there's someone here who's really badly hurt. Oi, calm down kid, I'm just fine. Sorihiko barked, and it was at least gratifying to see the brunette girl yelp in surprise, flailing backwards at this sudden show of activity from someone that she had assumed was unconscious and injured. What the, hello, what is the nature of your emergency? Is there a villain nearby? Sorihiko grumbled and reached down to grab the discarded phone's simple model. He could appreciate that fumbling a little bit as he adapted to the zero-gravity environment he found himself in. Everything's fine. My granddaughter just saw me fallen over and got a little more worked up than she should have, he sighed to the operator. I see, sir, but we need to hear confirmation of that from the original caller, the woman replied calmly. Damn all those new laws and regulations for hostage situations. Here, kid, Sorihiko grumbled, tossing the phone to her, and in the process sending himself floating slowly away from her. She fumbled as she caught it, still looking a little dazed and bewildered by the sudden turn of events, but before long she had the phone off of speakerphone and held up to her ear. Why yes, hello, yes, I'm very sorry for the confusion. It looks like he just spilled a plate of sausages and ketchup, but when I first entered the room, I thought it was blood. Yes, thank you for your concern. We'll be fine, now. Thank you, goodbye. She closed her phone with a satisfying snap, biting her lip uncertainly as he slowly floated further away. Well brat, you gonna let me down, or what? Sorihiko sighed, deciding to skip the senile act lest she try to call another ambulance. Honestly, I'm not sure what I should do right now, Uraraka admitted. Frankly, an introduction like that doesn't make you seem all that trustworthy. Alright kid, fair point, but we don't really have time to mess around, ya, newbie. He thought that the girl might have snorted a little at that, but he didn't exactly have the energy to debate his own fun with her. Instead, he activated his quirk. Uraraka watched in open-mouthed amazement as Gran Torino propelled himself from one side of the room to the other, mostly unhindered by the effects of her own quirk as he bounced off the walls, zipping past her a few times for good measure before he slammed into the wall, digging the reinforced gloves of his hero costume into the wall so that he wouldn't float away as he grinned fiercely down at her. I may not have been able to watch the sports festival, but I have seen a few of your exercises since then. You may have only had your new quirk for a week, but the way you use one for all is reckless and unrestrained. You obviously haven't the first idea how to control it, and All Might has no idea how to teach you. He may be the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but he's still a total novice when it comes to teaching. I can only wonder what kind of blunder he is in a classroom. A flicker of comprehension seemed to dawn in Uraraka's eyes as he said that, a slow smile beginning to stretch across her lips. Now, let me down and get your costume on. Yes sir. Before long, Sorahiko's new student had joined him in his salon, fully decked out in a bright pink and black bodysuit and a helmet with a pinkish visor. She seemed nervous, which was good. He needed her on her toes if she was going to learn anything. All right then, why don't you fire off a smash at me? What? She blinked. Hit me, kid. Oh, with one for all. Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, the last time I tried to hit someone, I kinda destroyed part of a building, and this place didn't exactly look structurally sound earlier, which I've been taught to recognize since my family owns a construction company. Good grief, Sorahiko grumbled under his breath. A chatterbox, aren't ya? Well, the best way to deal with those was to force them into action. I'm losing patience, he roared, firing off his quirk again and zipping around her to land a solid kick to the girl's back. Ow, the girl yelped, staggering forward. When he zipped towards her again though, she had her game face on, twisting and dodging as best she could, her brown eyes scanning for an opening. She had decent form, but she needed refinement and she was still too hesitant, uncertain about when was the best moment to strike, even when he took a chance at one point and gave her an opening. You definitely have some kind of background in martial arts, Sorahiko acknowledged as he landed on the counter, but you could use a review to increase your confidence. That's not the point of this exercise, though. Fire off a smash, girl. I need to see how you use this power to know how well you handle it. Uraraka grit her teeth, the anxiety in her eyes growing more pronounced. Well, that wasn't good. If she was afraid of the quirk, then she'd never learn to use it properly. But one way or another, Sorahiko caught sight of the telltale pinkish light he'd seen in the videos appearing around her hand. Remember. Wait, she mumbled to herself, her eyes darting around the room to follow his movements. As he came at her from behind, she pivoted towards him, her hand flying out, instinctively making more of a grab than an actual punch, probably a leftover instinct from her natural quirk. Good try, newbie, he grinned even as he dodged the strike, but you're a little stiff, and there's discard in your mind. Uraraka grunted in surprise as he pinned her to the floor, using one leg to trap her far arm while one hand grasped her other wrist and the other pressed its fingertips to her forehead. That's why I bested you. Listen closely, brat. You've got potential, that much is obvious, and the fact that you didn't shatter your arm this time around would suggest that you're starting to get a handle on One for All's power. That's good, especially since you haven't had it for very long. However, the way you've used your natural quirk in the past is limiting the way you think. My natural quirk is limiting me. The girl panted, looking confused. Think about it on your own time, Sorahiko grunted, stepping off of her and gathering up his cane. I'm gonna get us some grub. Clean this place up while I'm gone. As Sorahiko strolled through the market, grabbing taiyaki and mochi as an afterthought, he wondered if he'd given the girl enough hints. She was certainly intelligent, and as he'd already acknowledged, she had good fighting instincts, but Toshinori had been quirkless originally, practically a blank slate, whereas Uraraka had already had a natural quirk. The oaf hadn't dealt with the discombobulation of having a second quirk thrown on him. In short, The way that Uraraka used her quirk was inherently different from the way that Toshinori used One for All, so there was bound to be some measure of disconnect between the two of them, as someone else whose quirk emitted from a specific part of his body, Sorahiko could understand to some extent. He'd just have to figure out what paths to direct Uraraka towards so that she could catch on as well. "Oi, I'm back," the old pro called as he re-entered his home. There was no immediate response, which was worrying, so he stepped into the salon. There, he found Uraraka staring at her hand, her eyes wide, something like wonderment in them. "Torino-san," she said abruptly, whirling towards him, "I think too much about having my quirk in my fingers, right? Yagi-san, that is All Might Sensei, uses One for all over his body, that's why he's muscly everywhere and not just in his arms, but I've always just channeled my quirk through my hands. That's why they keep getting hurt. And that's what you meant about my natural quirk limiting me, right?" Sorahiko blinked at her, then allowed himself a fierce grin. "That didn't take you long." "Yes," Uraraka cheered, bouncing with excitement. Her bright grin reminded him of Nana's. He quickly shook that thought out of his head. "So then, let's see you put that into practice, eh?" He smirked, setting his bag of groceries aside. Uraraka nodded fiercely and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and mumbling, "Low wait," under her breath as she summoned One for All once again. The change was remarkable. Magenta lines spread across her face and faded away as she dialed down the amount of power she was using, only to be replaced by spirals of soft pink light whirling around her limbs and across her chest, illuminating her bright, eager eyes. The only thing that managed to tear his eyes away from the almost entrancing sight was a low rustling sound. When he glanced towards the source, his own grin only widened. The grocery bag he had just set down was being pulled towards her. What the heck? The girl gaped when she noticed it, too. Toshinori wouldn't understand this, given that he was quirkless before he got One for All, but someone with a quirk before obtaining that power will find that their original ability combines in some way with the power stockpiled within the quirk. In your case, it looks like you're able to affect gravity around you when it's activated. But why is it moving towards me then? Why isn't it just floating? How should I know, kid? I'm just a crazy old man, he shrugged, still grinning. Anyway, we can experiment with your powers later. For now, do you think you can move like that? I can try. Then let's see it. You have 3 minutes to land a hit on me. Let's see if you can maintain it that whole time. Yes sir. As it turned out, Sorahiko kind of regretted not reviewing his intern's powers before they started their little training bout. Her little gravity field was considerably more potent than he had anticipated, to the point that when she stepped too close to one of the armchairs or really anything that wasn't attached to the floor, it was literally lifted up and dragged into her sphere of influence. Well, the couch did seem to be a bit too big for the field to lift, but it was still pulled towards her. Those objects became further obstacles as he bounced around the room, trying to land hits on his intern. Thankfully his jet quirk had enough force to rip him through or out of the field when necessary, but it was one of the strangest things that he had ever experienced. It felt like he was being pulled off course, almost like he was under the control of a telekinesis quirk or something, except that the direction and force of its pull was more predictable. Actually, that fact proved to be to his advantage once he got the hang of it. He could use the force pulling him in towards the girl to add strength to his hits. Anyway, it was an adjustment for the girl as well. She had a hard time maintaining One for All for longer than 30 seconds at a time, and if she did get hit, she would lose control of the power instantly, whatever object swirling around her at the time immediately crashing to the floor. Speaking of, as annoying as those things were, especially when she started figuring out how to shove them into his path to give herself time to maneuver, they would also get in her way, more than once stopping her from landing an intended hit on him. Still, he had to admit that he hadn't expected the armchair to come flying at him due to the force of a strength-augmented punch concealed by the item's own bulk. By the time their stomachs were well and truly grumbling, Uraraka had been smacked around enough to leave her covered in bruises, not to mention she'd been knocked into the wall at least 4 or 6 times. Even so, she had managed to land a hit on him, and one fierce enough to leave him with a nice shiner no less. Even if she had lost control immediately after and begun babbling an apology when there were still 30 seconds left on the clock for him to hit her back. This is hard. She beeped, slumping to the floor after the last bout. It's your first time using this technique. You can't be expected to figure it out all at once, he snorted. And anyway, you've made some good progress. Now, sit down and let's eat some of the frozen food I bought. Then we can talk about where to go from here. Sure, what's for dinner? Taiyaki and mochi. Huh, so sometimes impulse buys were a good thing. Take that, Nana. So tell me about this weight thing of yours. Sorihiko grunted as he settled into his armchair about 20 minutes later, munching on a piece of taiyaki. I noticed you saying something about a low weight while we were fighting. It's the analogy I've used to try and limit the amount of power I use, Uraraka explained around a mouthful of strawberry mochi. See, the more weight I lift, the more of my zero-gravity quirk I have to use, and it's fairly similar calling on portions of one for all thinking that way, too. It's been weird trying to adjust to having a whole new power, though. I understood the activation conditions for my natural quirk just put down all 5 of my fingers, but I have to consciously call up one for all. It's a lot more emotional than zero gravity, really. Tell me, what all is that quirk of yours capable of? How do you mean? Before one for all, what could you do with it? Uraraka mused, swallowing her latest bite. Well, anything that I touched with all 5 of my fingers got its gravity erased, but that's really about it. Could you increase gravity? Sorihiko asked, taking another bite of taiyaki. No, I don't think so, the girl sighed, taking another mochi ball. I tried when I was little. All I ended up with was a splitting headache. Have you tried since you got one for all? No, can't say I have. Might be worth making an effort, the old pro hero grunted, leaning forward to take another taiyaki. My sworn friend found that her natural quirk changed in some fundamental ways when she was given the power. It's possible that yours did the same. But don't worry about it right now, though. We have all week to experiment, and you've been knocked around a good bit. No need to push it too soon. Well, all right then, she grinned, and again, Sorihiko was almost blinded by the similarity to Nana. He cleared his throat and glanced away. Welp, I'm off to bed. Stick anything you don't eat in the freezer. I'll see you in the morning. Oh, well, good night Torino-san. Thanks for teaching me. Yeah, whatever, kid, Sorihiko harumphed gruffly, turning away so that she wouldn't see his small smile. You really found a good one, Toshinori. Nana, I think you woulda liked, outtake. She was late, she was so late. Sirius was supposed to be at the dock 10 minutes ago with the crew to meet the new intern. But of course she missed the train and then the next one was late and now she was ducking down side alleys in an effort to save time so that she could. A sound. It was faint, even with her quirk, but it was there, and it sent her skidding to an abrupt stop. A soft, rhythmic tapping noise from somewhere above her. Most people would ignore a sound like that, but years working as a pro hero had taught her to pay attention, and there was a pattern to those quiet taps. It was Morse code. Sirius's eyes widened as she listened to the message beginning to repeat itself. Then, quickly, she fumbled for a pen and a piece of paper, which turned out to be a napkin, and began to quickly write it down. Whether it was meant for her or not, she would take full advantage of the information. Trigger run 5/21. Octopus quirk. Serial number 843HUR120D4E. After the third repetition of the message, the tapping stopped. Subtly, Sirius lifted her eyes skyward, searching for the mysterious informant. But there didn't appear to be anyone there. Not a shape, not a shadow, not anything. Even so, as she tucked the message back into her bag and set off at a dead sprint, she had to be at least 15 minutes late now. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.